It does so by destroying the class and state nature of society first. Until then, our communist state must hold its own sway over the society in question until the entire servitude epoch class and state system is eliminated in favor of communism. Anarchist ideology misses all this and denounces all state organization. Furthermore, it makes this state absence idea the basis of their concept of social revolution. The most concrete expression of their primitive worldview is what it amounted to in practice. The ridiculous and hypocritical anarchist organization of Andalusia and Catalonia in Spain during the Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939. We will explore this topic in the chapter on World War II. By getting it wrong, right from the start, the anarchists split from us theoretically. Then they split from us organizationally, when Marx kept them from getting control of the First International by sending it to the USA. You can pick this topic up below in Part 3 on US labor history. Getting rich and believing in it. How the financially most powerful families got rich is not the point. That could have happened in a variety of ways, as I have described before, and did happen in a variety of ways, as is well known archaeologically. For that matter, there are a plethora of stories about how to get rich in the historical record. To name only 3 ways. 1, 2, 3. Professor Rathje proved many years ago the origin of wealth in the Mayan lowlands was in the hands of a small group of families. These families control long-distance trade in essentials, obsidian, hard stone and salt, and created profit on both ends of their trade deals. Just as often military leaders emerged because of their success in some popular campaign. James Michener in Hawaii describes the emergence of thuggery in the South Pacific before a migration to Hawaii as a function of enforcement by advanced theocratic chiefdom bosses. In Volume 4, we shall see this happening throughout Oceania. The key is to understand that the ideology of people is now committed to selfishness, and indeed sadism, so that the altruism of primitive communism no longer stands in the way. Now the victors believe they should be richer than the masses and that they should domesticate the masses as they have animals and plants. And accompanying this fundamental change in the superstructure are the armed men and women who will work for food, shelter, pay, and fun. These are the thugs. Thuggery will be institutionalized in the form of police and soldiers. When that institution arises as we have the state. This new basely imprinted ideology existed by the time that the advanced theocratic chiefdoms approached crisis. This independently supported thuggery existed by the time the ATCs were on the eve of civil war. It remained only for the privileged ranks to throw off their sheep's clothing and appear for what they were, classes. The ruling classes had title deed to property in their individual hands, and they had the willingness and ability to make this private property permanent. Thus, Engels could not have been more correct. The state does always arise as the product of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms. And for no other reason. See Frederick Engels' classic synthesis of his and Marx's work with that of Lewis Henry Morgan's Ancient Society in one of its many editions, The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State. Classes now exist. Ranks have become classes, and the financially most powerful classes use their thugs, the first state, to suppress the less powerful classes. In the process, many poor farmers and craftspeople are reduced to slavery. One could say that the few have domesticated the many. These are the polar opposites in the first, civilized, societies everywhere. This does not mean that all poor people in slave-stage societies were slaves. Far from it. However, it does mean that the common denominator of the cost of labor power is now determined by whatever the cost may be of keeping slaves, 1, alive, and 2, in submission. The mechanisms institutionalized, by which slavery is introduced and maintained, included debt, capture in war, and punishment for civil and criminal offenses, being born the son or daughter of a slave, and self-sale into slavery to satisfy some overriding need. The new general contradiction of society now expresses itself in a new prime directive, which is for the master class to maximize profit from the surplus value column at any cost, regardless of the amount of value and surplus value being created. The general contradiction, in other words, is the opposite of what it was under the conditions of the first egalitarian epoch, as is the resulting prime directive. Now there is the tendency to maximize production for the ruling families, whereas before, there was the tendency to limit production to that of value needed by society as a whole. General crisis of slavery. The general crisis of the slave stage is that ever-deepening crisis created by the cost of maintaining the thuggery, the state, which is essential to keeping the masses in servitude. Our formula helps focus our attention on the new important diagnostic factors of profit for the rulers and the cost of their means of social organization, thuggery, i.e., the state. LP plus TV1, V2 plus SV. State/profit. LP equals labor power of the slave mediated by the overseer. T equals Bronze and Iron Age technology. V1 equals cost of keeping slaves alive. V2 equals cost of maintaining technology. SV equals surplus value resulting from the homogenized collective labor input of gangs of slaves measured by some daily clock. State equals cost of army/police. Profit equals that which is appropriated by the slave owners. The more slaves, the bigger the army and the police needed to keep them in that condition must be. The cost of the state is a drawdown on the surplus value column. That drawdown reduces drastically the profit margin. This is the locus of the general crisis of slavery. Origin of Egypt's Great Pyramids. Furthermore, capital will be concentrated in the hands of fewer and fewer families, until just one family rises above all the others. As, for example, with the emergence of one ruling family over all of Egypt with the beginning of the Old Kingdom c.3000 BC. When that happens, the boss hierarchy over the slaves becomes a dangerous internal element for the ruling family and its directly dependent ruling classes. For if that hierarchy of bosses is allowed to use that slave labor power for its own devices, then it shall have the financial wherewithal to challenge the ruling pharaoh and associates for power, and its concomitant license to incredible wealth. This is a constant certainty and thus a constant threat to the status quo. Therefore, that labor power of the slaves, and those subject to mandatory labor drafts, must be kept busy in tasks that deny the boss hierarchy access, even when such tasks are non-productive. This is the reason for the sudden undertaking of such labor-intensive tasks as the construction of the Old Kingdom monumental funerary architecture, e.g., the pyramids. The pharaohs were always military dictators without religious illusions. What they didn't know is that they could never trust their own nome bosses. The Nile was divided into administrative units called nomes. So, what abstracted labor time was in their nome bosses' hands, that did not need to be gainfully employed by the pharaonic family, was put to work in a socially justifiable way. A way that denied the nome boss hierarchy accesses to it, denying them the wealth they could use to launch their never-ending subversive plots to replace their pharaonic employers. End of story. The motive force for stability was the ruling elite's interest in maintaining and deepening the enslavement of the masses by whatever means. The prime mover for social change was the resistance and rebellion of the most oppressed segment of society, i.e., the mass of slaves. The in-between strata were pushed into institutionalized poverty, because they could not compete with slave labor except at the lowest common denominator. This was the cost of socially necessary labor time. In other words, the cost of keeping the slaves alive, i.e., value 1. And the cost of keeping the masses in submission. The cost of the state, i.e., the armed thug payroll. The deepening of slavery's general crisis was the same everywhere. In the civilizations of the Mediterranean, slave revolts eventually put paid to the entire process, but it took over 3,000 years. In China, the same thing happened, and the civil war that ended in 221 BC put paid to slavery, replacing it with Chinese imperial feudalism. In Mesoamerica and the Central Andes, the clay feet of the slavocrats were their Achilles' heel. They were cut off at the knees by the armed and armored handful of Iberian Ronin, interlopers from an advanced sociocultural stage who found it a simple enough matter to drive a wedge between the slaves and other subjugated peoples and their masters, between the subjugated societies and the imperial slavocrat New World regimes. Ronin is a special Japanese term for unemployed knights in the Japanese feudal era. This is exactly what Hernán Cortés and his fellow Iberian adventurers and investors were. From the beginning to the end, in their adventure against Tenochtitlan, the Aztec name for the city also known as Mexico. A Marxist archaeological shorthand rule of thumb is wherever you have prehistoric monumental architecture, you also have rank and or class division of society. Ruling families control their own boss hierarchy by controlling their access to labor power in this way. This is to say, keeping the mass of individual providers of labor power out of the hands of those in the hierarchy who would use it to increase their own wealth and power if they could. Wealth and power they will inevitably use to try to replace their employers with themselves. For that reason, we Marxists were never misled about what was happening in the Mayan cultures of Mesoamerica, a law foolishness of such writers as Thompson. Monumental architecture, e.g., pyramids, urban platform complexes, Nazca lines, Great Walls, now takes on much grander size and scope than it had when society was only at the ATC level, when such monumental architecture was meant to impress the rubes. Finally, we know the laws of history and sociocultural evolution are always the same everywhere, and that history and sociocultural evolution is law-governed. Therefore, we are never confused about the meaning of superficial similarities among the pyramid-building cultures as disparate as those of Egypt and Peru. Reactionary ruling class originating writers about archaeology have no scientific view such as this, and they go off and get lost on the most ridiculous things you can imagine. Von Daniken, Sitchin, and others of that ilk are extreme conman examples, but not that different in their conclusions from barely acceptable diffusionist scholars like Thor Heyerdahl, finally proven by DNA to be wrong about Peru and Easter Island. Chapter 8: Stage of Feudalism. Scientifically defined feudalism as a stage is a halfway house between chattel and wage slavery. The general contradiction of the slave stage continues and will through all of the stages of the servitude epoch. On the other hand, the general crisis of feudalism is that of both the preceding and succeeding stages. That is, feudalism features both the general crisis of slavery and that of capitalism. For that reason, the mathematical expression for the stage of feudalism takes the form of a simple quadratic equation. LP plus TV1 V2 plus SV state/profit. LP plus TV1 V2 plus SV profit/NGM. When a calculus is applied to this quadratic equation, the magnitude of the first equation, slavery, declines relative to the second equation, capitalism. Of course, the definition of the terms remains the same in both cases. In other words, as the top equation decreases in percentile of production, the bottom equation increases proportionally as a percentile of production. Eventually, the cost of an increasingly disaffected state apparatus, in the face of rising slave rebellion, forces a change in the social order. This happened first in China. What is key to our understanding is that slavery requires armed thuggery instantly available to keep slaves in a condition of submission and obedience. It necessitates a vicious cruelty as a regular and visible means of terrorizing the slave population into submission and obedience before they revolt. Sadism is now the law of the ideological land, so to speak, and has been since the stage of advanced and theocratic chiefdoms. Sadism will continue as the dominant ideological persuasion within the superstructure throughout the servitude epoch. Yet slavery produces continuous resistance, continuous slave revolts, and this resistance must continuously be suppressed. This means a large and ever-growing army. More and more of the army garrisoned to police duties guarding the larger and larger slave pens of the ancient world. In its extreme form, e.g., Roman Italy, the entire Italian peninsula was turned into what was essentially one gigantic slave pen. A pen ruled over by a group of extraordinarily rich families and their massive state apparatus, the legions. In time, the legionnaires merged with the local populations of France, Iberia, and the British Isles. The time came when the cost of the legion upkeep became too high for their masters. Then the Imperial Guard was given their layoff notices. It was a simple matter for legionnaires to meld into the countryside into which they had already married, having nothing in Italy to motivate them to return. The historic compromise. Feudalism is the result of an historic compromise. The ruling families agreed to give a certain amount of freedom to the slave families and to take from them only a given amount of produce and/or labor power. The specifics vary from place to place, country to country, but the effect is always the same. Slaves have become serfs and their running away and revolting is reduced. The rapacity of the ruling families knows no end. Eventually, the crisis of slavery will reappear and more troops will be needed, walls will have to be built, and women's feet bound. Walls and foot binding keep farmers in submission and obedience, and prevent them from sneaking away in the night. Nevertheless, feudalism is always a great historic compromise, granting a minimal amount of freedom to those formerly held as chattel, in exchange for labor peace. China and the origin of imperial feudalism. One ruling class, in the Chinese kingdom of Qin, decided to forge a new way forward. It featured the militarization of the population. Qin was reorganized into a system whereby legal responsibilities to pay what was due the ruling families were combined with land redistribution and an adjustment in the system of payments, in kind and cash. Slaves were made into small sharecropping farmers and indentured agricultural laborers, able to pay in some cases in cash rather than commodities or time. Slaves became serfs. This new feudal way of life had its own ideology that in China is called legalism. Then Qin attacked the other 6 kingdoms of nuclear China. In a lightning campaign of several years, Qin brought all of them under its heel by 221 BC. This ended the Warring States period, 481 to 221 BC, with its 6 major kingdoms and 4 smaller ones. One of the smallest had been the kingdom of Qin. However, it was in Qin where full-scale military modernization had occurred. This included the replacement of bronze weapons with weaponry made of iron and the introduction of cavalry and mounted infantry. In Qin's enemy kingdoms, the masses of slaves and would-be truly free farmers backed Qin against their own rulers. We will explore this in detail in Volume 3. For now, in Chinese kingdom after kingdom, this legalist ideological preparation allowed the change in the structure of class rule. Why? Because Qin's legalist ideology was obviously in the best interests of slaves who wished to become less unfree, and in the best interests of the in-between strata whose income was limited by the common denominator of what had to be paid to keep the slave alive and in submission. In summary, modernized military strategy and tactics of Qin combined with its legalist propaganda brought the rest of slave China quickly under its heel. Slavery gave way to feudalism Chinese style. Qin's success with feudalism with Chinese characteristics marks the beginning of the period of continuous empire that lasted until the 20th century, at least in form. From that time forward, the new social order of feudalism existed in imperial form in China, until it gradually began to dissolve under the impact of the Taiping Rebellion, 1850 to 1860. Then feudalism was replaced de facto by capitalism. By the way, this is where the name China comes from, i.e., from Qin. Origin of European fiefdom feudalism. In the Mediterranean, the ruling classes were not as far-seeing. They had no one to bring them feudalism in imperial form. The Roman Empire West collapsed under the persistent impact of massive slave revolts. Barbarian assaults from Russia and East Europe notwithstanding. These had been handled for centuries by the Romans but became serious threats only when the empire was weakened. 1. By internal slave revolts that had tied down the legions in defending and occupying different regions of said empire. 2. Over several centuries, Roman soldiers found that their farms had been stolen and their families enslaved in Italy. They had nothing left back home for which to fight. They would stay where they had been stationed for many years. If they returned to Italy at all, it would have been just long enough to find and rescue their families and take them to their new homes. A case in point about which we know a great deal is what happened to the Roman legion stationed in Britain. About AD 400, the Roman British garrison was told that they had just received their last salaried pay. They were ordered back to Italy. Many soldiers said, "Fuck it, let's stay here where we already have second families, jobs, and shops in the local economy." Others went back to Italy in search of their families. Some of them returned successfully and integrated with their fellows into the new reality. Thus the Arthur legends. Collapse of imperial slavery in Roman Empire West. As the Chinese Empire expelled northern tribes and chiefdoms, in what is today Chinese Inner Mongolia and Mongolia proper, from their homelands repeatedly, the resulting pressure forced the Mongols westward, repeatedly. In wave after wave of fleeing horse-based societies. Each time the westward flow of Mongol forces, and the refugee farming masses they drove in front of them, struck the Roman eastern frontier, they forced the Roman legions back on their heels. Again and again, these waves of escaping pastoral and farming masses from Russia, the Ukraine and Eastern Europe, in the 4 centuries from roughly 0 AD to about AD 400 overran the Eastern Wall in Europe. For 4 centuries, the legions had held these waves back. Or legion commanders compromised with the enemy at the gates. For money they could be convinced to regulate the entry of the interlopers into parts of Gaul, France, and Iberia. The Roman defenses finally collapsed, due to the internal class contradictions within the Roman Empire West. As we have seen, the Roman soldiers no longer having anything to fight for in Italy often left the oligarchs in Rome without their state apparatus. By AD 400 the largely foreign-based Roman army units began defecting wholesale, leaving rather quickly the control of Rome's central. Each legion began to make its own way. Those having been garrisoned abroad for generations were now inbred with the local populations. This was the real reason for the collapse of the Roman Empire West. And the real way it happened. The oligarchs moved to Byzantium, they now called Constantinople. They continued their rule of much of the Mediterranean world from there. From the standpoint of the Roman oligarchy of rulers, the new arrangement worked even better than the old one when they were in Italy. They made far more money at a far lower cost. The resulting Western European patchwork of nearly innumerable fiefs was the political form that feudalism took in Europe after c. AD 400. Consequently, Europe was always a pitiful, rather pathetic, appendage on the body of Eurasia. That is, when compared to the vast wealth and advanced science and technology developed in China, where capital was concentrated, centralized and reproduced in amounts, orders of magnitude greater than in Europe. The Eurocentric view of the world now so common in North America and Europe is a purely fanciful narrative. It is a product of wishful thinking. It is a purposefully narrow view of the global history of the last 2 centuries. The slightly earlier emergence of full-scale capitalism in Europe enabled the fairy tale of these bastions of civilization, that they were the center of the universe, when in fact Europe had always been a rather pathetic appendage on the Eurasian landmass. This narrative is a reflection of the deep underlying ignorance characterizing our people's understanding of history. In Gringolandia, this kind of ignorance is the most important product of the everything important was made in North America propaganda kind of history taught in the mass media and in schools. Today's mass media narrative mythology about the Middle East, North Africa, South America, and the South China Sea has deep roots in this narrative mythology of Eurocentrism. This false narrative underlies the US exceptionalism, derivative fantasy, China's Great Wall and imperial feudalism. As a matter to note, the Great Wall of China, like many similar walls throughout both the New and Old Worlds, was first a series of smaller walls built in China's long slave stage, 3500 BC to 221 BC, to block the Underground Railroad. These were routes to the north that had to be blocked to keep runaway slaves within the boundaries of the kingdoms and later empire. Only much later, with 1. 2. The emergence during the formative years of imperial feudalism and the first emperor's real need to divert corvée and convict labor out of the hands of his emergent class of eunuch scholar bureaucrats, then emperors of China did convert the pen walls of servitude China into an equally important bastion of defense. This bastion of defense was the joining of many of the walls and the creation of one more or less continuous Great Wall across the vast reaches of China's northern frontier. Even then, the Great Wall served primarily to pen up China's vast poor people as the world's cheapest labor. The general crisis of feudalism, to the degree it may be said to have one of its own, was the balancing act the feudal lords had to maintain between the disappearing general crisis of slavery and the ascending general crisis of capitalism. This was true in both the East and the West of the Old World. This can be expressed with our equation in quadratic form. Slavery meets feudalism in the Americas and, as I have said, the slave-stage empires of Mesoamerica and the Central Andes were simply overwhelmed by the attack of the feudalist Ronin, unemployed knights from Iberia. These Ronin were successful because of the clay feet of the slavocrats. When the masses are slaves, or little better than slaves, it is hard to rally them around the master and mistress classes. And Cortés had found that intra-class war, such as was occurring when he arrived in Mesoamerica, among the ruling classes, could be used to his advantage politically and militarily. The Pizarro brothers found the exact same thing at Cajamarca, Peru, and followed the book of Cortés to the letter. This factor, when combined with Spanish steel, gunpowder, and horses, brought down slavery overnight in the New World. Feudalism doomed by primitive technology. However, the feudal system was doomed not because of its nature as an historic compromise, but because its technological base was essentially the same as the slave-stage ancient world in a word. Primitive. Machinery with independent power to which unskilled, untrained, labor power could be put to work changed the entire nature of wealth acquisition. Chapter 9 Stage of Capitalism. A commodity produced by machinery to which labor power has been put, little or no skill required now, has within it both exchange value and utilitarian value. The capitalist is interested in the exchange value of the commodity, for in that act of exchange he can materialize the surplus value inherent in the system of production, wherein the workers are paid at one rate, value, and the actual realized value of what they produced is considerably greater. This is true because within the commodity is also paid labor power and unpaid labor power, as we are about to see. Category of form determines commodity. Destination. The form of the surplus value produced determines where commodities must go. In other words, if I am a capitalist producing iron, I have to sell it to another capitalist, somewhere in the world, who can use it to make something, for example, steel. Because people do not eat iron and only other industries are markets. In this sense, humanity is still in a rather primitive condition where the raw characteristics of the articles created dictates what must happen thereafter. A useful way to picture this is to think of the opposite of destination being determined by form, as one sees when we think of a Star Trek replicating machine. You ask the machine for a cup of coffee and the cup, filled with coffee, materializes. In this futuristic vision, the value and surplus value inherent in the system of production are liquid, transmutable. Form then means nothing. If we assume that this future society is a communist system, where there is no money, no classes, and no war, such advanced technological conditions make sense a la Gene Roddenberry's presentation of the future. Under such hypothetical conditions in the future, value and surplus value are truly free and can be transmuted at will into whatever form. That is not the situation now, nor has it ever been in the history of capitalism, or in the history of the world. We are still stuck with the fact that whatever the form of a commodity produced may be, so its destination is predetermined. People do not eat iron, only certain other industries can absorb it, and thus the surplus value within it. Category of labor power. Technically speaking, the moment human labor was commoditized as labor power, we had the emergence of the germinal of capitalism. By commoditized as labor power, in capitalism we mean that a group of workers in a factory put out so much labor per unit time that unit of time is measured by the factory clock. Some workers may be more efficient than others, but for purposes of the commodity of labor power, it is whatever the average homogenized output per hour may be. Let us say it again: labor power as a category and as a commodity is the homogenized, averaged, factory clock governed, collective output of a group of factory workers. Prehistorically, and in the ancient world, before factory clocks and without machines of the typology, diagnostics, listed below, labor power may also have been proto-commoditized as I have discussed above, in a few examples, but these represent only proto-commoditization. Mathematics of social production. In a truly abstract sense, in our equations, we have stripped the entire matter of social production to its essential four elements. These are: A. Labor power, B. Technology, in the case of capitalism it is machinofacture, in our time automated and cybernetized machinofacture, C, value, and D, surplus value. You may think of labor power in our equations as having two sub-elements consisting of I, the three dimensions of work with machinery, collectively undertaken, to which we add, 2, a fourth temporal dimension. Thus, work may, I, be measured and made more or less efficient in the mechanical performance sense. And 2, the necessary time it takes said work socially to occur, e.g., the way workers are organized within the factory and at the factory bench, may likewise be treated as a separate sub-element. Socially necessary labor time. The collective labor power input of a group of factory workers constitutes socially necessary labor time in capitalist production. In pre-capitalist stages, socially necessary labor time is far less of a precise quantitatively determinable category. Nevertheless, it is critically important to cross-cultural analysis. This is true because in the primitive world and in the ancient world, slavery and early feudalism, work also had a measured character. Socially necessary labor time input was understood, if not precisely quantified, by those concerned. As such, socially necessary labor time is a broader and more flexible category than labor power, with its rigorous method of factory bench homogenizing and factory clock measuring of labor input. Furthermore, the very inherent nature of the capitalist system of factory production makes paid and unpaid labor power the basis for extracting profit, as we are about to see. It is this very nature of capitalism that makes it a legalized system of theft. The scientific definition of value in its general sense is the amount of socially necessary labor time involved in production of some given commodity. In capitalism, value is the amounts of socially necessary labor time it takes to reproduce the cost of labor power, V1, and to maintain the machinery, V2. Usually we consider surplus value to be over and above these, value, costs. Although in some instances both V and SV are terms included in discussions of value. In both cases, and in any event, in this discussion we have always reduced the matter of social production to its four essential elements. These are labor power, technology, value, and surplus value. With the caveat that for cross-cultural comparative purposes we change the content of each term in a controlled way as we progress sequentially from one socio-cultural evolutionary stage to another, and from one set of equations to the next. Shorthand in Marxist academic circles for the value aspect of this productive process, as a core concept, is the phrase, the law of value. Remember the 1, 2, 3. Outside regulation is absent, i.e., free unfettered competition is a given. 1. Labor power and its fourth dimension, i.e., time, is one element. 2. Machinery, technology, the second. 3. 4. Surplus value, the fourth. Notice that SV, surplus value, is that additional amount of commodity produced per given unit of time which the capitalist appropriates, and it corresponds to unpaid labor power, which is to say also that it corresponds to unpaid socially necessary labor time. It is from this surplus value column that both profit and investment capital, NGM, must come. And it is this fact of commodity production in capitalist systems which allows the capitalist to appropriate profit honestly. This is to say, without the stigma of swindling it via sharp trading practices. Sometimes we say we have both paid and unpaid socially necessary labor time in each commodity, and that saying refers to the amount of value, V1, V2, and surplus value, SV, represented in each commodity. Therefore, in addition to utilitarian value and exchange value, V1, and V2 and surplus value, we also have paid and unpaid labor power involved in every commodity. In practical terms, this means each worker is working part of her shift for her employer and not for herself. If one thinks, oh well, the capitalists are putting forth their factory and its equipment and the raw materials so they deserve something. Perhaps. But remember, the capitalists are just the most recent of a long line of sharks who got their hands on communal property, made it theirs by force, and now confront you with the means of production in their private hands. You say, okay, but in the real world, how much is he taking from me right now? Well, when you see how great that is compared to what you are being paid, then you will acquire the beginning of proletarian consciousness. Capitalists make millions, billions, and trillions, and you know what you make? This is what we mean when we say the capitalist is stealing from you just by putting you to work for what little he has been forced to pay you in his factory or in his Walmart retail outlet. Finally, the production of surplus value and its rate of production is one thing. The production of profit and its rate of production is a separate thing. These two categories are frequently mixed up together. The capitalist may expend surplus value in many ways. Profit is just one outcome. This is of critical importance to us, because as you are about to see, it is the absolute decline in the rate of profit, not in the rate of surplus value production, which is the at-bottom cause of the general crisis of capitalism. Mercantile capitalism versus true capitalism. The moment long-distance trade afforded the opportunity to make a profit at both ends of a deal, since the socially necessary labor time involved in production is a complete unknown to the partners on both ends, we had mercantile capitalism. That is, the accumulation of money capital in the process of long-distance trade. However, in economic analysis of sociocultural stages, we must always begin with the nature of the productive system. Thus, for true capitalism to be said to exist in the sense of production, we must have machinofacture extant. Then the potential of human labor is made real because it is magnified exponentially by the use of machinery and by the use of the new category of labor power. At the end of each day, we can visualize each hour as having a part of what is produced as value and another portion as surplus value. More practically, at the end of each workday we can say X hours have produced value, and Y hours have produced surplus value. You now see profit can be squeezed directly from labor power as it shows up in the surplus value column. Remember our definitions. Value 1 is the wage paid to the worker for his labor. Again, in strictly economic terms, we are purchasing the socially necessary labor time applied to machinery in the production of a commodity for exchange. Value 2 is the cost of maintaining the machinery and the factory. Money capital is accumulated via production when the owner of the machinery and the factory, who is also the purchaser of the labor power, appropriates profit from the surplus value column directly. That is, he no longer has to swindle money via sharp trading practices from a seller at one end of some deal and a buyer at the other. Machinofacture, the manufacture of commodities via the input of labor power applied to machinery, is what we call machinofacture. It is the technological heart of true capitalism. There were originally 5 essential technological elements to machinofacture, these being: 1. A cheap and plentiful supply of highly carbonized, flowing pig iron, from which a somewhat decarburized wrought iron was obtained, from which steel can also be made. This meant blast furnaces, for both the pig iron and the decarburized wrought iron. China had blast furnace flowing pig and wrought iron 2,000 years, or more, before it was independently invented in Liege c. AD 1500. 2. Machine tools to cut and work iron and steel and make machinery. 3. 4. 5. Iron and steel machinery to produce other commodities such as pottery and textiles. Steam engines. These were the first sources of power to be put to machine tools and machinery independent from those of nature, wind, water, animal, human power. As a matter of interest, the Chinese invented the steam engine many centuries before a French priest brought Chinese toy steam engines back to France. This toy inspired Denis Papin to put the principles to work. The Britisher Thomas Newcomen heard of Papin's experiment and proceeded to build the first steam engine in the West that was later perfected by Mr. James Watt. Factory installation of machinery to which human unskilled labor power could be put to work. In this way, we see that the pure category of abstracted socially necessary labor time, which is to say of commoditized labor power, emerges and is henceforth the key to capitalist production. This category, labor power, was Karl Marx's original and unique contribution to classical political economy. Otherwise, Marx accepted the categories of economic analysis of Adam Smith, Ricardo et al. The steps leading toward this entirely new category, labor power, in economic analysis are what we should look for in our studies of prehistory. You will recall that we found this category clearly emergent for the first time in advanced theocratic chiefdoms, ATCs, labeling it so and assigning it the definition of being the new common denominator for determining V1. In so doing, we were linking socioeconomic prehistory to history. In volumes 2, 3, and 4, I will be explicating this emerging new common denominator we now call the category of labor power, country by country. Capitalism in origin. As I have pointed out before, we can see germinal capitalist sectors in the political economy of both the Old World slave and feudal stages, West and East, and in the New World also. And, as I have also pointed out, this is because whenever labor is pooled and averaged according to some homogenizing, averaging, equalizing equivalent to the factory clock, we have the germinal of capitalist production. Whenever labor power is purchased and put to work, whether on the land or in the factory, we have a capitalist germinal element emergent. These germinal elements in the Old World go back to the first city-states in Samaria, along the Nile, and in nuclear China. The later archaeological record in Mesoamerica is replete with examples of purchased labor put to work on the land and in factories from Olmec times forward, in Peru, from Chavan times forward. In fact, you will recall that we found proto-commoditized labor power in the hunting-gathering tribes and in agricultural tribes. In Stone Age economics, as in modern economics, one can trace specifically defined attributes back into their previous forms, and this search for the origins of commoditized labor power is an example. Finally, you will learn that the germinals of capitalist production have existed in prehistory all over the world. Thus, they are another focus in our global study. Why didn't capitalism evolve earlier? Why didn't the capitalist sector of these ancient slave and feudal stages become ascendant earlier? Precisely, because machinofacture had not yet been invented. The essential 5 diagnostic attributes we discussed above simply had not yet come together in one place at one time prior to the second half of the 1700s AD. When they did come together in Europe and New England and in China, and in preliminary form in other parts of the world such as Latin America, capitalism quickly replaced feudal land holding as the primary source of wealth for the domesticating and ruling classes. Quickly is, of course, a relative term. From the time of Oliver Cromwell, a capitalist farmer himself, who purchased some labor power each year to use on his lands rather than taking feudal tithes from serfs, in say 1640, until the emergence of the 5 essential technological elements of original capitalism in Old and New England around 1765, 125 years passed. Entire mode of production must be prepared first. Furthermore, the base of society, which is to say the mode of production, must be in sync evolved, not just technology. That is, specifically, the social organizational conditions must be equally prepared to use the 5 essential elements of capitalist technology. In Europe, the middle classes, the bourgeoisie, were stronger relative to the ruling aristocrats and nobility than they were in China. Therefore, although the Chinese were technologically far advanced over Europe, their bourgeoisie was not strong enough. In fact, the Chinese burghers were very weak compared to their aristocratic overburden. Bourgeoisie must fight for state power, relative class strength critical. The transition from feudalism in Europe to capitalism in Europe and the Americas was not a peaceful transition. Actually, it was never a peaceful transition anywhere. Everywhere the bourgeoisie had to fight for political power. Recent novels and films about the transition to imperial feudalism in Japan, Shogun, where the new class of burghers played a role, and their later transition to full power in a stage of capitalism they create in their own image in Japan, The Last Samurai, are examples on point. We should be, given the excellent historical record, well aware of the details of this struggle. Whether in the English Civil War, the American Revolutionary War, the Napoleonic Wars in Europe, the Taiping Rebellion in China, or the Meiji Revolution in Japan. On the other hand, our academia has often spent more time in obfuscating the process rather than in explaining what was going on. At least as far as textbooks in North America are concerned. The masters of these textbook writers' universe employ only those who can propagate a narrative of reality that denies the truths of capitalism and its origins. It is only these, the bourgeois trustees of tertiary education, will allow a place in their academia. So, in reality, despite the excellent historical record, there is very widespread ignorance of the transition in Gringolandia, or for that matter throughout the Cap world. Universities become uneven battlegrounds tilted against dissenting professors. Class analysis of the English Revolution. The bourgeoisie found their European chance first in England. The underlying cause of the anti-feudal revolt among the English was not much of a secret. This is not to say that the religious arguments of the English revolutionaries of 1640 to 1660 might not tend to confuse the realities of those moments today. It is to say that a correct understanding of all of the religious arguments among the Protestant New Model Army men and the various parliaments of the English Revolution period requires class analysis. The highest class of the English Revolution in terms of mass numbers was that of the capitalist farmers, e.g., Oliver Cromwell. These capitalist farmers did have some aristocratic allies supporting them, rather than the king and his feudal parasitocracy, precisely because some aristocrats were convinced of the advantages of hiring labor rather than having to hire men to control serfs. Social structurally speaking, the next highest groups of Republicans were the independent petty bourgeois shop holders and guildsmen, artisans, mechanics and proto-proletarians belonging to guilds. Finally, there were the lowest level of the parliamentary forces, the serfs and the landless agricultural laborers. Each of these 3 groups had a name: Congregationalist independents, levelers, and diggers, and each had a program that became increasingly radical from top to bottom. In fact, at the bottom, we have what Karl Marx would later call a primitive kind of communism being preached. All 3 classes of the revolutionary forces tried to justify their actions according to a particular interpretation of the Christian Bible. These justifications began with the preordained divine plan beliefs of Oliver Cromwell and ended with the most radical interpretations of the supposed teachings of Jesus Christ, in the New Testament, at the bottom. Nevertheless, eventually capitalism had to win out over feudalism because the productive capacity of machinofacture was of a qualitative order of magnitude greater than in any feudal land-holding system. Even one in its finest hour. Armed with plenty of cash, the bourgeoisie eventually had to succeed. However, they could not succeed permanently in the years of the English Revolution and the English Republic, wherein both the monarchy and the House of Lords were abolished, in either Old England or New England. Why not? Because the complex of the 5 original essential elements of machinofacture together was still over a century away when Oliver Cromwell died in 1658. Origin of the capitalist mode of production in Europe. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels recognized that the emergence of capitalism in Europe occurred first in the city-states of Italy, especially northern Italy. Here the city-state communes of cities like Padua had in the 1300s become concentrations of pooled, average, factory clock-regulated, thus commoditized, purchased labor power alongside, or part of, the older guild system. Therefore, although the European bourgeoisie found their opportunity to seize power to occur first in England, the technological and social organizational germinals had emerged slightly earlier in Italy than in the United Kingdom and Ireland. This beginning of primitive capital accumulation was not enough. It would take another 2 centuries for the Europeans to come upon an historical treasure trove to finance the transition. Europe's primitive capital accumulation completed in the New World. Marx and Engels also recognized the expansion of European capitalism as being intimately involved with the discovery of gold and silver in the New World. It was this overnight concentration of cash wealth in the hands of the ruling classes of Europe which gave Europeans not just what they needed to trade within the great ports of the Old World, but also the capital they had to invest in expensive new technology, such as the blast furnace built in Liège, Belgium's French-speaking Walloon region. There Europe saw its first blast furnace invented. The cash investment began their beginning in 1500. This was only 2 years after the greatest gold strike in the history of Europe had been made in Hispaniola, now Haiti and the Dominican Republic. East African, Arabian and South Asian ports had just become open to Europeans, and this for the first time since the collapse of the Roman Empire West Sea, AD 400. Christopher Columbus, Cristobal Colon, was well on his way to opening a new route to China and the Japans even though he made it initially only as far as the Bahamas in 1492. Portuguese sailors rounded the Cape of Good Hope, South Africa, a few years later. Overnight this process of primitive money capital accumulation, via the rape of the Americas, acted as the catalyst for the launch of true capitalism. The Crusades. Before the last decade of the 1400s, Europe was an isolated appendage of the Eurasian landmass, and all trade had to go through expensive middle persons. The Islamic regimes of Arabia had controlled most of Europe's trade with Arabia, East Africa, India, and Indonesia, the Spice Islands, China, and the Japans. European ruling oligarchs were so unhappy about this that for several centuries they had tried everything to find a way to cut out the middle people. Thus, for example, the Crusades. Yet to no avail. These foreign middle people absorbed all of the surplus trade money capital needed by Europe if Europeans were to finance their advance into capitalism. Thus, the emergence of the capitalist stage had been permanently stymied in Europe. Then, New World cash circumvented Europe's blockade by the Islamic regimes. Would-be manufacturers no longer needed the mercantile cash from either Asian trade nor the Asian markets for finance. Exploration provides alternative cash source. It would be the Iberians, on the tip of the European peninsula, pursuing their natural inclinations to explore their neighboring territories, which meant by boat, who would take the successful route down the west coast of Africa, finding thereby the direct route to the Far East, round the Cape of Good Hope. In so doing, along with New World gold and silver, the Iberians added the entire globe to the process of primitive capital accumulation back home in Europe, thus completing this necessary prior condition for the emergence of true capitalism as a socio-cultural evolutionary stage. This necessary prior condition being on-hand money capital for investment in the 5 essential elements of the capitalist technology of machinofacture. Europeans on a cash-only basis from 1492 to 1502, all of a sudden, in 1 decade, the European turn toward naval circumvention of the Muslims paid off. Portuguese sailors found the tip of Africa in the south. Then they quickly turned northward again from the Cape of Good Hope, making their way to Calicut, India, Bombay, Mumbai, by way of East Africa and South Arabia, and Spanish privateers used the Bahamas and Cuba as their gateway into what for them was a truly new world. Shortly they would cross Mexico and build the direct route to East Asia dreamed of by the great admiral, Cristobal Colon, anglicized as Christopher Columbus. Now, the manufactured goods of the Italian city-states, Benelux, France, Germany, London, and so forth, could find their way to the great markets of the Old World without the intolerable cost of the Muslim interface. They would also be sold to a made market of European colonials in the New World. The enslavement of the Native Americans provided the key thing European traders needed, however, and that was cash. Gold and silver would pay their way into Asian markets any time. Real cash, gold, silver, was essential because European goods were cheap and shoddy. Furthermore, the Europeans had nothing to sell that the Asians did not have in better quality and larger quantities with the exception of English wool, white slaves, and personal firearms. Portuguese sailors had almost been hung in Calicut when they showed up with junk glass trading beads. Calicut is not Calcutta, which was a British creation later on the other side of India. Calicut was Bombay and now Mumbai. The Chinese had had cannon for at least 3 centuries by this time, but had never taken it to the level of muskets and pistols for the individual fighting man. Chinese rulers did not want individuals armed, which would pose the additional danger from Ronin who were already a problem. So they allowed the use of gunpowder just in their armies where the cost of cannon was something only an army could afford. Yet this period, beginning in the late 1400s, was nothing more than what Marx and Engels said it was. The rosy dawn of capitalism. It was not true capitalism in the sense of production via machinofacture, and its 5 essential technical elements. With its cheap, unskilled workers at the factory bench, where their purchased labor power was pooled and averaged and regulated by the factory clock. In the decade 1492 to 1502, this was just more mercantile capitalism, and so it would remain until the Europeans invented machinery and then brought said machinery to the masses of subhumanized people of South Asia, especially India. Chief among these would be the English capitalists. Why? Because the French capitalists lost what Winston Churchill has called the First World War, what in the USA is often termed the French and Indian War, and was fought out on a global basis. The most important part of that British global victory was not in North America but in India, where the French were forced out for good. This First World War, 1758 to 1763, was 2.5 centuries away from the days of rounding Good Hope and discovering the Bahamas. Thus, the rosy dawn of capitalism occurred within the feudal stage, albeit in the final phase of said stage. British capitalism creates colonial financial crisis Tea Party in Boston. Note that at this historical point one critical factor. The emerging post-war, 1758 to 1763, situation in Britain. Yes, the Brit capitalists won the war against France, but they did so at the cost of about £60 million. Parliament took various taxing measures including requiring the North American colonies to pay part of the bill, at least the ongoing part of supporting British troops and other British government functions in the Atlantic colonies. This was an abrogation of the long ago won, full civic rights in colonial assemblies, due to rich white Yankees, in the North American system of rule by white male wealthy men. The Stamp Act and other taxing pieces of legislation culminated in the Boston Tea Party and led directly to the North American Revolutionary War, 1775 to 1781. The ultimate cause having been the greed of the British capitalists in command of the UK government, which led them to war in order to seize French possessions on a global basis. One side effect of their greed was that it led directly to the loss of the North American colonies altogether. Technically, this was a colonial war rather than an imperialist war in that the British and French capitalists were not trying to export capital anywhere except India, textile factories. That is, factories and the machinery were not being sent here and there and sold to anyone anywhere, which is the technical definition of imperialism. Just the opposite actually, as you will see in Chapter 21 on British colonialism versus North American colonists. In fact, the Brits refused to export any advanced machinery or technology to North America, and smugglers who attempted to do so were hung if caught. Contemporary Tea Party crackpots. The contemporary mongoloid idiot Tea Party is composed of people who know none of this. Ignorant, ridiculous fools of the Rick Perry, Herman Cain, Ben Carson variety. Our kind of Lennies in this. Of my scent. Men. Gringo world they inhabit. A sad comment on the sorry educational state of the USA and an even more contemptible slander on the true Tea Party revolutionaries who kicked off our country's Revolutionary War. See Part 3 of this volume. General contradiction versus general crisis. As we have seen, the greatest transition in human history occurred many millennia before the emergence of capitalism. That was when the general contradiction of the primitive communism of the hunting-gathering stages and tribal agriculture, expressed in the prime directive to avoid surplus production at virtually any cost, had been replaced by the general contradiction of the servitude epoch and its prime directive. Namely, to maximize surplus production regardless of the amounts of value and surplus values being produced. This general contradiction of the servitude epoch continues in the third and final, capitalist, stage of the servitude epoch, and of course, in the preceding transitional phase out of feudalism. So, capitalism emerges long after the Great Divide in human history. However, it continues with that general contradiction of the servitude epoch as its own. What about the general crisis of capitalism? General crisis of capitalism. As we have seen, each stage has its own specific general crisis. Capitalism will have its own general crisis, and we can see it in the germinal forms from which it emerges. In the capitalist stage, the general crisis is a function of the competition between the subcolumn of profit and the subcolumn of investment in the next generation of machinery, NGM, under the category we call surplus value. In this discussion of the mode of production of the capitalist stage, you should remember that one given condition of the problem is that what is law of absolute decline in rate of profit. The general contradiction of the capitalist stage is the same as it was in the preceding stages of the servitude epoch. The drive of the domesticating, exploiting, ruling and owning classes to maximize their profits, regardless of the amounts of value and surplus value being produced. The general crisis of capitalism is, however, as Karl Marx discovered, distinct from that of slavery. In fact, it is unique. 1. The financial cost of the police and the army needed to keep the slaves in obedience and submission continued to increase, not to mention 2. The more intangible, social cost of the generals realizing they could replace their employers. Capitalism's general crisis. In capitalism, the general crisis is caused by the necessity to stay competitive, to continue to invest more and more money into new and continually successive generations of machinery. In order to stay competitive, each capitalist must constantly buy new machinery that produces more commodities per unit of labor power employed. Unless the amount of labor power going into the productive process is increased on a one-to-one basis with the introduction of each new unit of machinery, the rate of profit per unit of labor power must decrease. It must decrease because the new machinery costs a lot of money. Without increasing labor power input, the rate by which surplus value is increased must be relatively less than it had been previously. Why? This new equipment cost a lot of money. This cost was entered into in order to reduce the cost of labor power. This means fewer workers working fewer hours. In other words, the exact opposite of introducing labor power at a 1-to-1 ratio to the introduction of new machinery. It is this fact which creates the crisis. That is why we say that the general crisis of capitalism is caused specifically by the law of the absolute decline in the rate of profit. What do we mean by rate? The definition of the economics term, rate, now becomes critically important to your education. In the science of political economy, what is called economics, in the USA, our definition of rate is a case in point. Rate refers to the ratio of productive output per person to the technology employed. If all productive persons in case A are to continue to be employed in case B, then 100% of them are to be joined to the machinery. And its independent sources of power, and the factory installation for collective social labor time applied to said machinery. Then we can say that the rate of production continues to be 100%. When less than 100% are employed with the addition of machinery to the factories, then there is case C. Now, there is a reduction in the rate of productive output because by definition there are fewer persons involved. In practice, this reduction of rate can only be achieved if the productive person potential is composed of people suppressed as a class. Then there must be a class of persons who can force some of the productive pool of society's persons into a less than equal status, and keep them there. That is a class dictatorship of any given society and country in favor of those with the power to force some persons into a less advantageous position vis-a-vis their access to this society's, country's, means of production. This in capitalism is the machino-factured base of capitalist production, in private property hands. In the servitude epoch, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, the lowest common denominator for the replacement of labor power is always the key to understanding how all persons in that society are to be remunerated, paid. In slavery, it was the cost of keeping the slave alive which was the common denominator. In capitalism, it is instead the cost of reproducing labor power. This means the cost of keeping a few producing individuals, originally women and children, around, so that their labor can be homogenized as labor power and applied to the machinery. The rest are on their own, without access to the means of production. They are supposed to starve and die. Capitalists introduce new machinery into their productive line not to improve the living conditions of the other members of the society. They have been reduced to poverty and early death as a matter of social policy. The capitalist seeks to reduce the cost of the articles of production coming off their productive line. That is why the rate of surplus production is reduced instead of increased. The opposite of what an egalitarian social system would have achieved with labor-saving machinery. Capitalism does not seek improvement of all equal members' lives and lifestyles. In capitalism, there is in reality no equality. In fact, there is just the opposite. Members of these servitude epoch societies are supposed to be, and are frozen, in a state of permanent inequality. Thus, the capitalist rate of surplus value production is a highly variable category. What precisely does this mean? As we have seen, when the capitalist buys new equipment to stay competitive, and to reduce the cost of the labor power going into his productive line, he takes a reduction in the rate of surplus value creation. Mathematically, on the left side of our equation, he reduces his workforce, or reduces the hours of labor power of his original workforce. In other words, he is reducing the hours applied to the new machinery. On the right side of the equation, the rate of surplus value production must accordingly be less. Both the cost of the next generation of machinery, NGM, and profit must ultimately come from the surplus value column. There is nowhere else for either to come from. Even if he finances the purchase of the new machinery, that cost and the cost of the financing must ultimately come from the SV column. If the new machinery is 10 times more productive per unit of labor power applied to it, more productive than the previous machinery, the capitalist will make more money, even after factoring in the financing, installation, and increased maintenance costs. However, the rate of production will be less for the surplus value column. In other words, his rate of surplus value formation must fall. And he must now factor in the cost of the new equipment because simultaneously, he increases the amount of T, which is the cost of financing the purchase itself, and then the installation and perhaps even higher maintenance costs. The iron law. To maintain the same rate of value in surplus value production, one must increase labor power input at a 1-to-1 ratio to the introduction of more powerful machinery. Again, this is in order to maintain the same rate of profit. However, the capitalist does just the opposite of this. After acquiring the new machinery, he reduces his labor force or the number of hours spent by each worker. In other words, he does the opposite of what he would have to do to maintain the same rate of profit, not to mention a possible increase in that rate. This is the inherent iron law in the very nature of capitalism, and there is no getting around it within the capitalist system of social relations. Overproduction. Furthermore, and finally, leading to capitalist collapse, depression, recession, there is the inevitable consequence of capitalists sending workers to the street unemployed and without disposable income. In short, the introduction of new machinery by the capitalist, and his consequent ability to reduce V1 by so doing, results in his temporary making of more money. However, it is simultaneously destroying the at-home working class and its ability to purchase what it needs, including even those things workers produce themselves. In other words, if he can sell what is produced in foreign markets, as far as he is concerned, he has done well. Now, however, with more at-home workers unemployed, they cannot even buy what they produce. This is the true definition of overproduction. With the entire world theoretically available for the sale of what he is producing, the capitalist is ameliorating this effect as far as he is concerned. However, as far as workers at home in any given country are concerned, they are increasingly fucked. Better and more efficient machinery is the at-bottom source. When combined with capitalist social relations, this increasing efficiency of machinery is lethal. Socialist societies have a different objective. When we lay off workers in one industry, we allocate them to another industry. We have a completely different set of priorities. In other words, we transform the capitalist crisis of overproduction into opportunity when we seize power and introduce an entirely new system of social relations. Instead of reducing labor power input, we hire more workers and still more workers and face, instead of unemployment, an increasing labor shortage. Our objective is the creation of the most modern productive capacity possible in order to fulfill the communist objective of each according to her needs and from each according to her ability. 1. 2. There is only one way to maintain the same rate of surplus value production, and he will not do it. His objective was to reduce labor costs, not to hire more workers and increase labor costs. He will not introduce labor power at a 1-to-1 ratio with the productive power of the new machinery. Under capitalist relations of production, this cannot be done. The idea of any capitalist was to reduce the cost of labor and to stay competitive. His idea was not to hire more workers and or to put all these laborers to work for longer periods. Either one or both of these would result in increasing the cost of value 1, wages, thereby decreasing the amount of production dedicated to the SV column. Greed has created an irreconcilable contradiction. However, by increasing the amount of surplus value devoted to investment in the next generation of machinery, NGM, he further decreases the amount of surplus value available for the profit subcolumn. The production that has already witnessed an increased value 2. That is, the increased magnitude of V2, maintaining newly purchased and installed equipment. Finally, the capitalists must pay for the new equipment, and this new cost factored in, reduced absolutely the amount of surplus value available for profit. His greed has unleashed an irreconcilable contradiction. Look at the formula. LP plus T. AB. V1, V2 plus SV profit slash NGM. CD. LP equals labor power A. T equals machinofacture technology, automated, cyberneticized in modern times. B. V1 equals wages C. V2 equals cost of maintaining machinery C. SV equals surplus value D. NGM equals next generation of machinery, the locus of the general crisis. D. Profit equals that portion of surplus value appropriated by the capitalists D. To maintain the rate of profit, one must first maintain the rate of surplus value production by introducing new labor power equivalents, A, to the new machinery, B, at a 1-to-1 ratio. Otherwise, the percentage rate of surplus value on the right side of the equation arrow must decline because there are by definition fewer of society's productive persons involved. In addition, the new equipment has to be paid for, as does its installation and maintenance. Less surplus value inevitably also means less production available for profit, because secondly, the complex of new machinery costs must also come from overall value surplus value production, further reducing the amount of surplus value available for the profit subcolumn. This is an iron law. There is no way around it. Except in the future with robotic artificially intelligent Star Trek labor power. Then it would be possible to introduce A at the equivalent 1-to-1 ratio with B, and where the cost of the new machinery, D, is easily absorbed. That is, by the vastly increased productive capability of the robotically manned overall system of production. Assuming there are no social restrictions as there are under capitalism to such a policy. Simultaneously, and in the meantime, when we have power, i.e., when the workers have state power exercised through their vanguard party, we have a plan. For example, Stalin's Soviet 5-year plans, the current Chinese multi-year 5-year plans that invest overproduction at home, and the Belt and Road programs which exports overproduction. In short, our plan calls for massive ongoing construction of new factories, infrastructural projects such as the Chinese photovoltaic solar roofs, and ideological institutions, schools of all types. When these are combined with the export of overproduction value to needy parts of the world, these new projects absorb as much labor as we have available and can continue to expand without foreseeable end. At any rate, in a capitalist system, this introduction of labor power at a 1-to-1 ratio is not done. As we have seen there, rate of surplus value production has to decline on the right side of the equation. Also, 2, the heavy investment in purchasing, installing and maintaining the new machinery are factors that combine to leave less surplus value available for the profit subcolumn, with V2 increasing alongside T, i.e. with C increasing along with B. That is, the totality of costs, i.e., where these costs of T are accounted for under V2 and NGM, of all of this new equipment further reduces the amount of production available under surplus value for the profit subcolumn. Thus, for this reason also the rate of profit must decline. Simple arithmetic. Or perhaps not so simple, but nevertheless just as real. Things a capitalist can do will ameliorate the speed by which his rate of profit will decline. Always these have to do with decreasing the cost of A, by decreasing the amount of C. Slave labor in Nazi systems, or simple wage control, declining safety procedures, failure to adequately maintain equipment and working safeguards, under fascist systems, are examples. But there are many other less draconian ways such as those pioneered by the North American capitalists. Including Taylorism, i.e. efficiency, assured U.S. governmental contracting, or simple monopoly. But in the end they are all stopgaps, band-aids if you will, and can only work for limited periods. Paying the price in backward countries. In Stalinist socialist systems it has been possible to introduce labor power at a 1-to-1 ratio with new machinery and new factories. By reduced wages, forced labor, volunteerism, and Stakhanovism, enthusiastic worker dedication and sacrifice in production. And what would have been profit is shifted instead to other subcategories, especially NGM. These things were done, especially in the USSR under Stalin and in China under Mao. This is the at-bottom economic reason why both countries witnessed the early miracle of overnight development. That was the centerpiece of attention in the world academic community of economists in the 1930s and 1950s respectively. Because reduced wages, forced labor, and Stakhanovism are emergency measures and are not the way people want to live permanently, that this kind of an increase in applied labor power cannot last forever and can only be temporary. To get to that Star Trek level will require giant leaps in technology, which take time, at least in backward countries. Price paid for us. This catching up is irrelevant in North America. We have the advanced technology on hand to move directly into communism without generations of further sacrifice. Our workers have already paid the price, as you will see in Part 3 below. The remaining task is for communists in the USA and Canada to educate people as to the basic facts of capitalism, and then to prepare the insurrection for state power. At any rate, in practice, and most commonly, some capitalists try to maintain their rate of profit by decreasing their investments in NGM. Eventually they lose competitive advantage. One capitalist eats the other. Capital is concentrated and centralized. Karl Marx discovered this in the mid-1840s. Marx began his full explication of this process in Capital Volume 1, 1867. In practice in the 20th century, we have seen the capitalist classes resorting to various extreme measures, such as Nazism, and a variety of fascist practices ensuring low and controlled wages, ignoring deteriorating working conditions and the U.S. system of assured governmental contracting. Always the tendency to monopoly is maximized, negating the law of value-free enterprise versus monopoly and non-competitive contracting makes. There is a widespread myth in capitalist economics, or at least in the way it is presented to the unknowledgeable beginning student, that free enterprise is an essential characteristic of the capitalist system. While it is true in economic theory that capitalism must feature unhindered competition, this is only in the ideal. As for example in Marx's discussion of capitalism in the ideal. In Marxist theory, freedom to compete without interference at home and or abroad is an essential given for capitalism to function properly. Exactly the opposite is the case, in fact. What is the answer to this conundrum? The reason why the ideal can never exist in the real world, the fatal flaw of libertarianism. Why nice and smart guys like Ron Paul are wrong. The law of the absolute decline in the rate of profit is the at-bottom reason why the primary drive of capitalist enterprise is always toward 1. 2. It has always been the case that capitalists struggled to get contracts without competition, see Marx's Capital Volumes 2 and 3, and to assure that what competition exists, does so at an absolute minimum. In other words, the reason Ron Paul's libertarian philosophy can never work is that inherently within capitalism operates the law of the absolute decline in the rate of profit. What does this mean? One seeks to obtain an assured purchase price of commodities through a monopoly on their production, or at least at a price one dictates via negotiation with a friendly purchaser. This would be a world far preferable to one in which the law of value is allowed to dictate price. Capitalists who succeed in achieving a monopoly on producing said commodities, or at least arranging friendly, non-competitive purchases, can also assert some control over the otherwise absolutely declining rate of profit. Precisely because eliminating real competition is in effect a means of negating the law of value. It is a form of corruption, of course. However, it is essential to reversing the otherwise destructive tendency to maximizing profit created by competition, where each capitalist must otherwise attempt to turn the law of value to his own interest by doing something to cut costs per commodity produced. There is no other realistic way to turn. Corruption is, as you can see, therefore, inherent in the capitalist system, and capitalism is not an abstraction. It is the real world with real people operating, as they have become culturally accustomed to understanding. Their personal interests are in persevering at the expense of their fellows. To change that cultural imprint requires social revolution against capitalism, and for communism, via its socialist intermediary stages. Not the restoration of a capitalist system that never existed in the real world. Modern mechanics. I want the US government to pay me according to some assured formula such as cost plus, defense, war, contracting. That is the present system. The US government assures me, the capitalist presenting the commodity, that I will be paid my cost of production plus a guaranteed profit of say 17%. Then I need no longer worry about the law of value. At least for the moment. No one else will be allowed to compete with me for the commodity being produced, say a warplane. And the more I spend, the more profit I will make. 17% of 1 billion is a lot more than 17% of half a billion. In the most egregious contemporary cases such as the war contracting for US imperialism in Iraq and Afghanistan, the process is taken to the extreme. Favored corporations are handed guaranteed cost plus contracts. Contracts issued without ever having to submit proposals for initial review. As for example, competing capitalists have had to do in the past when submitting proposals for weapons systems, where 2 or 3 were allowed to compete. Now it is up to the contractor to decide if a hammer is worth $1.95 or $101.95. Aside from ethical considerations, this makes price an altogether arbitrary matter. There may be delayed checks by regulators, but the key word is delay. Because the capitalist already has the money and has been using his ill-gotten gains for even further profit-making in some or another way. Historical mechanics. The desire to have assured government contracts lies at the bottom of Western European capitalist war contracting since the days of old. In Britain or France, for example, in the 1600s and 1700s, manufacturers always sought to eliminate the law of value via corrupt practices such as buying government and legislative agents under the table. This to assure the awarding of such contracts went to the briber. The same was the case in the USA during the Revolutionary War. For that matter, everywhere elsewhere. The bourgeoisie fought for power. Cheating on quality and quantity, of course, is a better business practice of all concerned, but altogether aside from this inherent corruption, a different type of corruption. In summary, eliminating competition, the absolute tendency of capitalism toward monopoly, is an inherent function of the recognition of capitalists that they could temporarily negate the law of value, and for a while offset the absolute decline in the rate of profit. It has its most modern manifestations in fascist systems such as those of Germany and Italy, or for that matter in the USA with its post-World War II cost plus, defense, contracting and current non-competitive bidding. Capitalism in the English-speaking world. As we have seen, true capitalism, in the sense of capitalist production, required a ruling class with machinofacture, and all 5 of its essential minimal elements, as its profit center. Once that existed, then it was possible for the middle classes, which is what the French word bourgeoisie means, to mount a serious effort to take political power away from the feudal aristocrats and nobility. Not that these middle classes hadn't already tried. Britain. The first Western area attempt to put political power in the hands of the bourgeoisie occurred in the English Revolution. I like to use the dates 1640 to 1660 for convenience. In actuality, it would be more like 1642-1658. At this time, the English-speaking world consisted of what we call the United Kingdom and Ireland, and the North American Atlantic coastal colonies, with a few Caribbean colonies thrown in. The entire English-speaking world of that time was affected by the English Parliamentary Revolt. Oliver Cromwell eventually headed this revolution. Cromwell used his new model army as the social engineering instrument that shaped the entire experience. The new model army could not be defeated. Because of that military fact, Cromwell was able to abolish the monarchy and the House of Lords. He created the English Republic and tried to put political power in the hands of the bourgeoisie. However, without manufacture as their profit center, the bourgeois elements, especially the capitalist farmers, were unable to make their revolution permanent. Cromwell's new model army was based on capitalist farmers such as himself. Why do we call them capitalist farmers if capitalism did not yet exist as a socio-cultural stage? Because these are farmers who hire labor as they need it. These farmers prefer not to incur the expense of hiring thugs to control serfs. Once Cromwell died, and his military genius was removed from the class struggle, it was only a matter of time. That is, until the wealth of the aristocrats and nobility from their traditional sources, farmers held as serfs, and to the degree they were invested in proto-manufacturing endeavors and world trade, from those two, reversed the political gains of the English Revolution. For a time the traditional monarchy and House of Lords returned. Cromwell's rotting corpse was exhumed and flogged. It seemed as if everything gained in Old England by the civil wars and revolution had been lost. Although, in Britain, manufacture was on the horizon, ascendant, it was not yet transcendent. It would take another century for the 5 essential elements to come into place simultaneously. Thus, it took the British bourgeoisie another century to fully take command. Although, after the post-Cromwell anti-restoration revolution of 1688, the British burghers were never less than equal partners with the landed aristocracy. North America. At the same time as England was preoccupied with its civil wars, almost as if out of sight out of mind, the New Englanders had been left alone for a good 2 decades. Really, they had gone unmolested for closer to 3 decades. And during that period of time they had developed their own domestic political institutions. Furthermore, the drastic labor shortage in New England had created a tremendous demand for every kind of gadget and invention that could save labor power input and magnify what labor power input that was available. It was a smuggler's paradise, as the English monarchy had its hands full at home, as did the parliamentary police. All kinds of mechanics and their equipment made it to the New World. These are the 2 main reasons why the first really successful transition to capitalism as a socio-cultural evolutionary stage occurred in New England. Left to their own devices, the North American middle classes made a successful way in both the area of political life and in the equally important area of rapidly coming to terms with the new technological innovations. Innovations leading to germinal manufacture. By the time we see the anti-restoration revolution of 1688 in England, the North Americans had plenty of experience, nearly 4 decades of practice, in de facto self-government minus feudal interference. That fact forever marked the further evolution of those English colonies along the Atlantic coast. The fighting for a new and bourgeois-dominated way of life began in North America in 1775, almost a century after the anti-restoration revolution of 1688 in London. But its destiny was laid during the Cromwellian Revolution of 1640 to 1660, and its consequences would be truly revolutionary. Semi-capitalist farmers like Washington and Jefferson combined with capitalist manufacturers and mercantilists in New England put paid to the extended arms of British colonialism and the feudal order/capitalist order it represented. In the British North American colonies, the manufacture elements were in place alongside those of mercantile capitalism. And capitalist farming was the basis of this largely agricultural land. And because there was only a weak native feudal, loyalist, overstructure to combat, the North Americans were able to pull off a successful military struggle, with some critically important help from their enemy's principal enemy, the French capitalists and aristocrats. That war, conducted by George Washington and his staff, changed history forever. Think about it. It's as if Cuba's quiet success in building socialism may someday, say 100 years from now, be seen as the real beginning of true communism, even with the collapse of the world socialist stage's homeland in the USSR. Certainly, China will emerge as one of the first of the true socialist and later communist countries. Not that anyone would have thought this way when everyone's eyes were focused on the USSR. This is one of the advantages of having an Olympian view of prehistory and history. It makes the comparative method of historical analysis very fruitful. However, the Cuban and Chinese situations turn out to be as prognosticators of the future of socialism. There is no doubt about the USA being the first of the truly capitalist stage countries. Tiny and virtually impotent, Gringolandia was the first homeland of the first permanent truly diagnostically capitalist stage, minus the feudal residue of Great Britain, country in the world. Why? Because all of the trappings of power that spread awe among most observers are irrelevant to the outcome. What are important are the underlying economic and political diagnostics of class power. The Americans had the unhindered, critically important social, cultural, and technological elements for building capitalism, even if the old world did not know it. Before industrial slavery in the USA, the existence of slavery did not seriously affect the North American bourgeois success. The slavocrat economy of the South, as we were about to know it, was still in a rudimentary phase. The slave owners were as likely to be neutral or supportive of the revolution as they were to be loyalist. Witness the slave owners Washington and Jefferson. Some of these slave owners were more attuned to the use of free hired agricultural labor, to which slavery was a somewhat antiquated adjunct, thus the term semi-capitalist. A true united front could therefore be, and was, forged. Industrial slavery of the sort that followed the introduction of the cotton gin and the huge increase in demand created by the textile capitalists of Europe was yet to come at the time of the U.S. Revolutionary War, 1775-1781. Note that many of the textile capitalists, especially in Great Britain, were unusually intelligent. For example, Frederick Engels was a British textile magnate. Some of them were capable of foreseeing the doom of U.S. cotton slavery and the general crisis of capitalism, and with it, the concomitant need to move factories to India. The French Revolution brings capitalism to the fore in Europe in 1789. The bourgeoisie came to political power in France in their Great Revolution. Let us examine a few of the reasons why capitalist revolution in France was so much more important to the political immediacy of the European continent than anything the North American Revolutionary War portended. Bourgeoisie is the French word for middle class, i.e., originally in the middle, between the aristocracy/nobility on the one hand and the mass of dispossessed agricultural workers and urban proletarians on the other hand. What today we call the new class in Russia is the technocratic and bureaucratic strata of the bourgeois class that originally took power in France. We shall see how the new class in Russia emerged and eventually consolidated under Mr. Putin later in this book. And we shall then move on to how the Chinese communists avoided a similar fate, becoming instead the new global homeland of advanced socialism. France had been the heartland of Europe since the collapse of the Roman Empire West. France had the overwhelming concentration of Western Europe's population. In fact, the French population was 4 times as large as the rest of Western Europe combined in AD 400. And the French had inherited the infrastructure of advanced technology of the preceding Roman slave stage. The French monarchy in its conciliara would never have consented to help the North Americans in the U.S. Revolutionary War of 1775 to 1781, with their radical political program being propagandized here and there and everywhere. Not if they had really thought the Americans had any chance of spreading such pernicious doctrines in France. The French rulers had 2 millennia of experience in class dictatorship and a very efficient and effective state apparatus. At the center were the secret police. This police force had concentrated the French noble families in the Parisian suburb of Versailles. This concentration of the French boss hierarchy was the equivalent of Egyptian, gnome bosses, or Chinese scholar bureaucrats. These bosses numbered some 400,000 individuals, counting men, women and children, all deeply in debt and under constant surveillance. Encouraging their spending beyond their means meant they would have less money to carry out any plot against the throne. Just to be sure, a sophisticated network of spies and saplans kept watch. The point being that the French rulers felt confident in their ability to keep the status quo extant. Capitalism has changed the nature of the pretenders. What the French monarchists did not understand was that capitalism in both manufacturing and agriculture had a new and permanent technological base. The French High Command did not understand that the amount of capital being created permanently in the hands of the owners of the capitalist farms and the factories was overwhelming vis-a-vis the traditional sources of feudal capital accumulation. And all of this capitalist income was above and beyond, and in addition to, the vast amounts of money capital being acquired globally, in everything from sharp trading to the exploitation of slave labor in the Caribbean. Furthermore, these new rich elements, bourgeoisie, were not concentrated at Versailles by the secret police. In fact, the police did not concentrate them. These bourgeois found their own favorite locales in the libraries, salons, and clubs of France's great cities. These French middle persons, bourgeoisie, and the intellectuals who adhered to them, e.g. Marat, could not be set aside and ignored. Yet this was something that the old regime could not understand and therefore could not admit. Thus came the uprising of 1789. This time it was the turn of the French ruling classes to experience the civil war that their English brethren had gone through a century earlier. In the event, France's civil war quickly spread throughout the country. It ended in the liquidation of the aristocratic and noble classes and indeed of the monarchy itself and all of its institutions. In 3 short years. Along the way, the revolution gave the peasantry the land of the monarchy, the boss hierarchy, and their church. In so doing, the revolutionary leaders created a personal stake in making the revolution permanent among the masses of French farmers. It would be these capitalist farmers that provided the cannon fodder for the revolutionary armies and those of Bonaparte a few years later. In the 2 decades following the uprising of 1789, the French capitalist classes, in various political forms, destroyed feudalism, in France, and in the heartland of the old Roman Empire. That heartland was the entire Riviera from Genoa to Valencia and adjacent territories. This bourgeois revolution destroyed feudalism in much of the rest of Europe as well. This was accomplished militarily. At first under the various governments of the Revolution proper and later under the leadership of Bonaparte. Congress of Victor's Restoration of 1815. There is little new under the sun. With the collapse of the French Revolution/Come Empire, the feudal elements, with the foreign, Russian troops they needed at their disposal, attempted to reverse all the gains of the bourgeoisie. In 1815, at the Congress of Vienna, the Congress of Victors, it may well have seemed to observers that they had succeeded. But, as in England with the death of Cromwell, the success of the feudal restorationists was destined to be short-lived. For, at bottom, the nature of technology had changed forever. The political form of French government featured the restored old monarchical order. Nevertheless, the underlying economic and thus inevitably the political power would have to be in the hands of the new, and permanently emergent, agricultural and manufacturing middle classes. Continental capitalist economic downturn leads to Continental Revolution in 1819, the general crisis of capitalism began to come to a head in the U.S. In 1830, the general crisis of capitalism came to a head in Europe and finally provoked the European-wide revolt. In 1848 to 1850, revolutions in Europe witnessed labor finding its first independent political role. These real-world events triggered the acceptance of Karl Marx's theoretical discoveries by the European labor movement. And it encouraged the more far-seeing and richest European capitalists to try sending more machinery to the cheap labor of the colonies. Sharpest, at this hinge of historical fate, were the British textile magnates. They envisioned India's cheap labor applied to their machines. They knew, from experience, about Indian contributions to dyeing and weaving. Now they saw that the huge numbers of destitute people on the Indian subcontinent could be placed at the factory bench, burned up, replaced again ad infinitum. Capitalism prospers in North America. While the attention of Europe was focused on its own deepening economic and political crises in the 1840s, what went largely misunderstood, or completely non-understood, was the great success of the North American bourgeoisie. The burghers had spread into the west and south of territories only nominally theirs and often into territories belonging to other nations. And, in all these cases, they were successful. Furthermore, the technological progress of the North Americans was phenomenal. Every kind of advanced industry existed in at least one of the northern cities. And compared to Europe, North American capitalists had relative labor peace. When the urban proletariat grew too angry about their conditions in factories, the American capitalists had the open valve of the West beckoning to these disaffected workers. Workers could take their ambition and give capitalist farming a try in the West. Go West, young man. The heat was off the pressure cooker the way it could never be off in Europe. Thus, the North American industrial capitalists avoided any duplication of the European revolutions of 1848 to 1850 that brought Karl Marx and his analysis of capital, and what needed to be done about it, to the fore. Marx's original critique of capitalist production was written and circulated by him and Frederick Engels in the mid-1840s. He popularized its implications during the European revolutions of 1848 to 1850, e.g., the Communist Manifesto, and led to the book we know as Capital Volume 1 in 1867. In 1848, the Gringo regime was so stable that it profited from the difficulties of the European rulers by completing its seizure and of the rest of northern Mexico, including New Mexico, Arizona, and California. Whatever the French and English rulers may have thought about renewed Yankee aggression, there wasn't much they could do about it with their state apparatuses struggling just to stay afloat. By 1850, in summary, the North American capitalists had not only avoided the proletarian uprisings preoccupying Europe, but they had seized northern Mexico as a result of their victory in the First Mexican War. They brought new territories into the Union, and California entered as a free state. Gringo capitalists had a cancer in their system just as deadly as the armies of unemployed workers were to their European counterparts. What was that cancer? Slavery. Free labor versus slave labor within the USA? The U.S. northern capitalists were forced to pay a high price, to their slavocrat counterpart rulers in the South, for California and the West coming on board without slavery. That was the United States Federal Fugitive Slave Act. For the northern fat cats, the slavocrats south was about to become a worse problem, at least temporarily, than the indigenous revolts of proletarians had been for the caps in Europe. In 1850, the U.S. federal courts were as corrupt as they are today in 2020. The U.S. Supreme Court was controlled by the worst of the southern slavocrats. These evil men had only one interest. That interest lay in maintaining a tight rein on their slaves. The new law created a force of federal commissioners to hunt down fugitive slaves in any state and return them to their owners. Even Africans who had been free for many years and lived in free states could be seized and returned. The commissioners were nothing more than scum of the earth hoodlums, a law Django Unchained, but they enjoyed a new legal status with the power to kill while in pursuit of black men, women, and children. Under the new U.S. federal law, these thugs could compel citizens in free states to assist in the pursuit and de facto kidnapping of runaway slaves and free blacks. Hefty fines and prison sentences awaited whites who refused to cooperate. A captured black person could not testify on his or her own behalf and was not entitled to a court trial. Civil War beckoning. This act enraged the North. Some states reacted by passing legislation designed to hamper the federal thugs' activities, but such laws were declared unconstitutional by the slavocrat U.S. Supreme Court. When riots occurred in northern communities and when soldiers were deployed to restore order, the soldiers refused to fire on the protesters. In Kansas and Nebraska, free soilers issued a challenge. Men not about to put up with the Fugitive Slave Act or the idea of slavery on their free soil. Civil war was in the offing, as the 1852 publication of Harriet Beecher Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin prepared the people of the North to see slavery in the South for what it really was. Tarantino's 2012 masterpiece Django Unchained shows the slavocrat South perfectly, and the Achilles heel of the Southern slavocrat regime was laid bare for all to see. That was the running away to Canada and Mexico of thousands and thousands of slaves not about to put up with enslavement anymore. As Northerners became aware in graphic detail of the true nature of the slavocrat system in the southern USA states, the soil for civil war was being prepared. At least 150,000 slaves escaped to Canada, and perhaps that many more made it to Mexico. Then the South's evil leaders realized that their Fugitive Slave Act was going to fail. It was then they prepared to leave the Union and form their own tyrannical state. Those of you interested in the history of the slave revolts that brought the slave system to its end should read U.S. communist Herbert Aptheker's doctoral dissertation, published as American Negro Slave Revolts in 1943, and his earlier work on the Nat Turner Rebellion, and go from there. First Imperialist War. By 1850, the profits returning to the capitalists of the United Kingdom from the factories they had installed in India triggered the Crimean War of 1853 to 1856. The Russian financial capitalists and their Tsar hoped to seize India's cheap labor from the English with their massive land armies. The outcome was devastating for the Russians and not so good for the Light Brigade. After Cromwell, the British rulers would never allow promotion in the officers' ranks except for reasons of class and privilege. Thus, one of the most incompetent aristocrats ever to wear a British uniform was in charge of the Light Infantry Brigade at Balaclava. He took a private yacht to the war zone and bedded down there with a bevy of beauties and the best of food and service. His tactic in the crunch was to lead his dragoons, mounted infantry, weak and dying of dysentery, straight into the artillery of the waiting Russians, who naturally wiped them out. Thus, Lord Tennyson's poem, The Charge of the Light Brigade. Not for us to reason why, only to do and die. John Brown. Resistance to the Fugitive Slave Act spread throughout the North. In the South, increasing numbers of slaves were taking to the Ankle Express as they headed south and north to Florida, Mexico, and Canada. Armed struggle broke out. Kansas and Nebraska was the scene of the most violent confrontations between free soilers and slavers. Leading the fight were men such as the abolitionist preacher John Brown. Abolitionist was the popular term for those advocating the abolition of slavery. Brown was ready to start the U.S. Civil War right now, 1859, and over the issue of slavery. He and his group prepared an attack on the Harper's Ferry, Virginia, U.S. Armory. Now Harper's Ferry is in the state of West Virginia. This military action was to support the political objective of initiating civil war by arousing the slave population to take up the to be available arms at Harper's Ferry. In 1861, the event unfolded. The U.S. Army was able to defeat the insurrectionists and killed them. But the fact that the Civil War did start immediately thereafter made John Brown a hero in legend and in music. John Brown's body lies smoldering in the grave. And Battle Hymn of the Republic. It would be 4 years after Harper's Ferry before Abraham Lincoln would issue the Emancipation Proclamation. However, be there no doubt, John Brown's insurrection against slavery and the USA government that enforced it was the first shot fired in the U.S. Civil War. Labor takes a giant step forward. September 28, 1864. International Working Men's Association on September 28, 1864. During the course of the U.S. Civil War, 1861-1865, Karl Marx joined the First International Working Men's Association, 1864 to 1876, immediately after its London creation. Karl Marx rapidly became the essential person holding the International together, and in shaping its composition and policies over the next 12 years. Shortly after the first IWMA Congress, Marx accepted their request to write the inaugural address to the Congress. Assisting in this new task of leading the First International as its General Secretary was Frederick Engels, who acted as Chief of the General Staff of this new army of international workers. Former British Labour Party MP Tristram Hunt's 2009 biography entitled Marx's General, The Revolutionary Life of Frederick Engels is the best biography of Frederick Engels yet written. Marx saw the opportunity to organize massive strikes of British workers as part of his support of the Great Republic, and this made the First International something to be reckoned with right away, for the USA. Especially after the U.S. State Department responded warmly to his letter to Abraham Lincoln, on behalf of the First International. In Marx's letter he gave Lincoln full support for the Union in the U.S. Civil War. At that time, the Confederacy's last hope relied on getting British-built warships. Karl Marx and Frederick Engels organized strike actions and stopped that possibility altogether. USA Civil War 1861 to 1865 changes Marx's presentation of capital. The U.S. Civil War triggered the destruction of the slavocrat overburden that the North American burgeoning bourgeoisie had inherited as a product of the way they fought and won the Revolutionary War with Great Britain, 1775 to 1781. It also revolutionized Karl Marx's idea of how to present his magnum opus to the world. Those who have read Capital, Volume 1, know that it begins with a citation about the historic significance of the U.S. Civil War. However, you may not know that it was that war which brought Marx to a new way of presenting his first magnum opus to the world. From a ruling class point of view, the struggle was between two strategies for using labor. Between the capitalist North and slavocrat South, it was a struggle between those advocating and opposing that labor power be purchased and paid at free value. Free labor meant a higher cost than the cost of the slave. However, without the financial burden of policing the slaves. The Southern richest oligarchs advocated that labor power be paid at the value of minimal subsistence. That is, at the cost of keeping the slave alive and paying thugs to hold him in subservience. For free workers, the struggle was a reflection of the struggle for paid hours of labor versus unpaid hours of labor. With free workers, having to compete with the lowest common denominator, cost of keeping the slave alive, the hours for which they would be paid would be very few indeed. Thus, the status of poor whites in the South became known to advancing Union armies as the living conditions of poor white trash. And the workers of England and the rest of Europe understood this very well. Although the two British working-class newspapers had started out in support of the South alongside the capitalist press, because the cotton famine had shut down a great deal of the British textile industry, Marx had been able to educate and guide them so that by 1864, as Marx wrote to Abraham Lincoln on behalf of the First International Workingmen's Association, to paraphrase, European labor has seen the struggle of the Great Republic against slavery as its own struggle. The struggle for paid hours of work, and adequate pay at that, is the very heart of the international working class movement, the very heart of Marxism. American workers saw that wage slavery was bad enough and suspected what European workers already knew. Namely, all capitalists would reduce them to chattel slavery if they could. They knew this because caps in Europe had already done that everywhere in Europe they could. Our entire American history from its European roots and ongoing cultural connection with Europe proved it. 3 organizational/structural steps to emancipation. From left to right, we have the initial 3 historical stages of organizational awareness in the process of proletarian emancipation. The First International, September 1864. 12 years after reaction crushed the revolutions of 1848 to 52, a defensive organization led by relatively conservative British trade unionists was created in London. 1. 2. Stop by physical force, on the continent, the importation of scab labor into Britain. Raise and share, strike, funds to offset the capitalist International Organization of Labor and Finance. It was called the International Workingmen's Association, and it had some dedicated feminine affiliates, but in these days, only the most progressive males, such as Marx himself, saw this as an absolute necessity. In 1864, Karl Marx joined the First International. By 1919, there would have been 3 internationals. Within a month of its founding meeting, he volunteered his services. Marx had just inherited his share of his parents' estate, and was financially independent for the first time in his life. Before this time, Marx earned money as a writer for many newspapers, especially in other countries. However, mainly he received financial support from his friend the British capitalist Frederick Engels. By this time, Marx had been out of organized politics since 1852, for 12 years in other words. During those years, Marx had been doing research at the British Museum Library, and in 3 more years, this research would come together in the first volume of Capital, published in 1867. Marx quickly became the ideological and organizational leader of the First International. As his right hand came British textile magnate Frederick Engels as chief of staff. Marxism, the science of historical materialism, would defeat syndicalism, anarchism, and revisionism within its own ranks. The International itself would move from being a defensive organization into an offensive one. This development caused the most reactionary governments in Europe to form the First Anti-Communist Pact. Later in this book I review the formation of the Second and Third Anti-Communist International Pacts. The Paris Commune. For your purposes, you may organize your studies in two parts. The first is understanding the specific historical circumstances surrounding the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 that led to the Civil Class War in France, 1871. The second is the way the Paris proletariat organized this first attempt of the working class to establish its own form of government. The second of these topics concerns what you need to internalize right now. Namely, the structure of this first proletarian attempt at governing. No one has summarized the governing nature and importance of the Paris Commune better than did Marx himself in 1871, the Civil War in France, the Paris Commune. The following 5 principal points are Marx's about the structure and indeed nature of the new government of Paris. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. Elimination of the state, professional army, and its replacement by an armed organization of the people. No more than workmen's wages be paid any government employee or leader. Combination of executive, legislative, and judicial powers in one, working, government rather than a debating society of different capitalist and bourgeois interests. The entire nation from the village to the federal level and everything in between to be governed by similar working bodies of immediately recallable men and women paid no more than anyone else. In 1871, the end came and the capitalists succeeded in destroying the commune. They shot over 10,000 men, women and children, by firing squad, and deported 14,000 more to penal colonies, e.g., Australia. The French had Devil's Island in Guyana. More on First Anti-Comintern Pact. As importantly, historically, the First International got the credit, or blame, from the aristocrats, nobility and capitalists who began to form anti-communist policies collectively. The next would be the 1925 Locarno Anti-Comintern Pact, and the third would be the Anti-Comintern Pact. Between Germany, Italy, Spain and Japan in the 1930s. All set the stage for the final conflict between workers and capital. Psychological theory of Marxism. Marx dropped the long introductory sections on the history of the theory of surplus value from Capital Volume 1. These would eventually be published by Karl Kautsky in 3 parts, before he turned renegade, and today are often referred to as Capital Volume 4 by Marxist scholars. In their place, Marx substituted the commodity. Why? Because in and of itself the capitalist-produced commodity embodies all of the secrets of capitalist production. Of equal importance is that within the commodity lie the secrets of psychological fetishism wherein the material relations among people appear as social relations between things. This is the basis for the further development of the Marxist theory of psychological imprinting, which I have explored elsewhere. In that imprinting of the underlying template of material relations also lays the secrets of sexual fetishism, where sexual object identification is part of the reflection of these material relations of life. These underlying templates are 1. 2. 3. Without feudalism, without slavery. The future was theirs. The end of the U.S. Civil War brought both capital and labor to the fore in North America, as the prime interested parties, and thus the prime movers, respectively, in advancing and defeating the capitalist stage. Karl Marx's leadership of the First International of Workingmen began with his services in blocking Britain's entry into the war on behalf of the Confederate regime. By blocking British construction of naval men of war for the slavocrat regime in Richmond and organizing a giant British national strike action. This was well known to the readers of the New York Daily Herald. Karl Marx had been its London correspondent. Accordingly, Marxism began to make rapid headway in the American House of Labor. Not to mention the earlier post-1850 arrival of real Marxists among the refugees from the European working-class revolutions of 1848 to 1850. The New Englanders had begun their political life in the 1600s essentially independent of feudalism, as we saw earlier in this book. Now they would continue political life without the anachronism of slavery. And, as the struggle between capitalists for the world's cheap labor and markets intensified, the inherent necessity of revolutionizing the means of production did. What does revolutionizing the means of production mean? Form of surplus value determines its destination. Part 2. National petty markets for this destination are insufficient. Machinofacture increases the productive power of human labor exponentially. It creates huge amounts of commodities. However, the national individual consumer, petty, market is limited to the purchasing power of workers who are paid at value. That is, the cost of their wages, keeping them alive and their families, and the luxury living requirements of the capitalists. That is not enough of a market. As I pointed out in the beginning of this section, and as Karl Marx discovered, it is the form of a commodity which determines its destination. This is the way in which the surplus value within said commodity can be realized, or made material, so that the capitalist can use it for his advantage. Something besides value, 1 and 2, and profit, and the national petty market, must take up the excess surplus value. Even though the capitalists have the world as their market, not just the nation in which production occurs, a basic condition in the economic theory of all of Marx's work, this is still not a sufficient answer. No, the answer is that for the massive surplus value being produced, to be consumed, it has to go to more constant capital. That is, the physical means of production. Iron isn't eaten, it has to go to the steel industry. Steel has to feed the machine tool, machinery and construction industries. In other words, other capitalists are often the only and best markets for all of this excess surplus value. Revolutionizing, or innovating, new means of production offers the needed market for this surplus value. Innovation. This was true then. It is just as true now. This is the reason for the exponential increase in the rate of new generations of equipment. The next generation of machinery, NGM, in our formula, being invented and brought online. For example, one no sooner has a computer than it is obsolete. Contemporary computer manufacturers have a law which says that microprocessors will be completely reinvented, revolutionized, improved, every 18 months. They rely on this law for the survival of their industry, by recreating the marketplace continuously. This is the reason the Chinese communist leaders so heavily emphasize innovation today. As we have seen, capitalists always strive to eliminate competition via a monopoly and b assured, friendly, corrupt, contracting. They also use their governments to force further innovation. For example, the US government, by way of congressional legislation, was used by manufacturing capitalists to force TV stations across the nation to go to high definition by law. Despite the fact that such technological advance means extraordinarily high costs for the capitalists of the communications industry. HDTV is much better for the viewers, so the caps were able to force such innovations successfully because nothing succeeds like success. In short, no kind of end-user capital absorber would work unless it was constantly being reinvented, revolutionized. The means of production, in other words, have to be built all over again. This is quite feasible if the rate of improvement and innovation within the means of production keeps apace with the need of capital to find an outlet. This is what drives innovation in capitalism. This is what, as Karl Marx discovered by 1844, is responsible for the exponentially, logarithmically increasing rate of innovation in the means of production in capitalist systems. Seeds of its own destruction as constant capital, e.g., machinery, increases as the end user of surplus value, and more workers, the owners of their own labor power, are sent to the street, unemployed. With the introduction of the new machinery, generation after generation, workers become increasingly restive. The iron law of capitalist relations of production is creating its own gravedigger. For workers as a class have no choice but to struggle to seize state power, to put an end to capitalist relations of production in favor of relations that put them at the top of the priority list rather than at the bottom of it. Workers must have a system of social relations that put their needs first, rather than putting the maximization of profit for the domesticating, exploiting, few at the top of that list. See the Communist Manifesto, Chapter 2, Paragraph 22. Working class power must become their political objective. Another way of looking at this reality is that capitalism assures us of always having the troops we will need in our class war against them. The current collapse of global capitalism in its traditional USA and European centers, where the banks and the owning class of financial capitalists keep getting their needs placed above those of the mass of producing, working, people, is a modern proof. This proof is becoming increasingly obvious to millions of Europeans and North Americans, who once they catch on, being literate, will soon become radicalized and search for a permanent final solution. Ignorance and frustration lead the masses to such persons as Obama and Trump. It is time for us communists to enter the picture. However, we do not yet have a party in Gringolandia. When we do, our answer will be to seize state power through armed insurrection, liquidate the oligarchs and their system, and proceed to build socialism with the workers dictating, rather than the exploiters. That is why we Bolsheviks are a working class party. We know scientifically that only the working classes can create humanity's future, because only working people have to create such an egalitarian future. Again, the Star Trek model of advanced technology and advanced social relations may be an excellent tool for educational purposes. Where organizing contemporary working people in advanced capitalist countries, as the viewing audience is already familiar with what this could mean in practice. Imperialism, the final phase of capitalism after 1850, more and more capital was sent abroad to use the dirt-cheap labor power of the colonies. The sending of more machinery to the colonies was the response of the most sophisticated capitalists within the ruling classes. That is, the beginning of the imperialist phase of the capitalist stage. However, most importantly to us is that in the half-century from 1848 to 1903, the International Organization of Labor came under the banner of Marxism. It did so because the acceptance of Marx's discoveries was the needed and sophisticated response of the most advanced workers of the capitalist world. January 1848 marks the beginning of the European revolutions in southern Italy. It is also the date of the appearance of the Communist Manifesto. 1903 was the beginning of Bolshevism. More and more unemployment at home triggered revolts. The rising of workers in France in the form of the Paris Commune of 1871. The USA revolt of workers that resulted in the St. Louis Council of 1877. All of the capital being sent abroad decreased still further the North American and European employment rolls, workers receiving factory wages. Of course, in both the Paris and St. Louis cases there were many other specific factors involved in both uprisings. Nevertheless, for our purposes we are concerned with the role of exported capital. This is the beginning of imperialism in its Marxist definition. As it had been in the 1840s, the North Americans were less affected in the 1870s than the Europeans by this extraterritorial flight of capital. In the 1870s we were less affected because of the rapid industrialization and expansion of industrial infrastructure that had accompanied the destruction of slavery in half the North American nation after Northern victory in 1865. Nevertheless, the U.S. situation was exacerbated by the desire of capital to flee to quicker return profit center parts of the colonial world, such as Latin America. A subject we shall examine in detail in Volume 2. And the shortage of capital in the USA was great after the Civil War, because of Lincoln having begged and borrowed every bit of money he could get his hands on. He had to pay for the cost of the industrial way the Union fought and won the Civil War. Therefore, capital in Europe was finding New York a far more profitable place to go than to stay at home. As a matter of interest, James Bond, creator, one-time MI6 agent, Ian Fleming, owed it all to his grandfather, whom became one of Britain's richest men by making 40-odd trips back and forth from Scotland to New York. Each time with bags of cash he was able to raise overnight in the UK for railroad and other industrial investment in the Gringolandia and its Latin American de facto colonies. The senior Fleming starting as a simple clerk who noted upon arrival in New York, with the end of the Civil War, that capital invested brought 2 to 3 times as much in the US as in his homeland of Scotland. Workers' parties began to appear in the European capitals of capital. These were parties that took Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as their mentors, although both men were often at odds with these would-be offspring. These years were also the years of maturation of the phase of imperialism of the capitalist stage. Imperialism is the last phase of the capitalist stage. However, this phase has proven to be of over 150 years in duration. And we can now see that it will continue well into the 21st century, despite the fact that both the beginning and advanced stages of socialism are now extant on the historical stage. European working class movement. 20 years between Marx and Lenin. During the 12 years of the First International, 1864 to 1876, Marx battled the anarchists and the syndicalists for control of that body. At the same time, a group of reforming type, revisionist, socialists was emerging in Germany. All three tendencies were in serious theoretical error. Let us first review the anarchist and syndicalist errors. Anarchism is a form of racism. Thus its theoretical bankruptcy. Mikhail Bakunin, 1814 to 1876, one of the two principal anarchist leaders of that time, the other being Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, exposed anarchism's theoretical bankruptcy during that fight. They maintained that humans were innately incapable of behaving in any way other than one in which some would rise above the others, regardless of any other circumstances. These few structured above everyone else, used armed force, the state, to compel obedience, and would always compel those below to act as they dictated. This is a kind of primitive biological determinism in that it takes its cue from the idea that humans are genetically programmed to behave in this way. As such, it is categorically wrong by definition, and the other side of the coin of racism. It is the fundamental theoretical error in anarchist sociology. Marx and Engels had discovered the science of anthropology, culture. The growth of that science ever since, and all four of its subdisciplines, archaeology, linguistics, cultural anthropology and physical anthropology, tell us that it is not the biologically predetermined structure of society which leads to the evils of class dictatorship. Rather, it is the cultural nature of economy and thought in human society. To understand this state, one needs to study the evolution of culture and society and their history. Culture. Superstructure, ideology. Technology. Social organization, mode of production. Ideology, the superstructure arising on technology and social organization. Technology equals forces of production. Social organization equals relations of production. Mode of production equals the base of society. Technology and social organization together. Culture equals these things and these terms. This is not the everyday definition of culture in common speech, but it is the anthropological definition of culture and the central concept of the science of anthropology. The three components of culture, technology, social organization, and ideology, act as if they were a system of three-component governors, negative feedback style, so that no one component can get too far out of sync with the other three. Taken together as an entity, they comprise the buffer between humans and nature. This buffer we call culture, and it has its own laws of causality and process. Science has proven that there is no genetic predetermination in humans as far as social behavior is concerned. This is scientific law today and written in stone, but in those times it had not yet garnered the massive proof that anthropology would provide in the 20th century. Syndicalism. Pandering to timidity, the syndicalists, like the anarchists, came in a variety of schools and movements. But they too were defeated in the First International. They could not come to accept Marx's proof that the state is the instrument of arising classes and not the cause of class division. Marxists insisted that to build communism, the capitalist state must be destroyed first so that the socialist state could be constructed and take its place. It is only after the elimination of the causes of the state, classes and class war, that we can talk scientifically about the abolition of the state altogether. In Europe and North America, radical trade union leaders, afraid to go to class war, timid and opportunist in intent, preferred wishful thinking about taking control of society, asserting the possibility of occupying peacefully factories and other profit centers of the capitalist system. This is, of course, nonsense. One can demand ownership of factories, but the caps will never agree. Therefore, you need to be ready to go over to the violent destruction of the cops and armed forces of the cap state that they will send against us. Confronting and defeating their police and armed forces as soon as possible is the way forward. That is destroying their state apparatus, military and police, set up our own police, and armed forces, our own state. Our own state power must be made absolute, and we intend it to last until we have successfully completed the transition to communism. Failure to internalize this law of history is a form of suicide. If revolutionaries fail to kill the caps will kill them. With this state, police, and armed forces in our hands, we can then proceed to work out the transition to socialism and communism as is occurring today in China, Vietnam, and Cuba. Revisionism is class collaborationism in 1876 Germany, a school of right-wing social democratic reformists, who would soon be called evolutionary socialists or revisionists, advocated permanently participating in the bourgeois political formation. Parliaments would be used for gaining working class demands. This brand of social democrat envisioned a ruling capitalist class and a constantly struggling working class in de facto collaboration. However, a working class doomed to a never-ending struggle for their welfare needs is not what Marx and Engels wanted. Why engage in a struggle for the 8-hour day, social security, medical care, and public schooling when you know the caps will just renege, continually taking back whatever they can, as opportunity permits? The answer was and is that there is a class basis of this form of collaboration. It is the trade union pie-card leadership. Their motive is getting their share of the profit the caps are making by doing this anti-communist dirty work among the workers. These men and women wanted their just piece of the cap pie. Their appeal was to the natural desire of workers to live in peace with an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. At any rate, we now had these strata of petty bourgeois labor leaders to deal with, and they soon had a mass base. This latter group of revisionists claimed Marx and Engels as their theoretical founders, but in fact, they turned Marx and Engels on their heads. They turned them upside down, taking these great social scientists' work along an entirely new and completely anti-scientific road. After 1876, Marx and Engels had seen that participating in all forms of struggle, thus all political forms within capitalist society, including electoral struggle, was essential. Every means should be used to build a base for the eventual armed insurrection and violent overthrow of the cap state. After a successful overthrow of capitalist social relations, the workers and their vanguard party would then build a new communist social order. In the 20th century, we came to the Leninist view that communism would be preceded by a socialist transitional society with our own state maintaining order while we build the foundations of communism. The reformists, however, had an entirely different take. They came up with one excuse after another to substitute the idea that this kind of struggle would lead to peaceful parliamentary evolution out of capitalism into socialism. In other words, to make socialism over in their own image, they had to revise all of the principles of Marxism. Thus, the origin of the term revisionist. This completely self-serving fallacious doctrine became the basis of revisionism, then for German social democrats such as Bernstein and Kautsky. And for revisionists now such as the great traitor Gorbachev in Russia and his stooges abroad like Gringolandia's Gus Hall and the career FBI special agent Sam Webb. As the syndicalists and the anarchists went their own way after 1876, so did these reforming revisionists. When Marx died in 1883, the German revisionists had spawned nearly identical reformist revisionist parties in most of the rest of the countries of Europe. In 1889, these parties came together and formed the Second International Association of Workingmen. In the 20 years between Marx's death in 1883 and Lenin's founding of the Bolshevik Party in 1903, the principal fight within the European working class movement ceased being between Marxism on the one hand and syndicalism/anarchism on the other hand. It now became a fight between orthodox, real, Marxists and revisionist Marxist traitors on the other hand. And fascist radio nutballs sometimes succeed. As you can see, the laws of capitalist production were not easy to discover. Frederick Engels remarked in his 1883 funeral eulogy to Karl Marx in London that the unlocking of the secrets of capitalist production was one of Marx's two greatest contributions, the other being the discovery of the laws of history, as we reviewed earlier. These in the USA are more often thought of as the tripartite nature of the anthropological concept of culture. Workers know they are being exploited, but the mechanics of that exploitation are not easy for them to understand. Nor, for that matter, are these mechanics well understood by anyone. After all, it took the genius of Karl Marx to explain the process to intellectuals. Consequently, workers may fall victim to all kinds of persons who would trick them. Fascist radio nutballs like Rush Limbaugh, for example. Others like Hitler and Mussolini used populist language as the first and foremost trick after racism. Hitler put the words, socialist, and workers, in the name of his Nazi party, National Socialist German Workingmen's Party. Our task is to set the record straight, and educate those workers we can reach who have been misled. Because, if we don't, and we allow them to become Nazis, revisionists, or Trotskyites, we will end up having to kill them somewhere down the road in the inevitable armed struggle. Part 2: Socialist Transition. Early Period Proletarian Revolution and Third International. Chapter 10: Stage of Stalinist Socialism. Understanding Bolshevik success at revolution in the beginning of any scientific study, we need both a model and some keys. Therefore, understanding Bolshevik success at revolution requires our understanding of the scientific model being followed by our founders and certain pedagogical keys. The model. At the turn of the last century, 1903, the model our Bolshevik leader V.I. Lenin was following was the theoretical model left by Karl Marx. Capital, Volumes 1, 2 and 3, The Civil War in France, the Paris Commune and Critique of the Gotha Program. With practical emphasis on the latter real-world model left by the Parisian proletariat known as the Paris Commune. Lenin had Marx's initial commentary on what communists wanted, e.g., Chapter 2 Paragraph 22 of the Communist Manifesto, and Marx's analysis of the Paris Commune, the Civil War in France, with his commentary on lessons learned in Paris in 1870-71, for future reference. In addition, Lenin had Marx's implied model, that is to say the future model inherent in what Marx had to say against the plans of the evolutionary socialists a la the classical revisionists Bernstein and Kautsky. The latter-day, modern, revisionists e.g., Nikita Khrushchev and his USA stooge Gus Hall, are the modern-day traitors Marx describes in papers such as Critique of the Gotha Program. Sam Webb, who heads the US Revisionist Party now, is an actual FBI special agent. But the feds could not have taken over completely if it had not been for the honest, modern revisionists like Gus Hall, blindly, stupidly, following the arch-traitor Khrushchev's orders. At any rate, we need not include him and them in any category. The broader theoretical model was Marx and Engels' theory of historical materialism, where stages, in the advance in the means and relations of production was the practical side of Marxism. By practical, I mean just about everybody could understand the concept of society evolving from one stage of the way people earn a living, and the social relations they must then enter into, to another stage. Acceptance of this theoretical model by European and New World workers was perhaps the most important achievement in the actual physical, real world, of the Party of Labor, i.e., the First International Workingmen's Association. For example, just about everybody includes the American lawyer and politician, not to mention millionaire, Lewis Henry Morgan. Morgan, in several books, most importantly in Ancient Society, 1877, had come to these same conclusions as Marx and Engels independently. Morgan was working from the other end of the prehistoric-historic continuum than were Marx and Engels. Morgan had reconstructed prehistoric socio-cultural evolution as society evolving from one stage of the food procurement arts to the next and more advanced stage, as a matter of socio-cultural evolutionary law. Morgan's work was absorbed into the pantheon of Marxist classics, despite his very Anglo-conservative Protestant gringo wasp way of thinking. For example, Morgan's Protestantism and anti-papist views led him to completely misunderstand Aztec Mexico. At any rate, this practicality was how Marxism came to be understood by social thinkers. In our time, this has meant virtually all archaeologists and anthropologists understand that band and tribal broad-spectrum wild resource hunting and gathering gives way to the band and tribal agricultural revolution. The latter gives way to simple and advanced chiefdoms and finally to class and state society. The sequential stages of slavery, feudalism and capitalism become a source of confusion for many academics because they have purposely been misled by the ruling class campaign in their training to confusion. However, could we expect anything else? In Marx and Engels' days, we had only the historical record, for what it was worth. That was all they had to guide us to what a society might look when the people rather than a select group of social criminals owned the state. With only this latter historical record, the outlook for people's power might have led some of us to psychological depression. Then Karl Marx had come along and shown us that the emergence of capitalism and its general crisis brought along with it its own gravediggers, industrial workers. Marx proved these workers had a survival interest in a future of science and education, if they were to cease being wage slaves and instead become masters of the universe. Furthermore, one did not have to wait until some mythical event, e.g., the Second Coming, because the agents of change were here at hand, already among us. All you had to do was to organize them. This could provide a way out. However, our ideas about what a workers' government and state should actually look like, over a century ago, were rather primitive, in say 1900. Because our level of experience was rudimentary. In the meantime, the Russian Marxists confronted both incipient syndicalism and evolutionary socialism in their own ranks, as workers' parties did throughout Europe, but in their own peculiar form. Russian evolutionary socialists wanted to work toward a system such as the German revisionist Marxists, German Social Democratic Party, had achieved with a role in government allowing much of the party's social welfare program to be put into effect. And the economic wing of the Russian party wanted to concentrate solely on trade union issues, a kind of syndicalist pandering to those who wanted to avoid armed confrontation with the capitalist state in any way possible. Furthermore, Russian experience at fighting tyrants had centered on armed confrontations between the Tsarist state, army and Okhrana police, and bomb-throwing anarchists, the people's will. While Russian Marxists disagreed altogether with the idea of terrorism against the Tsar as the winning strategy, many of them, including V.I. Lenin, were very empathetic with the bomb-throwers, because of their personal life experiences. Accordingly, Lenin was open to ideas about violent action to secure funding for his party. All of this taken together constitutes the model of what real, orthodox, Marxists behind V.I. Lenin were working to achieve, and the path to doing so. The keys. In any scientific study there will be keys a scholar can follow to understand the principal causes and process involved in specific examples of, in this case, socio-cultural evolution. In the case of Bolshevism, I shall save you the time of having to decide which might be the best threads to follow by telling you the result of some 5 decades of research on my part. This research and my personal experience tell me that the 2 keys to follow are the 2 men, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin, and Joseph Vissarionovich Dzhigashvili, Stalin. The Russian Marxists were divided into 2 broad social class groupings. 1. The intellectual leaders of privileged social backgrounds, most of who had had to flee into exile. And the 2, at home on the ground leadership, often of less privileged social backgrounds, that stayed inside the empire of the Russias most of their lives. There they conducted a violent, clandestine, armed struggle against the state and financial apparatus of the capitalists, and their noble aristocrat allies. This latter group made all the difference in the way the Russian Marxists led by V.I. Lenin was able to engineer an armed seizure of power for the intellectual leaders to build upon. In Western Europe by 1903, e.g. Italy, France, England and Germany, the evolutionary socialists and the syndicalist types could go to the legal or quasi-legal unions. From them they got money and support to run candidates and campaigns for different kinds of workers' rights and welfare programs. This source was unavailable to the equivalent types, evolutionary socialists and syndicalists, among Russia's Social Democratic Labor Party leaders. There were no legal unions in Russia except for those temporarily above ground. And then only above ground because of the armed strike victories of Leonid Krasin and Joseph Stalin in Georgia. So, if some Bolshevik intellectuals were inclined to participate in parliamentary maneuvering, as for example in the Tsarist Duma, when and if it was allowed to assemble, they had to get the money from some other source. The head of the Bolshevik party was V.I. Lenin. He was the chief, 1, of the Bolshevik intellectuals and 2, as importantly of the armed robbery teams. Lenin's principal instrument leading the intellectual fight from abroad would be political newspapers and journals. Leonid Krasin organized the on-the-ground financial resource identification, robbery teams. And his main pupil was Joseph Stalin. Krasin's team provided Lenin with all the cash he needed to try to make the Bolshevik action program work. When Lenin wanted the Bolsheviks to be in the Duma, those wishing to participate under the Bolshevik label within the Duma had to go to Lenin to get the money. Lenin always had the money. Why? Because Lenin had his own team, what Stalin called his battle groups of bank, stagecoach, and steamship robbers. They were constantly at work in the Caucasus holding up banks and conducting a variety of armed robberies to provide the cash for party activities. Stalin did not hesitate to extort the capitalists for cash either. Lenin had to have finances to support the party press, the salaries, financial needs of cadres, and the costs of participation in electoral campaigns. It was highly moral to take it from the classes who had stolen it from the working people to begin with. Unless one understood this as the basis of proletarian revolutionary ethics, then in Lenin's view one was simply a bourgeois sissy and should not be allowed to mislead workers and farmers. Violence in pursuit of breaking our chains is no vice. It is exactly the opposite, it is rather a great humanistic virtue. Anyone preaching against this position is a counter-revolutionary enemy and should be dealt with accordingly. During the first 2 years of Bolshevik independent existence, 1903 and 1904, Lenin needed about 2.5 million rubles per year to build and maintain our party apparatus. In short, to get this money Lenin relied on Krasin and Stalin. Because Lenin always had money, we were able to prevail. You can have the 100% right line, as only Lenin did, but without money, he would have been another isolated ivory tower intellectual. Anyway, following the careers of these two men, Lenin and Stalin, will enable students just coming on board to quickly weave your way through the political morass. A morass of violently differing interpretations in the highly politicized academic history of modern Russia and Bolshevism. Accordingly, in this textbook we shall focus frequently on the activities of these two leaders of our party. However, before Lenin there was Karl Marx. He is your key to understanding the history of the labor movement in the 1800s. Marx died in 1883, Lenin was 13 years old, and Stalin 3. There is, accordingly, a short pedagogical gap which I shall fill in. Self-aware labor's first half-century 1848 to 1903 Marx and Engels' free working people. I want you to think for a moment of that fictional event when robotic cybernetic organisms become self-aware. You have read about this for many decades, Asimov's stories for example, and seen it in movies, e.g., the Terminator series. Now think of the new class of proletarians becoming self-aware of themselves as people with a distinct relationship to the means of production. Awareness of oneself as an owner and seller of labor power is not an inherent aspect of daily work. People have been performing concrete labor since their earliest hunting-gathering ape-like days, but they were not performing factory-bench homogenized clock-regulated labor, which is what the scientific definition of labor power requires. These are two distinct and completely separate categories, i.e. concrete labor and labor power. When people became agriculturalists, they were not yet selling their labor power in the capitalist way. That is, selling your labor is the fundamental definition of a proletarian. When people were enslaved in the stage of slavery, as slaves their first thought could not have been that their labor power was a commodity for self-sale, no matter how they were organized in production. Why? Because the slave does not own his or her labor power. For slaves, their relationship to the means of production is far more primitive than that of free workers. For slaves, in other words, working was not an eye-opening on-ramp onto the freeway to freedom. Chattel slavery itself is only a precursor to wage slavery, which is a completely distinct category. In wage slavery of the capitalist stage, the worker does own his portion of what is to be homogenized as labor power at the clock-regulated factory bench. For this reason, slavery as a stage in both the Old and New Worlds lasts thousands of years. On the other hand, capitalism provided the objective setting for workers to become self-aware of their new status as the free owners of the homogenized form of their labor, i.e., labor power. Labor power is the average output of a factory bench system where the regulation of the output is by the factory clock. What before came directly from concrete labor now comes in the form of reimbursement. That is, it comes in the form of wages. Capitalist organization meant that in the daily process of working, one could begin understanding all of this. Capitalism, in its time, was a critical step along the road to liberation of the human mind. Thus, Marx's theory of society evolving from one stage to another stage in a sociocultural evolutionary progression was the first key for workers as a class to understand themselves and their place in the real world. The second key was Marx's discovery of the general crisis of capitalism, which we discussed above in Chapter 9. Then, these two discoveries, taken together, meant that to build a brave, new and free world, each person had to utilize their free will, in a human way, and act on that understanding by organizing collective work actions. Industrial action, stoppages, sabotage, sit-ins, education and other cooperative undertakings would be needed in order to put an end to what had been a necessary wage slave existence, and create this brave, new and free world. This is the objective basis for, and beginning of, self-awareness, of the working class. In other words, this is the beginning of modern proletarian consciousness. In still other words, the beginning of their Political consciousness. Workers begin by being class, self-aware, conscious. In their most mature form, they will become politically conscious, which means to realize their historic task of transforming humanity from the era of necessity into the era of freedom. Class and political consciousness is in its most advanced material form in the communist parties of all the nations of the earth. Capitalism is an eye-opening on-ramp onto the freeway to freedom. As a stage, capitalism has lasted a relatively short time for these reasons. Capitalism has lasted only 2.5 centuries so far compared to 5,000 years in the Old World for slavery. In the New World, slavery was cut short after only 1,000 years by the arrival of European feudalism. For reasons we discussed above in chapters 7 to 9. In Paris 1842, in December of 1842, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels first met each other face to face in Paris, France. The two of them realized they had independently come to the same conclusions about the real world, and how its social evolution had occurred. Specifically, both had discovered 1. The stage-to-stage, cultural, evolution of technology, social organization, and ideology, and 2. How capitalism itself functioned. 1848 consciousness became manifest in Italy and Western Europe in January of 1848. 6 years later, Marx and Engels published their call to change the world we know as the Communist Manifesto. That same month, a series of popular revolts led by this new, and now increasingly self-aware proletariat, began in southern Italy. Immediately the revolts swept across Western Europe. In Europe, only the English ruling class was able to ride that bucking bronco without being thrown for a loop. We refer to the period 1848 to 1850 as the Revolutions of 1848. 1864, the First International. Workers in Europe and the New World realized as part of their self-awareness that the capitalists were shipping some of them from one country to another in order to drive down wages and or break strikes. Even the most conservative trade unionists felt threatened. Thus, from left to right, i.e., Marxists to trade union picards, by 1864 all of these workers in advanced countries and their leaders had taken self-awareness to its next logical step. This would be the establishment of organizational forms to prevent this labor import from happening, and to go over to a self-aware class offensive against capital by pooling funds to support each other's strike funds. In 1864, some of them gathered in London. Attending was Karl Marx. To make a longer story short, suffice to say Marx became the leader, general secretary, of this the First International Association of Workingmen, and Friedrich Engels became the chief of the general staff of the New Proletarian Army. To understand his critical role, I recommend the recent biography, Marx's General, The Revolutionary Life of Friedrich Engels, written by former British Labour Party MP Tristram Hunt, 2009, Metropolitan Books, Henry Holt Company, New York. Political Consciousness from Class Self-Awareness 1876 to 1903. The First International lasted only 12 years, 1864 to 1876. These were the 12 critical years where General Secretary Karl Marx and his 1. Theory of historical materialism and his 2. Theory of capitalism came to dominate the thought of working people in most of Europe. Only in Spain, Russia, and northern Italy was there a competing ideology. That was anarchism. By sending the General Council of the First International to New York, General Secretary Marx managed to derail the anarchist threat to Euro-American labor. However, in anarchism's place arose numerous contending schools of thought. After anarchism, there was a great deal of confusion, however, even after the diminished anarchist threat, as we have seen and will review again at different points in this volume. However, what we see clearly about self-aware labor at this point, circa 1876, is that working classes throughout the capitalist world, mainly Europe and the Americas, realized they had distinct class interests that required a distinct political party. The broad spectrum of opinion as to what that party of labor should look like varied from country to country. However, pretty much all of the non-anarchist socialist thinkers and leaders accepted some part of, if not all of, Marx's work. Why? For the same reason scientists in any field accept the work of their founders. Because it is proven correct. For example, for the same reason all biologists accept Darwin's work because it is the proven foundation of all the biological sciences. A next step would be Marx's attack on the revisionists of his time in a monograph that had to wait 16 years for publication. The actual Congress Marx criticized was held in the German city of Gotha in 1875. This kickoff of the anti-revisionist struggle is known as Critique of the Gotha Program. 1903 Organizational steps to Leninism. In 1903, the biggest capitalist countries of the world were England, the United States, Germany, Italy, France, Russia and Japan. For Europeans, it was in Russia that labor was at its weakest. Yet, it would be the Russians who first overthrew capitalism. The reason was simple enough and comes in the form of one person, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who we know as V.I. Lenin. The first organizational step along the correct Marxist, non-revisionist, road was the formation of the Bolshevik Party, which began in the 1903 Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, RSDLP, Congress, necessarily held in exile, in London. The Bolsheviks separated from the Mensheviks there. The former headquartered in Geneva while the latter headquartered in Zurich. After that Congress, the Bolsheviks were always a de facto separate party, and as such, they became the only honest party of labor in Europe. Split was syndicalism and reformism, revisionism. By 1765, as we have seen in the preceding chapter, the emergence of capitalism with its 5 minimal technological achievements had occurred in Western Europe. Although all of these criteria had been individually invented much earlier in China, they were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. However, the relative political economic strength of the capitalist owners of those Chinese factories was infinitesimally less, in comparison with European capitalist owners in that same year of 1765. Less than the economic and financial strength of their feudal landed ruling class. Competition. In other words, the Chinese agricultural slave and serf owners and masters, with their unique bureaucracy governing the Chinese empire, was a class qualitatively stronger than its European counterparts. This historical reality was the objective basic cause for Chinese backwardness in the 1800s compared to the rapid advance of technology in Europe and the Americas. Accordingly, on a global scale, the first successful political steps toward bourgeois emancipation from aristocratic noble ruling class dictatorship over feudal society occurred in Europe rather than China. And by extension, in New England and the Americas. In other words, the feudalists were weak in Europe and strong in China. Thus, capitalism as the dominant socio-cultural evolutionary stage arose first in Europe and New England rather than in China. You cannot have capitalism without workers, so bourgeois success in Europe and the Americas brought along with it the specter of working-class emancipation first in Europe. Why? Because in Europe, as opposed to China, the technological and social organizational base for bourgeois exploitative society was far weaker. Weaker for the emerging capitalists and, for that matter, for the landed nobility as well, vis-a-vis the relative strength of the workers. Chinese rulers had total control over massive irrigation agriculture, not to mention complete control of internal transportation via a massive system of canals and interlinked rivers. Whereas European rulers had at best some poorly maintained roads. Relatively strong working classes were here to stay in industrializing Europe. The bourgeoisie had to get used to them and put up with their demands, at least more than they would have liked. In a new industrializing working class situation, the very first step one must take is to educate those who have no choice but to fight for a new world, and put an end to the evil old world of capitalism. We had to have an educated body of workers, and this meant we had to get educated ourselves. We had to have a science of society and its evolution. We got that science in the work of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, who were accordingly also the first anthropological theoreticians. Do not be naive. Spying 101. Remember that simply being a worker does not mean a person is on the side of the working class. Orwell's model in his Animal Farm is of the pretty horse with a distinctly different set of opportunities than the workhorses. Something I suspect he learned in his brief stint in the Civil War in Spain. Likewise, in the real world, a beautiful woman can make her way as an AMW, actress, model, whore, and has a distinctly different set of opportunities than working women in general. And the corollary to this is that many people think they have or might have a different opportunity in life than what they have been handed by their personal history, and act accordingly. This latter is the basis upon which all secret police operations work. That is, the basis for obtaining informants and snitches of all types is to prey upon the dreaming of those otherwise condemned to wage slavery. So, do not be naive about a person's class background. You have to be able to put yourself into the shoes of the person about whom you have questions and think about it from this point of view. Intellectual first step. 1842. Founding our science. Historical materialism, i.e., the laws of history. Marxism's practical side. To recap, the first step was the discovery by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels that human society evolved from one socio-cultural stage to another via the mechanism anthropologists would come to call culture. Marx and Engels first defined culture in this sense. They saw culture as that learned behavior passed down from one generation to the next, that regardless of extraneous appearance, always has an identical structure, that is a mode of production and a superstructure. The mode of production for any stage, e.g., the stages of primitive communism, chiefdom transition, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, socialist transition, and modern communism, has itself two components. These Marx and Engels called the forces of production and the relations of production. Many decades later, and to make Marxism acceptable in Gringolandia, Leslie A. White substituted the terms technology and social organization for means of production and relations of production. Marx and Engels placed human worldviews, philosophy, religion, superstitious belief systems, ideology, etc., in a category, schematically drawn above and arising upon the mode of production. Marx called this human consciousness, worldview category, and the superstructure. White relabeled the term superstructure to ideology. Culture in anthropological science has these basic components first discovered by Marx and Engels. Ideology equals superstructure. Technology, social organization, equals mode of production. Marx and Engels met in December 1842 in Paris and had gotten this far working independently. They teamed up, and over the next 6 years they produced the essential outlines of their unlocking of the secrets of capitalist production. See Chapter 9 above for a full explanation of the discovery of the laws of capitalist production. By 1844, they had written outlines of a critique of political economy that foreshadows the final version, Capital Volume 1, 1867, by almost a quarter century. By 1848, they had destroyed their principal opponents for leadership of the working class in Western Europe. These were the Proudhonist anarchists in France and Lassallean revisionists in Germany. Next up to bat would be the next generation of European revisionists, but not quite yet. Intellectual Step 2. 1848 Communist Manifesto and From Revolutions of 1848 to First International 1864 to 1876. Workers rose everywhere in Europe beginning in southern Italy in January of 1848. These revolts continued in virtually every European capital and industrial city throughout the next 2 years. 2 years later, that is after 1850, and the defeat of these insurrections, there followed years of vicious working class suppression. Political reaction had set in. The revolutions of 1848 had been thoroughly crushed, with its leaders and members running for cover to friendlier European climes, and especially to the New World. There everything from gringo industrial expansion, to the theft of northern Mexico, and finally the California gold rush, and Mormonism's continual migration westward, gave emigrating Brit workers, for example, a real-time alternative. About More Than Us. For the first time, workers fighting to survive, striking for decent hours, wages and working conditions, were also being told they had an historic obligation to save mankind and get humanity on a direct road to freedom. All of this beginning with the January 1848 publication of the Communist Manifesto appearing as it did just as the revolutions of 1848 began also in January. The reactionaries were able to defeat this labor uprising. Thereafter, and over the following 12-year period, there was relative labor quiescence in Europe. This working class retreat and rearming, after 1852, lasted through the outbreak of the Civil War in North America, 1861 to 1865. Until 12 years later, in September of 1864 it emerged in the form of the International Association of Working Men under the leadership of General Secretary Karl Marx. Then different, labor aristocratic, unions got together in London to form a defensive organizational bulwark. Defense against what? 1. Against the Brit capitalists' use of imported scab labor from the continent, and 2. For international strike funds to defend against lockouts. Labor aristocracy class basis of first pie cards * labor aristocrats. 5 to 10% of those then unionized in England were sufficiently well off to be able to pay monthly union dues, and to have some long-term prospect of being able to keep this up until a family had been raised. These craft unionists had been the most difficult for radicals to organize. Marx had found in preventing the importation of scab labor a new, defensive, way of using these labor aristocrats as the mass base for the new First International. Why these types would be preferable to anyone might be a question today. However, when you see what he had to deal with in 1864, you can empathize with his desire to begin with this less than perfect mass base. First of all, it was a mass base that was relatively stable and permanent. Secondly, being proletarians, this stratum would always be in contention with the capitalist system. They had to be educated to believe they had a higher purpose in life than simple survival. Third, in the meantime, they could and would pay dues to a successful class defense conducted by the First International's leaders. First organizational step. Second intervention of Marx's reawakening in England and First International. In England, the reawakening of European labor came in a new and extremely sophisticated form, i.e., the First International Workingmen's Association, formed in September 1864 in London. This is the second intervention of modern Marxism into the class struggle. The first was the Communist Manifesto injected into the revolutions of 1848. Theoretical Marxism's insertion into the international working class movement, and its subsequent very skillful handling by Karl Marx himself, tells us a world of things about how we should behave organizationally today. So, take the time to read the 9 pages of Marx's inaugural address. Why we are here. The first organizational step. Marx became the first of us modern interventionists to prove why we are here. As I have pointed out before, we Bolsheviks are here precisely because there are many difficult steps and periods along the way. That is, as we travel from the servitude epoch, and its last, capitalist, stage, to the era of human freedom, beginning with the communist stage. Since we have the laws of history as our virtual sole property, we have a real leg up on the enemy. And in our ability to force our program forward step by step. A fascinating analog comes from Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy, where the Selden Foundationists perform a similar historical function. At any rate, when you compare and contrast the Communist Manifesto with Marx's inaugural address to the founding of the First International, you can see how much Marx had learned about organizational politics. That is, the politics of putting together an umbrella organization of truly disparate groups. Compare his language and delicacy in the inaugural address to the robust, strident revolutionary call to action language of the Communist Manifesto that he published 16 years earlier. Marx himself comments on this rhetorical evolution in his work. It is instructive to internalize how Marx had become so sophisticated. How and why did Marx's politically careful and correct speech change from one form to another? That is, how did he learn to combine organizational politics with principled politics? What might this imply for tactical maneuvering in contemporary settings? The second organizational step was the Paris Commune, 1870 to 1871, we reviewed in the chapter preceding. This was followed historically by the third organizational step, the Russian Councils, Soviets, of 1905. Transitional length time between capitalism and communism. Neither Karl Marx nor Friedrich Engels tried to predict how long the transitional stage of proletarian domination of society's governance and state authority would last. What they did agree upon was such a stage of working-class ownership of a society's political and state, army and police apparatus would be necessary. A period where the new proletarian classes gained ascendance and the old exploiting classes were defeated. Failure to establish true working-class dictatorship would simply give the exploiting classes more time to organize counter-revolution. Karl Marx wrote, "Between capitalist and communist society lies a period of revolutionary transformation from one to the other. There is a corresponding period of transition in the political sphere, and in this period the state can only take the form of a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat." Critique of the Gotha Program. Karl Marx wrote this critique in 1875 as the German Social Democratic Party was forming and going immediately off on the wrong path. However, it was not published until 1891, 8 years after his 1883 death. Marx and Engels could not be persuaded that the subject of the length of the transition from capitalism to communism was a subject even worth discussing. Much the same can be said of V.I. Lenin in Russia when he confronted the issue. All of these intellectual giants knew one thing: it was impossible to predict the future that accurately. There were just too many variables. What they all did know, however, was there would be one or several intermediate stages before humanity reached that stage of fully free and human society where human power was its own end. That is, the power of humans as a species. Not some humans at the expense of other humans. Among the high-minded altruist intellectuals of the labor movement in Europe and America, there was the unspoken, almost secret assumption that, given the chance, working people would quickly put affairs in order and go about creating a kind of nirvana or paradise here on earth. They all believed this was quite feasible once the contemporary society of dog-eat-dog was abolished. In fact, much the same naivete exists among many of today's would-be revolutionaries. This was and is an extremely naive and dangerous assumption. In the early 1900s, it almost undid everything. Building within society, because of the underlying mental template of selfishness and sadism that workers were inculcated with to greater or lesser degrees, was the absolute corruption of the labor movement itself. Therefore, of the Labor Party that sprang from it. In Europe, only the Russians escaped the total perversion of the Labor Party. That was due to the historically particular fact of Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who we know as V.I. Lenin, and the Bolshevik party he created. However, this corruption of the working class movement did not begin during Lenin's lifetime. Karl Marx saw the corruption of the labor movement and its party during his life. He had a plethora of comments to make about it, in letters and informal papers, as in his 1875 commentary on the wrong path being taken by those calling themselves Marxists in Germany, as we have seen in his critique of the Gotha Program. In 1903, Lenin continued Marx's anti-revisionist work when he took on the bourgeois socialists in the RSDLP, Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, and forced them into a split. After which his majorists, Bolsheviks, constituted a de facto separate party from the traitor minorists, Mensheviks. From that point forward, the Bolsheviks were the true labor party in Russia. The others were bourgeois socialists who formed capitalist parties with a pitch to working people. Such a clear division of those claiming to represent labor happened nowhere else in Europe. Since 1917, true labor party leaders have been known worldwide as Bolsheviks. And Bolshevism, recognized as the only correct form of scientific Marxism by persons considering themselves communists. Naivete. Yet, Lenin was also naive. He failed to internalize the complete and total assimilation of the Labor Party, in the European countries, into the boss hierarchy of the capitalists over the working class. He believed, as Apparently did all the other altruistically inclined naive, that the resolution they had forced through the Second International Congress of 1907, Stuttgart, actually meant that the now thoroughly corrupted social democratic parties would really plan for their worker members to turn their guns against their own governments. Passing a resolution does not alter objective reality. Lenin learned this the hard way. However, because Russian tyrannical reality had not allowed the growth of bourgeois socialism to the same degree it had in Western Europe, Lenin's party had been somewhat insulated from the treason of the Picards. The Picards and that reality was the European social democratic parties had become the willing handmaidens of European capitalist imperialism. Men whose idea of socialism was to have a piece of the capitalist pie led these social democratic parties. A pie obtained by stealing from the cheap labor reserves of the Third World. For such leaders, a union card was to be a share in said capitalist pie. Thus, the origin of the term pie card for anti-communist union leaders around the English-speaking world. Again, the consequences of this naivete among Bolsheviks were almost fatal to the birth of the socialist stage. Why did the capitalists start the World War in 1914? In the late 1840s, a period of many decades of investment overseas got underway. The shipping of machines and factories, constant capital, to Europe's colonies, produced great profits throughout the decades preceding the World War of 1914, especially in the 20 years before the outbreak of hostilities. However, stupendous profits that came back in 1913. Then the ruling capitalists in all the capitalist countries saw that it was time to go to war. War could do two things for the capitalists of England, France, Germany, Italy, Austria-Hungary, Russia, Turkey, Japan and the USA. 1. It could give the victors even better access to cheap labor power in what we call the Third World, not to mention better access to those colonial markets they might capture. That was the best case. In the worst case, the losers would lose a few colonies. It was a risk Europe's capitalists were willing to take as losses could be negotiated to a minimum. 2. There was no downside. No matter what the military outcome, each capitalist class would have liquidated millions of its most troublesome male workers. These European workers were the single greatest threat the capitalists faced. To capital, they were the enemy within. As Karl Marx predicted, massive armies of unemployed existed throughout Europe. And the Marxists had radicalized these workers by educating them as to the nature of the capitalist system. By 1913, these native-born workers, more often than not, were no longer needed as cheap labor power because the capitalists had seized and colonized Africa, Asia and Latin America. The caps had the dirt-cheap labor of these colonies at their disposal. Even though Europe's working-class leaders were corrupt, and a de facto part of the capitalist class's ruling hierarchical machines, no one could tell when this boss hierarchy of social democrats might be pushed aside, sidelined by the rising tide of working-class militancy. Alternatively, that their bosses, the Social Democratic Union Picards, might not decide to take power anyway, as they would be the class administering the factories supposedly under public ownership. Take no chances. Kill as many male workers as possible. And then if some domestic additional labor power should be needed, you could put their women and children into the factories. They were by far the best workers anyway because they were easier to control. Well over a century of experience had proven that. Women and children were the first brought into machino-facture production. And the history of this tradition goes back into the feudal stage. Under feudal conditions, in China and in Europe, women and children producing yarns and pottery preforms had made all the difference between starvation and survival from year to year for the serf household. Why? Because the men were worked so hard by and for their masters, there was nothing left for their families. It now seems inconceivable to me that anyone could have thought that anything other than what did happen on August 4, 1914 would have happened. Yet it caught Lenin totally by surprise when the German Social Democrats voted the war funds for the Kaiser's capitalist regime, and the war was off and running. And then, the other traitor parties of Social Democrats did the same thing in England, France, Italy, etc., ad nauseum. Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, the Tsar's greatest mistake. A brilliant Russian student, Alexander Ulyanov, tried to do something to help his country. Consequently, he was hung by the last of the Russian Tsars. This was Tsar Nicholas's greatest mistake. Why? Because the Tsar would pay with his life. And the lives of his wife and his children too. Alexander's brother, named Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, would see to it that he and they died under bullet fire in 1918. However, there was far more to it than just revenge. What was this all about? Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, later to be known as Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, led the party that overthrew the Tsar's evil regime and created the first workers' government in the world. Vladimir turned his attention from the normal pursuits of a bright young boy in high school to revenge, when his brother was murdered. And, as the whole world knows, he was more than successful. Lenin did far more than avenge his brother. Lenin avenged the entire working class of the world against their common enemy. Born in 1870, Lenin, or V.I. Ulyanov, was the son of a relatively prosperous petty bourgeois family. His father was a czarist bureaucrat, and his mother was fully bourgeois and a large landowner. Perhaps no one could, or should, have expected this young person to be more than his parents. Yet, history has a way of determining what each person might or must be. In this case, history created one of its greatest actors. Alexander Ulyanov was a budding biologist when arrested by the Okhrana, the Tsarist secret police, and typically passive politically. At least, until, and because of the Tsar's incredibly inhuman oppression of farmers in Simbirsk, where he lived, he tried to help by removing the Tsar. Accused of attempting to assassinate the Tsar, something discussed amongst Alexander and his comrades, he was informed upon and arrested. Alexander's family was not without influence in St. Petersburg. That city was later named Petrograd by the Tsar and still later named Leningrad by the victors in the coming civil war. But without his father, now deceased, his mother's and his family's influence was insufficient to send the boy into exile. Alexander was hung in the evil Alcatraz of Lake Ladoga. On May 5, 1887, Alexander was executed at Shiselberg. Changed. Vladimir began studying Karl Marx in the summer following his brother's hanging. He spent that summer with an uncle and used the time to read Capital Volume 1, and that made him decide to pursue the same course as his brother but to do it scientifically, meaning to organize and use the growing mass of proletarians in Russia's major cities. Marx had proven it was only the working class that could do the job because only they had no class choice. No longer the happy-go-lucky, go along to get along, slap on the back, fellow well-met type of high school student he had been before Alexander's hanging, Lenin now became, according to Nadezhda Krupskaya, his wife to come, somewhat morose and introspective. Vladimir remained very close to his mother and his sisters over the coming years, but to all of them he had changed. Vladimir was now a very serious young man. Serious has always seemed an understatement to me. I think even a perfunctory review of Lenin's life leads us to conclude that Lenin never had a thought in his mind after his brother's hanging except payback, by which he meant the overthrow of the Tsarist regime. Equally important in his mind as he accepted Marxism was the substitution of human control over our own human destiny. Together forever. The most important thing in life is to try, in my humble opinion. This is as true in revolutionary politics as in any other aspect of life. Lenin saw it that way. He gave up what would have been a lucrative law practice specializing in working-class law. That is contract law for employees and workmen's compensation. He began to organize social democratic, revolutionary, worker circles and was rewarded accordingly with imprisonment by the Okhrana and exile to Siberia. Along the way, he met a beautiful young intellectual woman, Nadezhda Krupskaya, and after his arrest and exile to Minsk, Siberia, she was arrested. For whatever reason she had the presence of mind to tell the police the total lie that she was Vladimir Ulyanov's wife. However, that may have been in her mind, it is certainly true that Lenin thought of her that way after their coming 3 years and joined exile, and he became her husband. The proof being that Krupskaya's gambit ended up in making the two of them husband and wife for the rest of their lives. As an aside, I have known 2 people personally that knew each of them, and in each case I have been told that Nadezhda Krupskaya was not only a brilliant person personally, but an extraordinarily sensitive and loving person. For me the idea of her brilliance is obvious. Why else would she and Lenin have been together all of their lives? And the assertion she was especially loving toward the poor and defenseless I believe to be a correct assessment. Not just because of the role she played politically over the coming years but because of the fact, before she met Lenin, she was dedicated to trying to help poor farmers learn how to read and write. In fact, it was in this early embryonic period that she met Lenin. He convinced her that the problems of the poor and ignorant could not be resolved by bourgeois charity but instead the entire system had to be changed. Today her work in this regard is recognized in the United Nations where they have a humanitarian award in her name for work done to educate the poor. Comrade Krupskaya wrote a biography of Lenin. As the years progressed she granted many interviews with the Soviet and foreign press that were specifically directed at learning more about Lenin the man. The thing that sticks in my mind from her accounts is how Alexander's hanging changed Lenin's life. Inside snapshot from multiple sources. Nadezhda Krupskaya. We spent a long time together alone in Siberia, and during those years I came to see how an atrocious act can influence other unrelated persons. Lenin told me he was responsible for Alexander's death because he was so involved with his athletic endeavors and sports events. So much so that he had ignored his brother and therefore knew nothing about his involvement with those who would change Russia by assassinating the Tsar. He said many times that this was because of the nature of our society, being focused as it was on bettering oneself, making money, getting ahead. I told him again and again when this subject came up, Lenin was called Illich by his family and friends rather than Vladimir, you are not responsible for what your older brother did about which you knew nothing. He said with absolute certainty, and those of us who knew Illich know when he made up his mind that was it, that he was responsible even if by ignorance and inattention. He called it third-degree murder. You know his legal training. And he would not allow me to pursue this too far. His point always was that the whole thing was just stupid. He said even if they had succeeded, what difference would it have made? There would have just been a new Tsar. I don't know why Alexander couldn't see that. It was so obvious. If you want to get rid of Tsarism, you have to overthrow the system, not a man. Then one day he said, Nadia, I don't ever want to discuss this again. I have chosen my side. Either they will kill me or by God I will destroy not only this bastard the Tsar but his entire system, and liquidate the entire class of capitalist bloodsuckers behind him. That was the last time we ever spoke about Alexander. I was young and in love and somewhat insecure in that we were only recently married. I did not want to presume any more than I already had in telling the Okhrana the lies that got me shipped to Minyasinsk originally. The truth is that I do not think Illich even remembered me when I showed up on his doorstep. I immediately confessed to him what I had done, and to my everlasting gratitude he acted as if I had done exactly the right thing and invited me into his home. A more recent biography of Lenin tells the story less romantically. It has Nadia and her mother showing up on Lenin's Siberian doorstep expected, and with the order from the Okhrana that they be married immediately or she would be moved on. I have seen photos of Krupskaya as a young woman at the time she met Lenin, and I think she underestimates the impact she would have had on any heterosexual man. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, and I doubt very much that Lenin would have forgotten their having met in social democratic secret settings. However that may have been, thereafter the two were together, forever. Jailed. After Alexander's execution, Lenin became a lawyer. He specialized in representing workers in the fine laws. In fact, that is the name of his first publication. This refers to the law in Russia at the time that allowed workers to be fined monetarily for errors made in the workplace or tools damaged in the performance of their duties. Obviously, this was a gimmick to justify cutting a worker's paycheck. Yet, the authors of the fine laws had placed certain provisions in the laws, which allowed workers to contest the fines. That was just what Lenin, as an attorney, needed if he were to bring a workers' case in front of the Tsarist courts. Lenin gathered a following in St. Petersburg because of his success as a personal injury, workmen's compensation lawyer representing workers. Even when not successful in Tsarist courts, he gained a great deal of admiration from working people. Not satisfied with these endeavors, he immediately began to secretly educate his clients and their friends. He used his position and his contacts to gather the raw data to prove that in sociocultural evolutionary terms Russia was a capitalist country, albeit primitive, and terribly distorted by Tsarist feudalism. This data gathering was the first phase in the creation of his initial magnum opus, the development of capitalism in Russia. Ulyanov becomes Lenin in December 1895. As one of those openly proclaiming in favor of a revolutionary social democratic course of action, the Okhrana in St. Petersburg arrested Lenin. He had made his first trip to West Europe just before being picked up on his return. That was just before Christmas, and he spent 14 months in the prison, whole, solitary. In February 1897, he was sent to Siberia. First, he traveled to Krasnoyar town, Minyasinsk district. Then another 36 miles by river downstream to the town of Shushensko, Minyasinsk district, for an extended sentence of 3 more years. In 1899, he published his first theoretical book, The Development of Capitalism in Russia. In large part, he had written it in secret while in that St. Petersburg prison. He finished it in Siberia and sent it to the St. Petersburg printer. It appeared initially under the pen name Vladimir Ilyin. Everyone in and around the social democratic movement in Russia and Western Europe knew the real author to be Vladimir Ulyanov, as did the Tsarist secret police. Ilyin would shortly be changed to Lenin. Siberia. Different people reacted to prison and exile to Siberia in different ways. Lenin was a rather normal political prisoner as far as the Okhrana was concerned, and in their St. Petersburg headquarters, they soon forgot about him. Most young bourgeois intellectuals learned from this experience, and would return to society as reformed and rehabilitated young people bent on achieving success in business or academia or some such thing. Some would be slow learners and return to Siberia several times before they too saw the light. Overall, a system that had worked extremely well for Tsarism, curing the stupid while they were still young enough to understand that resistance is futile. Far better than alienating their families and friends forever, as would otherwise most likely occur if they were hung. These were young men and women whose families and/or friends were important. Unfortunately for the Tsar, the exile system had not been universally applied, as the case of Alexander Ulyanov testified. Its recidivist failure in this one case would ensure Tsar Nicholas a premature death. Lenin's plan. Lenin spent his time in exile planning to overthrow the entire Tsarist system. If there was anyone the Okhrana should have murdered, it was this young Russian lawyer in Siberia. But the Okhrana didn't know what was going on in Lenin's mind, and even if he had told them, they would have laughed. How could an emigre newspaper endanger their system? A newspaper with no circulation in the empire was laughable. Vladimir Lenin knew he had to get out of Russia as soon as possible, and as soon as his prison term expired and he was released, he left the country quickly. So quickly that he had to leave his new wife behind, for her prison term still had time to run. In 1898, the Russian Social Democrats were just wannabe carbon copies of the German Social Democrats, but they were the only workers' party, other than the crackpot anarchists, in Russia. The few Social Democrats who existed in Russia had formed their version of German social democracy, calling themselves the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Lenin had a plan to change all that. That plan was to go to Zurich, Switzerland, and to start a revolutionary newspaper. However, this newspaper would be smuggled into Russia, so the most militant workers would be in direct touch with the revolutionary intellectual vanguard leaderships safely abroad. In his mind, he had already named this newspaper Iskra, the Spark. Why Zurich? Because in 1899, Switzerland was where the majority of Russia's Marxists were living. Some had been there for decades. Others were recent arrivals and had taken the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party leadership function to Zurich, the previous year, 1898, after its initial formation and while Lenin was in Siberia. They did need to flee their homeland. Their lives were in danger as the Okhrana had infiltrated their ranks from the beginning and knew more about them than they knew. Lenin knew he had to have money and had spent his time in exile working with Viktor Kurnatovsky and through him indirectly with his coming closest associate Leonid Krasin. These three agreed on just about everything, and two of them, Lenin and Krasin, would constitute, along with always a third person who varied through time, what was sometimes referred to in those days as the Bolshevik Holy Trinity. Lenin and Krasin stuck together through the success of the Bolshevik Revolution and the initial years of the Soviet Republic. Krasin passed away in 1926. From Siberia forward, Lenin and Krasin, always with a third person, worked to identify funds that should belong to the people and expropriate them, rob banks, stagecoaches and ships, in other words. About this, the intellectuals in Switzerland did not need to know. Lenin felt since his family had money that should be a sufficient explanation for his financial situation as of the moment. Lenin's payroll, how it worked. While on the run, in the few months he had before the Okhrana, Tsarist secret police picked him up in St. Petersburg. In December 1895, Lenin noted several things that could be done right now to negate the success of these cops. Revolutionaries were being picked up because they had no money, no safe houses, no prearranged escape routes, and no safe medical doctors, not to mention any armorers and munitions procurers. By comparison, gringo bank robbers like John Dillinger see the movie Public Enemies took these services for granted until Meyer Lansky made a deal with Jane Edgar Hoover to withdraw this support. As I have explained elsewhere, The Buccaneer, this was because Meyer sent Frank Costello to Jane Edgar every weekend from the 1930s through the 1950s to sodomize the FBI chief during weekend sex sessions. All of these were new things to Russian Social Democrat intellectuals in 1895, and they had been unprepared. As individuals, they usually had money, but it was at home and they could not go home to get it, or they would be arrested. They had homes, but the Okhrana knew all. What Lenin realized was he needed a combat party with its own internal structure to handle its own needs, which meant its own funding, its own payroll. In exile for 3 years at Minusинsk, Siberia, Lenin and Krupskaya met Viktor Kurnatovsky. Kurnatovsky was well connected to both revolutionaries and the financial industry in the Caucasus. He convinced Lenin they could fund their operations with bank, steamship, and stagecoach robberies and perhaps some other targets of opportunity. With the cash thus recovered, they could pay their cadre. Even communists have to eat, pay rent, doctors and armorers, and support families, regardless of whether the police were looking for them. Lenin wanted a party where its cadre could hide in unknown party safe houses, care for wounded or sick cadre, and rearm. Not to mention that the party could then move its cadre along established escape and or infiltration routes. They could also properly arm and rearm them as needed. In the case of the west of the empire, these escape and or infiltration routes would be the same as the petroleum product distribution network, along with the rest of the black market flood, which had always come north from Batum and Baku. In 1900, Lenin was released along with Kurnatovsky. The former headed for Switzerland and the latter for Baku. Waiting behind was Krupskaya, whose term had several months to run, and this would be an excellent excuse to keep her in place and guide 2 more soon-to-be released Social Democrat prisoners to the Caucasus, after which she would depart for Zurich herself. In Baku, Kurnatovsky linked up with Leonid Krasin. Krasin was a capitalist, a new class type of bureaucrat, eventually to be known as oil technocrat. Most importantly, he was a social democrat of the direct action Lenin type. Krasin began recruiting the young men Kurnatovsky was going to need to get the robbing underway. One of these recruits was a 14-year-old lad named Joseph Dugashvili, who went by the name of the Georgian heroic Robin Hood figure, Koba. In English, Koba means the indomitable. Soon Koba would be the head of Lenin's expropriation teams and Krasin would be moved up the ladder in the Tsar's war procurement ministry. Within a dozen years Koba would be a member of the Bolshevik Central Committee known as Joseph V. Stalin. Stalin called these expropriation teams his battle groups. By this time, the Bolsheviks' organization had emerged in Russia, permanently divided from the revisionist, Menshevik, traitors of the social democratic milieu of nonsense in Zurich, as an independent party. And it had its own treasury in Russia. This treasury would be full one way or another, permanently, from thenceforward. Let us look at two examples of how the payroll worked once funds were obtained. In 1904, Nikolai Krylenko joined the Bolshevik Party at its inception in St. Petersburg University. During the following years, 1905, abortive revolution, he served on the leadership bodies of the St. Petersburg City Council and the Bolshevik St. Petersburg City Committee. As soon as he was recruited in 1904, he had been on Lenin's payroll, so that by the time he was elevated to a working party cadre position, as he had been in St. Petersburg in 1905, he stayed on Lenin's payroll. He would have stayed there until victory, but with the collapse of the 1905 revolution and the Bolsheviks' subsequent disarray, party cashiers ran for the border along with everyone else. Over the next 4 years, Krylenko bounced back and forth between the empire and other European locales and operated on funds supplied to him by Lenin on an irregular basis. From these, he paid his expenses and those of others he was charged with supporting inside the empire. In the subsequent 7 years, Krylenko followed this latter pattern of reimbursement, because it was what was required by the exigencies of illegal operation both in the civil life of Tsarist Russia and in the Tsarist army, where he had ended up when the February Revolution broke out in 1917. Eventually he would become Commissar for Justice in the new Bolshevik government. Another age-mate of Stalin's and another example of who was on the payroll was Nikolai Krestinsky. Krestinsky went on Lenin's pay list in 1903, stayed there through the vicissitudes of the pre-1917 period, and eventually became a Commissar for Finance in the Soviet government. Follow the money. Now the question arises as to how did Lenin get enough money together to buy 3 ships and fill them with the most effective modern armament? Well, it did not come from workers' lunch money. We have seen that the Bolsheviks had conducted bank robberies. One of the most dramatic was in Tiflis, June 26, 1907. This robbery raised at least 450,000 gold rubles for Lenin. About $35,002,008. Anyone can see by researching ship and armament prices of 1905 that just this one interrupted shipment would have cost much more than what was recovered by the Bolsheviks in that one later, 1907, expropriation. There had been a shipping accident that sunk one ship and derailed the 2 others. The Okhrana and the army seized much of the armament. Even considering that the maritime seamen and the trainers they carried with all that equipment were Social Democrat volunteers, many Bolsheviks among them, just the labor subsistence and medical costs on such a journey would have been immense, not to mention the cost of the ships and their cargo. The answer is that the Bolshevik fundraising program involved thousands of bank robberies in this period, 1900 to 1905, accompanied by nearly as many armed robberies, stagecoaches and ships, included. At this critical juncture it was not a party theoretician Lenin elevated to the Holy Trinity, but first the bank robber-in-chief, Leonid Krasin. Remember, Lenin had worked indirectly or directly with Krasin for the previous 7 years. Since their collaboration had a 2-year introductory period, via Viktor Kurnatovsky initially, who was in Minsk with Lenin, and then with Krasin waiting in the Caucasus. And 5 years of direct relations by courier. In 1905, when Lenin moved his HQ to the Finnish-Russian border area, it was Krasin he brought with him, and a longtime Bolshevik ally, Bogdanov. Chief armaments buyer Ecuador's military junta Colonel Maxim Litvinov. Armed with many millions of Russian gold rubles converted into US dollars, Swiss francs, French francs, British pounds and so forth, and several highly respected Parisian and Swiss banks, vice bank robber-in-chief, the Bolshevik, Maxim Litvinov, born Meyer Wallach of Jewish parents in Poland, along with a small group of compatriots from the Caucasus, Como et al., began buying military equipment from European arms manufacturers in a variety of countries. And Litvinov was able to get the Japanese to provide their best modern machine guns at reasonable prices. Remember, the trigger for the now raging revolution in Russia had been the Russo-Japanese War? Japan still looked toward getting more out of her victory than she had already achieved. Leave it to Litvinov to find a way to explain that to them with material consequences. Litvinov and his principal associate in this endeavor, Como, Stalin's youthful comrade who arranged the Balkan sources of weapons and volunteer fighters, got repeating rifles from Switzerland, Brownings and Mausers from Hamburg licensees, and in the UK alone bought 15,500 rifles, 250,000 cartridges, 2,500 revolvers, 3 tons of high explosives. Litvinov loaded all of what he acquired from Japanese sources and arms manufacturers in Western Europe and the UK on ships destined for Russia ports. This fleet included the ill-fated trip to Petersburg via the Finnish coast we have already mentioned. Police found a wrecked yacht where they recovered 2,000 rifles and 650,000 bullets. Krassin said. It was a lot more than that, including cash, but they obviously stole that and sold the other weapons. This shows us that Lenin, Krassin, Kermo, and Stalin had reactivated the Black Sea Caspian petroleum products route to Moscow, St. Petersburg, and every other major Russian city, once again. This means the Holy Trinity was supplying their armed insurrectionary teams, Stalin's battle groups, in Petersburg, Moscow, and wherever else, from the south as well as from the Finnish coastal northern route. 300, 5 to 7-man, armed insurrectionary teams, Stalin's Georgian-style battle groups, were ordered, by Lenin, to be created in January of 1905 for Petersburg alone. Many more were being assembled, and armed, for an uprising then currently scheduled for the spring of 1906. The exact timing and the date were Lenin's decision to make, and he opted for a date when the revolution to be was in process. He wanted to be in place, perhaps on the verge of consolidating state power, for the returning soldiers and sailors. These men were known to be extremely angry with the government over its wartime incompetence against Japan. He set the date as April 1, 1906. However, several more identical shipments did get through, and the bosses, Lenin and Krassin, sitting in Finland and or Petersburg, said, "Not to worry about it, we have plenty more on the high seas." Many gold rubles indeed must have occupied the Bolshevik treasury by the end of 1905. Ecuador. Litvinov presented himself as a colonel from the Republic of Ecuador, which was deeply involved in civil war with more than 2 contestants for state power, all fielding military forces, and South American style. He visited the armaments manufacturers all over Europe to get his list of equipment for Lenin. The boss was planning to trigger an armed seizure of state power to begin in the spring of 1906. He provided the end-user statements where necessary and had shipment taken to appropriate ports for transoceanic journeys. In the real event, the ocean would be to the east and not west, for these ships and their cargo was on their way to St. Petersburg and Moscow, not Guayaquil. At one arms convention, Colonel Litvinov stood shoulder to shoulder with the Russian Tsar's top generals, also there as potential buyers and of course of representatives of the Russian market. One might assume they would have been surprised to know that Colonel Litvinov was actually buying the same arms to take to their current, most deadly enemy, for use against them in the revolution raging at home, all over the empire. Back at the ranch, Krylenko along with others in the Krassin team learned how to rob in one country, the Tsarist Empire, live in another, Switzerland, and bank in still another, France, England, Germany, Norway, Sweden, Spain. Learning how to deposit and withdraw in circumspect ways and how to work with individual bankers to get what you wanted quietly was a critical Bolshevik, secret department, way of institutionalizing Bolshevik financial policy. Gold dealers in Europe would melt down Tsarist bricks and other identifiable gold items and pay up to 75%, usually only 50%, in immediately exchangeable currency. However, it was a treacherous profession full of Shylocks and killers and required sophistication to handle. That is how the banking and gold exchange arm of the Bolshevik treasury had to work. During the 6 months from February to October of 1917, Krylenko was one of the major recipients of Lenin's money, much of it now recently obtained from the German General Staff. When the Bolsheviks succeeded in the seizure of Russian state power, 24 to 26 October, 1917, Krylenko switched from the party payroll to the government payroll, and that was permanent. As it was with the entire surviving old Bolshevik cadre. Without these independent financial resources, the Bolsheviks would never have been able to get off the ground. They would have remained part of the sewing circle of intellectuals in Europe, isolated from their own people, and indeed from reality. Sourcing our error: misunderstanding socio-cultural stage psychology, mental template imprinting. Having completely misunderstood the absorption of the German Social Democrats into the boss hierarchy of the German capitalists, Lenin was stunned and shaken. He went to the Bern, Switzerland library in September of 1914, because he was going back to Hegel. He spent a year trying to figure out what had gone wrong. The fact that he had to do it this way shows how isolated he was from the reality of everyday people, the way they think. Which is rather amazing, given his many years of underground organizing and clandestine operations, not to mention his jail time and exile to Siberia for 3 years. This is more than an interesting sideline to our story. It is the very essence of it. Because as you are going to see, if you haven't already, it is the idea that people, especially poor and working people, are ideologically pure of heart, essentially good, birthed with a blank slate, etc., which turns out to be fundamentally wrong. People are whatever the environmental template of society is, culture being the environment, and when it is altruistic, people are altruistic, and when it is selfish, sadistic, people are selfish, sadistic. Furthermore, and finally, the template is set by the epoch and the stage and is inculcated into nearly everyone regardless of class. It would take many decades to figure this out. Now, back to our story. Joseph Stalin. Did Joseph Stalin suffer from this extreme naivete? There were not many naive bones in Stalin's body. Stalin came from the most oppressed sector of Georgia's working class would-be small bourgeois population. He suffered an alcoholic father that beat him senseless, and left him with a crippled arm and a religious, albeit wheeler-dealer, washerwoman for a mother. His first sexual experience was with a religious and undereducated Georgian girl. A young woman, whom he nevertheless was deeply in love with. Her death by poverty and cholera, while they were on the run, scarred him psychologically for the rest of his life. He later said with her death his last warm feelings departed from him forever. At any rate, Stalin had been arrested many times and had gone to prison 7 times and escaped 6 times when the First World War broke out in August of 1914. I suspect Stalin was not surprised that all the traitor parties were traitor parties. What else could you expect from a labor movement that had been co-opted into the boss hierarchy of the capitalist classes? Nothing else. Now the workers would have to pay the price of having been betrayed. For redivision of world markets and cheap labor power, in the colonies, was only one objective of the world war the capitalists had launched. The other was the equally important objective of killing as many million supernumeraries. Unwanted. And dangerously restive. Socialistic/communistic European working class males as possible. Lenin understood this, and so did his principal Bolshevik followers. Of all of them, it was Joseph Stalin, a direct victim of all the evils of his time, who perhaps more than any other, understood in his very soul the truths of Marx's and now Lenin's understanding. This is what the US ruling bosses have in mind for you, by the way. Their plan is to kill you off in huge, genocidal numbers at home and abroad. You are no longer necessary to them. They have begun by building prisons for you, using the phony war on drugs as the excuse, and engaging in wars planned to kill you, creating new diseases to exterminate you, and exploiting environmental catastrophes of geologic proportions to finish off the job. The Katrina and 2017 Texas and Florida hurricanes and the BP oil spill are recent examples. And in this latter regard, they have had the insulting audacity to put on a Hope Crosby type of road movie to dull your perception, as in the aftermath of the Indonesian tsunami in the traveling Clinton-Bush roadshow. Clinton and gang show up in Haiti, and years later millions still live in tents in a cesspool, the donations stolen by the Clinton Foundation, which should be a RICO target but will not be. Stalin's importance to Lenin and the Bolsheviks was because he was clear on the nature of the enemy and what was to be done about them. He was willing to get those things done for his party and his chief. His clarity was achieved first in the real school of life. Lenin recognized these qualities in Stalin, calling him that wonderful Georgian. Stalin's special relationship with Lenin. One might wonder why the question of Stalin and Stalinism has been so terribly distorted in the English-speaking world. The answer should be obvious. The ruling capitalist classes, and their academic toadies, desperately needed to attack Stalin, and they found the most convenient way of attacking him to use the mythology spread by Trotsky and contemporary PSL Trotskyites. A mythology dragged into the 21st century by FBI agents like the low-life scumbag traitor Sam Webb and his FBI flunkies, Scott Marshall, Jupiter Tyner, Judith LaPuta. Not to mention the capitalists' very well-paid hacks like Robert Conrad and Robert Payne. However, the historical record is quite clear. Lenin had a special relationship with Stalin. Lenin saw that Stalin was not only a great moneymaker but also an unusually adept national leader. As far as I know, Lenin never capitulated to anyone in debate until he did to Stalin when the latter arose to oppose his view of the national question in the 1905 Bolshevik conference in Finland. Then Lenin decided to reverse himself and asked that Stalin write the party's resolution on the national question. Forever after, Lenin treated Stalin as a theoretical equal as well as respecting him as a major financial resource. The lies. Lying about history is the stock and trade of capitalist academics, and especially when it comes to the history of socialism. Naturally, this continues to this very day. This educational role is the commodity they have to sell. For example, in May of 2009, PBS broadcast the most recent attack of the remaining Gringolandia fascist academics against Stalin, entitled World War II, Stalin, the Nazis, and the West. It starts out with a great lie of omission, ignoring the 22-year history of Britain and France against the USSR, including their every attempt at sending Hitler against the USSR during the years 1933 to 1941, which you will learn all about below in the chapter on World War II. The PBS lies continue, one compounded on the other, throughout this miserable mini-series. This mini-series features the execution of several thousand Polish enemies of the people, and these were the worst people who ever lived in Poland, at Stalin's orders. I certainly would have done exactly what Stalin did if I had been in Stalin's place, and I would expect so would any true working-class leader. However that may be, these remaining fascist screenwriters proceed in their so-called documentary movie to claim the liquidation of the Kulaks was a mass murder. In fact, from our standpoint, removing the kulaks from the countryside, exiling them for 5 years, Chapter 12, was one of the best things Stalin ever did. For liquidating this backbone class of capitalism in Russian agriculture, Stalin received and is receiving, and will receive, countless kudos and our everlasting thanks for many generations yet to come. Finally, it is unclear to me how many kulaks actually perished out of the number relocated to Siberia or sent to prison work camps, not that the number is the key criteria. Whatever the number, removing the kulaks from the countryside was the right thing to do. However, it is always useful to know the facts being discussed. PBS is worse than Fox News when it becomes the purveyor of historical lies and mythology, because everyone knows that Fox News is just Rupert Murdoch's private bitch machine. In fact, this PBS pack of lies was rushed out to counter the truth as now is being published herein and in other books. Especially since the earlier excellent movie World War II with the major actors Michael Caine, Bob Hoskins, John Lithgow playing the roles of Stalin, Churchill and Roosevelt respectively, has had such an impact on contemporary thinking in gringo academia of a positive, which is to say truthful, way. A truthful exposition of World War II and its conduct as reflected in the memoirs of these 3 participants is antithetical to what PBS wants to portray. PBS is, after all, just another capitalist outlet for lies and misstatements of history, albeit unlike Fox News it is aimed at educated North Americans as opposed to the lumpen and ignorant misled sheep targeted by Fox. Unfortunately, on world standards, what passes for political and historical education in Gringolandia is a travesty of lies and childish comic book propaganda, sometimes backed up by silly religious fairy tales of the Bible school variety. FBI caught hands in the Tilda Sam Webb story. Yet even worse is the attack ongoing in the USA by left fakirs like FBI Special Agent Sam Webb, who says, "What about Stalin's crimes?" As a matter of interest, the Gringo government's Kusa cover document, the FBI pamphlet, authored by FBI Special Agent Sam Webb, Reflections on Socialism, was rushed out precisely to counter this book, in its original, 2005 edition. The FBI was panic-stricken over the exposure of their puppet party under Sam Webb. They spent so many millions over many years to create the entity for which they were optimistic. In desperation, they have pulled out second-string agents like Scott Marshall and Jupiter Tyner to try to deflect attention from Webb's obvious payroll position. Now that entire gang is exposed and going down the sewer of history where it belongs. Trotsky to Khrushchev. The international communist movement had already handled the lies spread by Trotsky. So there would have to be a new set of lies and myths from a reputable source to do the job against Stalin, and the imperialists did not have long to wait. Within 3 years of Stalin's death, they had a new arsenal of lies to use against the memory of the man who had made socialism triumphant across the surface of the earth. This coming in the form of a new mythology created by one of Stalin's right-hand men, Nikita Khrushchev. The Fat Man issued his so-called secret report to the Party Congress in 1956. That nonsense put the icing on the anti-Stalin cake being cooked up by imperialism in conjunction with modern revisionism, and their old stand by Trotskyism. The new class in Russia, with Nikita Khrushchev at its head, was asserting itself for political domination of the USSR. To succeed they had to discredit Stalin. All of this Khrushchev crap was and is aimed at vindicating the fairy tale novelistic history written by New York Times hack Robert Payne in his biography Stalin. Based on nothing but his own creative imagination, building on Trotsky's earlier published slanders. Then HBO took on the task of justifying Payne's fairy tale history by inserting the voiceover of an actress speaking words from Stalin's daughter, as if she had been there for all of this. She had not even been born in these years. In the process, the movie producers for HBO purposely confuse her book with Payne's, so the viewer never gets a true read on what she said. And so there the matter stood. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, 1. Truth and Consequences, Georgia. The only decent biography of Joseph Stalin produced by the English-language Cap Press, anywhere, ever, is the recent volume by Simon Sebag Montefiore. He has produced the only reliable capitalist history of the youthful Stalin in Georgia and the Transcaucasus entitled Young Stalin, 2007, Simon S. Montefiore, Alfred A. Knopf, New York, 461 pages. I have found his chronology useful in establishing the principal dates and events in the evolution of one of our greatest leaders. Montefiore squarely confronts the lies created from whole cloth by Leon Trotsky and then picked up and regurgitated by the paid hacks of the U.S. oligarchs such as Robert Payne, Robert Conquest, Robert Service et al. Ad nauseum. In his own words, Montefiore says, "Every historian has quoted Trotsky's claim that Stalin was a provincial mediocrity. And the Menshevik, Sukhanov, says that Stalin was so greyly mediocre that he was just a grey blur in history in 1917. Yet if this was so, how did the mediocrity seize power, outwit talented politicians such as Lenin, Bukharin and Trotsky himself, and coordinate his program of industrialization, the savage war on the peasantry and the ghoulish Great Terror? How did the blur become the homicidal but super effective world statesman who helped create and industrialize the USSR, outplayed Churchill and Roosevelt, organized Stalingrad and defeated Hitler? It is clear from hostile and friendly witnesses that Stalin was always exceptional, even from childhood. We have relied on Trotsky's unrecognizably prejudiced portrait for too long. The truth was different. Trotsky's view tells us more about his own vanity, snobbery, and lack of political skills than about the early Stalin. Small cats. You cadre can see Montefiore's obvious anti-communism, and I will correct all of that as we proceed. But since our academe is composed of mostly anti-communists, and we have to deal with the world we have, when it is all said and done, Montefiore is far better than what we call small cats in Mexico, like the foregoing scum, pain, conquest, service, et.al. Small cats is a phrase I learned many years ago in Mexico referencing the kind of lackey who sits on the floor near the table of the oligarchs waiting for a handout. Like pet cats often hang around the dinner table hoping for a bite. The pathetic part of being a gringo small cat is that the oligarchs spend more money on their favorite prostitutes in a weekend than guys like the lowlifes foregoing will make in their entire lives. Lives on the various teats created for them, and what they consider the wonderful perks that go with them. As an illustrative comment, I might mention that I once visited a Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills, California, jewelry store with one of Mexico's richest women. She decided to buy everything in the store. By the time she left, the bill was nearly $100 million. She paid that day in cash. The bulk of this stuff in stores of this Beverly Hills type is paste. The actual jewelry is in bank vaults, and is delivered accordingly under armed guards to whatever destination is provided by the purchaser. A year later, when I visited her in Acapulco, she had not even bothered to unwrap all of it. That is more money than this entire rat pack of so-called capitalist intellectuals would make in their entire lives, taken together. Anyway, back at the ranch. Joseph Stalin Joseph Vissarionovich Dugashvili, Joseph V. Stalin, was born on December 6, 1878. In later years he changed the date by 1 year forward in order to avoid conscription into the Tsarist army. The latter date of December 1879 became the official date. Either way, this makes Stalin roughly 10 years younger than V.I. Lenin. The birth occurred in Gori, Georgia. Joseph's father was Vissarion Besso Dugashvili, and his mother was named Ekaterina Kiki Geladze. Georgia by this time had been absorbed into the Tsarist Empire, but that was a relatively recent development, completed in 1878, and their Besso and Kik's wedding was traditional Georgian and in the Georgian language. For 1,000 years, the Bagration family had ruled Georgia as an independent Christian country, albeit composed of a multitude of nationalities extending from Eastern origins in Mongolia to Turkish, Russian, and even European homelands. Note that Bagration was the name that Joseph later attached to the Soviet drive to expel Germany from Soviet soil in the Second World War. Stalin's father was a petty bourgeois cobbler, an employer of laborers in a shoe and boot-making small factory workshop. His mother was the daughter of a potter and gardener to the rich, who died while she was young, so that she had been raised in her mother's family home in Gori. Stalin's father Besso Dugashvili became mentally disturbed as time went on and a practicing alcoholic, and lost everything. Besso's long-suffering wife Kiki was somewhat promiscuous with many well-to-do men, and as a result always kept her head above water, as well as that of her surviving child, Joseph. It was she who got him into school and eventually into the seminary. These were educational steps far above Joseph's deteriorating family's place in Georgian life. Kiki was considered to be one of the most beautiful girls in Georgia, and her amorous nature cleared the way for both her and her son all of their young lives. In fact, no one is sure who Joseph's father really was. This is beyond the scope of this handbook, but suffice to say that Stalin himself believed and said someone other than Crazy Besso fathered him. Learning the truth little by little. As the years since 1965 progressed and I read more and more of the original documents, I came to see an entirely different Stalin than the one Trotsky propagandized and Khrushchev invented. So different that it is truly shocking. Furthermore, because of my own involvement in the U.S. intelligence service, I began to see how Stalin organized and led the most important combat part of the international communist movement, the Red Secret Service. Let me give you an accurate assessment of Stalin's originating role in the Bolshevik Party. Officially, on December 9, 1879, Stalin was born Joseph Vissarionovich Dugashvili in Gori, Georgia. Therefore, he was roughly 10 years younger than Lenin. Nicknamed Joey Soso by others, he chose the name Koba for himself by the time of his adolescence. In time, he would take on a new name. His official new name would be Stalin, the Man of Steel. However, that was some time into the future, circa 1911. For now, Stalin would be Joseph, Joey, or Koba. Koba was the hero of a Robin Hood novel about a Georgian who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. Joseph continued to use Koba as his party name in the underground world of the RSDLP. The main book Koba read was The Patricide. Its author Alexander Kazbegi, perhaps the wealthiest landowner in Georgia, had released his serfs from their serf obligations, given away his own wealth, and gone to living as a simple herder of sheep in the mountains of Georgia. Writing his Koba stories occupied Kazbegi's plentiful spare time as a shepherd during the years 1880 to 1886, the first 6 years of Joseph's childhood. In 1887, at the age of 8, Joseph's mother enrolled him in elementary school. Here he was forced to learn Russian, as instruction was done only in Russian, and he completed elementary and middle schooling therefore in the Russian language. In 1894, he graduated with honors from this church school. In 1901, at the age of 14, he was admitted to the seminary in Tiflis, Tbilisi, Georgia, for high schooling, which was the only way toward a higher education for a poor boy. In 1902, still at the age of 14, he joined the Russian Social Democratic Circle, called Mesami Desai, in Tiflis. Renamed Tbilisi in 1936 by Stalin. There Koba caught the attention of the man who would become his mentor, Leonid Krasin. Krasin was a well-educated capitalist, working for Russian wildcatters and foreign oil concerns as a manager. Company man. Company man is the US term for the financier's boss of a drilling site. Sometimes Krasin was an entrepreneur for himself, wildcatting in the rough-and-tumble oil field. Culture of Georgia, especially around Caspian Sea Baku and Black Sea Batum. During the last 3 years of the 19th century, Krasin kept in the closest touch as possible with his associate Viktor Kurnatovsky, who had been exiled to Minusинsk, Siberia. There Kurnatovsky had established close working relations with Vladimir I. Ulyanov, Lenin. Lenin had become a social democratic leading light as he had published The Development of Capitalism in Russia in St. Petersburg in 1899, although he had still been very much in exile in Minusинsk. History was moving fast. In fact, even faster than these revolutionary optimists believed was possible. The first Russian Revolution beginning in January 1905 was only 5 years away. Krasin was also a secret organizer for what would soon be, 1898, the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Krasin would become a member of the Bolshevik Holy Trinity along with Lenin. And Lenin laughingly remarked many years later that Krasin was the finance minister of the Bolshevik Revolution. Krasin was always one of Lenin's main men, his closest advisor, and valued colleague. Koba's world. The U.S. Civil War, 1861 to 1865, led to the most rapid transformation of an economy of primitive capitalist accumulation into one of massive capitalist accumulation the world had ever seen. Among the most important commodities the U.S. capitalists were supplying to Europe were petroleum products. In 1875, among these commodities was the production of kerosene. Kerosene accounted for half of the volume of the U.S. production of oil, and kerosene export constituted 25% of U.S. total export value. Most of this export went to Europe. It was inevitable that European capitalists would recognize the profit to be had in seizing part if not all of this oil market. The family leading the assault on the American, Rockefeller family, monopoly was named Nobel, later of Nobel Prize fame. At the turn of the century, 3 families dominated the Russian oil industry: the Nobels, the Rockefellers, and the Rothschilds. This world Koba encountered as a teenager was about to be changed by him. Nobels in Russia. On the periphery of Europe, both in terms of sociocultural stage evolution and geography, was the Russian Empire. Industrialization began to get underway in the Russias with a vengeance at the same time as massive capital accumulation was occurring in the Americas. In 1862, St. Petersburg, capital of the Russian Empire, witnessed a new kind of miracle. Arriving American kerosene allowed the capital to be lit at night, all night, cleanly and safely. When the night lasts nearly all day for 6 months of the year, this was not a minor development. The American government in Washington was so well supplied with petroleum fuel from Pennsylvania, even in the first year of the U.S. Civil War, 1861 to 62, which had gone so badly for it, it could maintain the continuous export of hard currency-earning kerosene to Europe. The slavocrat regime in Richmond meanwhile found itself cut off altogether from outside trade by the U.S. blockade of southern ports. The handwriting was on the wall for a Marxist observer, and Karl Marx himself remarked on this reality. The fuel-starved South could not win a GNP industrial war as North America was then currently constructed. Thus, its defeat was assured and only a matter of time. Back in the Empire, at the head of this adventure in lighting, living in the imperial capital of St. Petersburg, was the chemist Robert Nobel, son of Swedish-originating, Russian military-industrial inventor, Emanuel Nobel. Emanuel's company collapsed and another son, Ludwig, took over trying to salvage the remnants of his father's failed military-industrial complex. Critical to Ludwig's success was the invention of dynamite by still another son of Emanuel, Ludwig's brother Albert. Ludwig dispatched his brother Robert to the Caucasus to come up with the wood for the rifle stocks for the rifles he now would produce under contract, a contract he had bribed a Tsarist buying agent to give him to supply the Tsarist army. In the spring of 1873, when Robert arrived in Baku, it was, as I say, to purchase wood for Ludwig's rapidly growing armaments factories where rifle stocks for new Tsarist army contracts were needed. However, what Robert grasped upon arrival was an entirely new way of producing the commodity of oil. Robert immediately grasped two things about the oil boom at Baku. One was that kerosene could be made cheaply here if one had a refinery. The second was that he finally could get a second chance. Things had not gone well for Robert in life, and this oil situation was one where he saw an opportunity to amount to something more than a black sheep in the family. He took the 25,000 rubles his brother had entrusted to him for walnut wood and instead invested in a small refinery. At first, it seemed that Robert had turned into another Jack, as in the beanstalk fable. Fortunately for him, oil was not a cow, and he would turn out to be right on both counts. In 1876, 3 years later, the first shipment of Robert's Nobel kerosene arrived in St. Petersburg. The imperial viceroy for the Caucasus was the Tsar's brother, a friend and business partner of Robert's brother Ludwig, the brother with the rifle contracts in St. Petersburg. Ludwig had, therefore, all the corrupt Tsarist family top dogs in his pocket when Ludwig joined Robert and arrived in Baku with a plan to do for Russia what Rockefeller had done in the USA. And Ludwig was another Rockefeller. He had the ability and, moreover, the scientific and technical knowledge which had always eluded Rockefeller personally, although the standard boss very much appreciated science and engineering, to build a new industrial empire, and so he did. It was called the Nobel Brothers Petroleum Producing Company. Within a few decades, Russian oil production surpassed that of the USA. By 1885, Russian production had reached an annual 10.8 million barrels. One reason was that Ludwig had invented bulk tanker shipping. Instead of the barrels that had to be manhandled on ox-drawn carts and primitive boats all the way north, Ludwig came up with the idea of pouring all the oil into huge ship-borne tanks. He commissioned special ships that did little besides bulk up on oil and head north. In 1887, the first bulk tanker was sailing the Caspian. In 1897, bulk tankers would be sailing the Atlantic Ocean. Yet oil had to traverse the Caucasus Mountains to get from Black Sea Batum to Baku on the Caspian Sea, or vice versa. For Russia itself, the Caspian shipped oil then had to be manhandled again at Astrakhan onto barges fit to sail north up the Volga River. Ludwig and Robert also pioneered two important developments in Russian industry. One was the use of scientists in charge. The first geologist on an oil company payroll, anywhere in the world, was in Baku at Robert's most advanced refinery, scientifically, engineering-wise, and technically in the world. 2. The second was the Nobel's decision to put labor relations at peace, acceding to the demands of local workers for a decent way of life. Both worked, especially the latter. That would turn out to be important. Lenin's boys. Thus, the rise of the first militant organized labor movement in Russia along the Baku-Batum petroleum corridor is at first rather surprising. In fact, it was here in the first years of the coming century Joseph Stalin would arise as the boss of Russia's first successful organized labor unions. And simultaneously he became the most important in-country organizer for the newly emerged Bolshevik party led by the revolutionary intellectual chieftain Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who at that time was in exile in Switzerland. Stalin, Koba, and his other soon-to-be famous comrades would give Lenin the two things he needed most in 1903. What Lenin needed first was a real and militant, not to mention successful, organized labor movement with a permanent union in the oilfields. And secondly, Lenin needed money, and he got that via bank, stagecoach and steamship robberies, conducted by Leonid Krasin and his boys. Krasin's boys were just boys. For example, Stalin started working for him in 1894 just before he turned 15. One can imagine the effect a grown man of intellectual and real-world accomplishments like Krasin would have had on boys like Koba, and why he had been hero-worshipped by the boys he recruited. Stalin soon rose to run these expropriations, or X's, as they were known among social democrats, to be the man in charge. Lenin made that decision when he decided to move Krasin further up the ladder of penetration inside the Tsarist regime and get him out of the line of fire. Even so, Lenin would later jokingly refer to Krasin as the finance minister of the Bolshevik Revolution. Meanwhile, Stalin made the Bolshevik Party the first financially independent working-class vanguard party in the world. In 1900 to 1904, Lenin needed about 2.5 million rubles per year to run his organization. Krasin, Kurnatovsky and his boys, e.g. Stalin, would supply the lion's share. In addition to Stalin, Krasin handed Lenin a proven loyal, capable cadre. Now they were Lenin's boys. They included not only Koba, but the future head of the entire Red Army, Kliment Voroshilov, and future president of the Soviet Union, Michael Kalinin, as well as the future, perfect Bolshevik, army commander and commissar of heavy industry Sergo Orjonikidze. Soon Lenin elevated both Krasin and Stalin to be members of the Bolshevik Central Committee. In 1890, Caucasian oil was being consumed in the Russias by industry as lubricants and by domestic consumers in the form of kerosene for lighting. Half of this was owned directly by the nobles. As in the USA, the real world market was confined largely to their respective nations and Europe. That was about to change as initial phase, primitive, imperialism, shipping of constant capital, i.e., machinery and the factories containing said machinery to cheap labor colonies, was about to advance into a new phase. That was advanced imperialism, featuring the capitalists raiding each other's markets. The capitalists struggled to get control of Asian and African countries in search of their raw materials, and the cheap labor they wanted to exploit them. Of course, the search for oil would be a principal target. The result of both of these practices, market raiding and colonial subjugation, would be the World War of 1914. However, that was still several decades into the future. Not to mention the other most important reason the capitalists launched their First World War. That is, their need to kill as many million supernumerary workers as possible. A need already on the horizon. History was moving fast and the nobles would prove adept at seizing the moment. At this moment, October 2017, the gringo ruling families have the same need, i.e., to kill as many millions of supernumerary US workers as possible. They have wars ongoing in North Africa and the Middle East and more planned for South America, Korea, and the South China Sea to accomplish this objective. Rothschilds in Russia. Two Russian independent capitalist oil producers tried to build a railroad across the Caucasus Mountains from Black Sea Batum to Caspian Sea Baku in order to get their oil to the European market. They were locked out of the north by the Nobel monopoly on Russia, and this was their only choice. However, midway through the Caucasus Range they ran out of money and their rescue came in the form of the intervention of the famous French-British finance capitalist family, the Rothschilds. Namely, a massive loan to the Russian independence that brought the already oil-involved family into the most important producing oil area in the Old World. The Rothschilds owned a major refinery on the Adriatic Sea and had built a strong market in Europe proper. Nevertheless, they also saw the need for a secure source of more crude oil. Russia would give it to them. In 1883, with Rothschild's money, the Russian independents completed their railroad from the Black Sea port of Batum to the Caspian port of Baku. The Rothschilds proceeded to take majority control of a new corporation which included their Russian independent partners in what they called the Caspian and Black Sea Petroleum Company, NITO. Baku was now an oil port as important as any other despite its landlocked character. Building the newspaper, building the party sailors carrying copy for Lenin's newspaper Spark, Iskra, delivered it to Bolshevik agents to be printed in Tiflis, Batum and Baku. From here, the entry Lenin needed to get his material into Russia's northern industrial centers would be the existing Nobel Petroleum Distribution Network. Stalin and his men used this distribution network from Batum and Baku of petroleum products as the vertebral cord for the Bolshevik Party. This party busy organizing as far north as Moscow and St. Petersburg, and to all the other oil-dependent industrial cities in the empire. At any rate, NITO, and therefore the Rothschilds would soon become number 2 in the Russian oil-producing world. They were about to be joined by the Rockefellers via Standard at an even higher level than before. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, to God to Darwin to Marx. Joseph was an excellent student, always at the top of his class in school and in the seminary. At least until the end of his seminary period when his political underground activism led to a lowering of his place in the chart of student standings. Everyone that knew him considered him an intellectual. Yet he was an unusual intellectual because of his attraction to working with society's roughest persons, workers, and the disinherited flotsam and jetsam of society. Joseph was also quite the ladies' man in his youth and stayed that way until later in life when politics took most of his time. On February 13, 1892, Joseph witnessed his first public hanging. By this time, he was already an atheist, having gotten his hands on a copy of Darwin's Origin of Species in elementary school. He had gone from being a devotee of God to one of Darwin. That is, once he realized that the story in Genesis was a fairy tale, and that animals had evolved over long periods into different forms. That was the end of the hold of religion on his mind. For a recent cinematic view of how Darwinism impacted religion in England, I recommend the movie Darwin's Darkest Hour, available at no charge on the internet. Unlike many Marxist leaders he would eventually encounter, he never gave up the religious content of his profanity. On August 15, 1894, he entered the boarding school seminary, in Tiflis, Tbilisi now. Normally a boy from his, by then poor, background would have been excluded by financial realities, if not class. However, Kiki managed to defray the costs with influence and cash from wealthy male friends. Joseph, Koba, entered fully paid and with by far the best wardrobe of any student in the school. However, it was not just his mother's financial ability that got him in. Primarily it was because his teachers considered him brilliant and had given him the highest marks and academic standing. Furthermore, Koba had cut out a reputation for himself as a talented poet and as a very good singer. These achievements made him into the type of scholarship student sought after by all institutions of higher learning, including this highest secondary/tertiary educational institution, which was highly respected in Georgia as the intellectual center of the nation. On the other hand, Montefiore says its boarding school more closely resembled a Caucasian version of Tom Brown's schoolbus. Tiflis itself was a city of 160,000 persons, composed of Georgians, 26%, Russians, 30%, and Armenians, 30%, with fractions of just about everything else. It was a highly literary city with 15 newspapers, 5 Russian, 6 Armenian and 4 Georgian. It had a substantial number of workers because of its role as a railroad hub and many small factories. It was the seat of the Tsarist government. Viceroyalty. Russian magnates, oilfield J.R. Ewing millionaires, army generals, Armenian bandit tycoons, you name it, and wealthy men and women in this part of the empire had homes in Tiflis. For the workers, Marxism was coming in the form of secret study circles. For the rich there were theaters and brothels. Cosmopolitan bazaars and a multitude of hotels completed the picture. As soon as Joseph arrived, he met boys who were already reading forbidden socialist literature. In 1894, in their spare time, and when they could sneak out of the seminary, these boys attended secret social democrat meetings of the third group or Mesami Desai. With them 14-year-old Koba began attending secret budding social democrat meetings in Tiflis, Tbilisi. His classmates, who had been there longer, took Koba to a bookstore where for a few kopecks they could check out the socialist books in this lending library. From this library, Koba got a copy of Marx's Capital, Volume 1, and Engels' The Fight of the English Workers for Liberty, and he began a lifelong campaign to master German and English. He had now grown from Darwin to Karl Marx. Koba acts to change the world. In these days, the seminaries were producing revolutionaries like hothouse plants. Not only in Transcaucasian Russia, but also in Georgia and Armenia. In Tiflis, Tbilisi, as a member of the Social Democratic Organization, Joseph and other seminarians met revolutionary railroad, factory, mining and oilfield workers. They were also studying in secret. They were studying Russian translations, done by George Plekhanov and I. Skvortsov Stepanov, of Karl Marx and Frederick Engels' principal works, including Marx's Capital Volume 1. The seminary boys became immersed in these workers' activities. In 1899, Joseph was caught reading these materials at the seminary and was expelled. Over the next 5 years, his mentor Leonid Krasin continued to instruct Koba in the finer points of organizing workers, and robbing banks, stagecoaches, and steamships. Krasin was such an obvious and enthusiastic capitalist that the Tsarist secret police missed him altogether for many years. Therefore, they also missed his relationship with his most promising student. At least until after Koba had learned enough to survive prison and exile. As the years of organizing along the Caspian passed, Koba would be arrested, imprisoned, exiled and escape, multiple times. Meeting Kurnatovsky and thus Lenin in 1900, Joseph met his first face-to-face intermediary to Lenin. Arriving in Tiflis, Tbilisi, from internal exile in that year was Viktor Kurnatovsky, whom you will recall had met their future leader while in exile. Lenin had been exiled to the Siberian town of Minusинsk at the time he met Kurnatovsky. Kurnatovsky told Koba about Lenin, whom he described as the genius who would lead them all to victory. By this time, Lenin had been released, having served his prison sentence, and had made his way to Zurich. Unlike other émigrés, Lenin arrived in Switzerland with a plan of action. Sewing circle reading and discussion groups would give way under the new leader to a secret professional organization of militarily organized combat revolutionaries. A newspaper was the central instrument Lenin proposed to implement the policy of this Zurich-based General Staff of the Revolution. In 1901, the following year, the spark, Iskra, began to arrive in Tiflis, Tbilisi. Copy for it was delivered by sailors on shore leave at the Black Sea port of Batum. In 1903, in London, the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, RSDLP, divided into its Bolshevik and Menshevik factions. Koba, now known in the party as Koba, joined unhesitatingly with the Bolsheviks. In other words, Joseph became a follower of Lenin among the Social Democrats at the time of the RSDLP split. Assyrians, Mongols, Turk ethnics. Georgia had many ethnic groups, and in the literature, you will see reference to Assyrians, Mongols, or Turkic ethnics. These are not Ottoman Turks, from contemporary Turkey, but members of a linguistic ethnic group originating in Mongolia some millennia before modern times and which subsequently migrated westward. Eventually, under Genghis Khan, they began settling in northwest Iran, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and bordering areas of Russia proper. In practice, the Georgian capitalists constantly tried to divide Georgian workers by turning ethnic Georgians against Assyrians the way U.S. capitalists divided U.S. workers between whites and blacks for so many years. Joseph became involved with them as he organized miners, railroad, factory, and oilfield workers, and in these early years helped the Azerian leaders by sending arms and battle teams into Iran. He himself went to Iran to fight in these early years at least once. Chronology for J.V. Stalin. 3. Leninism's victory in Georgia. Tbilisi, Tiflis, 1900. In 1900, Koba had gone to work after his seminary expulsion in the Tiflis Meteorological Observatory. Working with him was a new colleague named Lado Ketskovili. Lado organized a strike with Koba's help of the Belgian-owned trams in the city of Tiflis, Tbilisi. The cops had been watching him since the seminary. Sopolan priests had snitched him off as a dangerous subversive. When he showed up as a strike organizer, they knew that their information was correct. Police raided the observatory and carted both men off to the Meteki fortress prison. Stalin's mother bailed him out by paying the local taxes he had not. Tax evasion was the legal excuse for his imprisonment. Next, the SD, RSDLP, Social Democrat, leaders assigned Koba, now increasingly called Stalin among the underground SD, to organizing the railway workers in Tiflis. Accordingly, he took charge of 2 SD circles, cells, clubs. Stalin proved an excellent speaker and organizer. So good that he was able to organize a massive May Day demonstration. On May 1, 1900, 500 workers showed up for the demonstration and the railway workers that went out on strike en masse. At this time Kamo, Simon Turpetrozin, showed up and became Stalin's best pupil. He would soon be chief subcommander of Stalin's armed SD battle groups in Georgia. Following Stalin, Okhrana finds Kurnatovsky. This is the time that the Okhrana finally discovered not only Stalin but also his mentor Viktor Kurnatovsky. It is also the time that the SD railroad worker Sergei Aliliyeva first came into direct working contact with Stalin as the emerging SD boss of Georgia. Sergei was the father of Stalin's second wife Nadezhda, Nadia. Sergei endeared himself to Koba by always describing him to his daughters as a giant among pygmies. In 1901, Stalin led the new Leninist SD faction from an apartment above Yerevan Square. Here he taught Marxism and armed revolution. Joining him at this time was Alyosha Svanets, who would be Stalin's brother-in-law when Stalin married his first wife, Kato, Alyosha's sister. The Georgian Social Democrats fell out over Stalin's plan for a second mass May Day demonstration scheduled for May 1, 1901. The Menshevik types of the third group, Mesami Desai, were opposed to holding it. Stalin's SD faction, early Bolsheviks before Leninism became Bolshevism, was determined to go ahead anyway. At night on March 21 to 22, 1901, Stalin was to be arrested at the observatory. The Okhrana was determined to prevent the demonstration at any cost. Stalin was again a prime target of a secret police all-points swoop. He saw what was happening as he approached his home and escaped. Viktor Kurnatovsky was not so lucky and was arrested at home. Kurnatovsky was important, but the real action leader was Stalin. From hiding he went ahead to lead a dress rehearsal demonstration. Sunday, April 22, 1901. This time the workers were armed and led by the first of Stalin's armed battle groups. 3,000 workers carrying red banners entered Golovinsky Boulevard marching to Yerevan Square. The Tsar's governor-general had moved the army, dragoons, mounted infantry, and Cossacks into Tiflis. They attacked the marching workers. However, this time they were met by men armored to withstand whips and with guns. For 45 minutes the shooting never stopped. More of the Tsar's men died than did workers. Afterward Stalin left for Gori, where he continued to lead the armed struggle in which he and his fellow future Bolsheviks conducted a no-holds-barred guerrilla war against the tyrant's army, Cossacks and police. Now he met Stepan Charmian. The latter managed to shoot and kill the railroad company's managing director, and this tipped the balance of scales in the railroad strike struggles Stalin's way. From this time forward, Stalin always carried a pistol. Inside snapshot: Stalin's oilfield victory 1901 Baku. I can't believe it, comrades. Every single worker has walked out of the oilfield. Baku is ours. So spoke Koba, Joseph Dugashvili, Joseph Stalin, leader of the Black Sea and Caspian cells of Revolutionary Social Democratic Workers. I know. I cannot believe it either. This strike of 1901 will be remembered as the workers' good omen in starting our century. So spoke Kliment Varashilov. I think the spark, Iskra, did it for us. Mikhail Kalinin injected. The workers are paying attention to our newspaper. They know us as real workers and they see that we can do something besides talk. Most of them can't read, but they love hearing the newspaper read to them. Our editor Ulyanov, Lenin, is a genius. He speaks to them as if he were one of them, even though he is really a very well-educated Russian intellectual. Yet, in his defense and to his credit, they know he comes from a progressive family, and that his brother was murdered by the Tsar in the Shiselburg fortress, near St. Petersburg, in Lake Ladoga, on an Alcatraz-like prison island. Anyway, what do we do now? Stalin, the leader, sounded a note of sobriety, saying, Before we start sucking each other's dicks, we should remember without Leonid we never would have gotten this thing off the ground. After all, it was he who broke the news about the invention of rotary drilling in Texas and the spindletop gusher, so that it was timed with our action informing the workers of what the capitalists intended as a result. It was then, when the workers found out the bosses were going to increase the working day to 18 hours 7 days a week, that they revolted. It was exactly as Marx said. Exactly as our paper, Spark, has been saying. Every invention that should serve mankind is instead turned into a weapon for oppressing working people. They saw all this just as we had predicted, and then they revolted. Where did you get Krasin anyway, Koba? Why is a capitalist manager and entrepreneur helping us? Actually, he got me. It was my first year at the seminary when I went to the lecture on oil technology he was giving. It was for the technocrats, but I managed to get in. I was trying to get up to speed on how the industry works so I could organize to shut it down. I learned he was a secret social democrat because he told me so. He was as interested in triggering a strike as I was. I didn't think we would get this far, Koba. Anyway, since we did, what do we do now? I think we have to use the Workers' Strike Committee. It needs to demand recognition of our union, a reduction from the 16 to a 12-hour working day and for only 5 days a week and 8 hours on Saturday. And wages should be doubled immediately and food baskets prepared for families at the employer's expense. What else? Ask the workers. That is always the key, Lenin says. And let's get the rest of the copies of the new Iskra out and around while we still can. Tiflis to Baku to Batum in 1863. Batum was already a big town on the Black Sea, as Baku was on the Caspian, when it was discovered that the American form of drilling, featuring a cable lifting and dropping an iron bit. In Pennsylvania, this had brought huge quantities of oil up from only 60 feet or so of depth. By 1900, Lenin had reached Zurich, Switzerland, and begun publishing a revolutionary newspaper for workers. The Spark, Iskra in Russian, was being smuggled into the working-class towns and cities of the Tsarist Empire. In 1901, the following year, followers of Iskra, and therefore of Lenin, were actively putting the prescriptions of the newspaper into effect. Wherever they could get an audience. In the Caucasus, future Leninist leaders had taken the reins of revolution in hand and were secretly sneaking into the oilfields and organizing workers to fight for socialism. And they meant fight. Georgia was full of guns, so everyone Georgian and Mongol, also known by the designations Tatar and Azerian, who worked in the oilfield, had guns, and were capable of conducting and enforcing an armed strike. Among these organizers were the 3 young men we have just visited. They had emerged in the oil capital of the empire around the Caspian Sea, as the leading elements in Iskra's call for socialist revolution in Russia and the empire. Koba, whose real name was Joseph Vissarionovich Dugashvili, soon to be known by his pen name of Stalin, or the Man of Steel. And Kliment Voroshilov, eventually commander of the entire Red Army, as well as Mikhail Kalinin, the future president of the Soviet Union. All were leading this armed strike. As we have seen, he had taken Stalin's original nickname of Koba, in English, the Indomitable, after reading a novel about a romantic hero of that name, George's legendary Robin Hood. His friends would use that name for him for the rest of his life. What about the Tatar-Mongol, Azerian print shop at Baku? Stalin asked Kalinin. It's ready to go, Koba, and not a second too soon either. Yeah, the Okrana is going to close in on us here shortly. We better get the press moving as soon as this meeting is over tonight. No. We may be arrested tonight. You're right. Kliment can take it to Baku right now. Okay, Voroshilov? Yes, Koba, I'll go right now. The press is already crated and the supplies. The horses and the coach are standing by as we speak. Until we meet again in victory. And I have to get on with this new for expropriation, meaning bank robbing and other armed hold-ups, while we can still take advantage of the gendarmes' disorganization. We need to get that money to Lenin as soon as possible. Try and stay out of jail, comrades. At least until we win this strike. And the future Red Army chief was out the back door and on his way. In 1901, following instructions received via Iskra, Koba threw himself into organizing the oilfield workers and organizing armed strikes at Baku and Batum. Then Koba threw himself and colleagues into organizing bank holdups, stagecoach, and steamship robberies, and other armed expropriations, known as X's, by the Bolsheviks. The 1903 formation of the Bolshevik Party witnessed Koba and another Georgian named Kamo, under Krasin, becoming the number 1 in country, provider team of cash for Lenin's cause. They organized, for example, the Great Tbilisi stagecoach and state bank robbery in 1907 that netted Lenin some 450,000 gold rubles. About $35,002,008 in buying power. In other words, at just the right time, Koba provided Lenin with the 2 things he needed most. 1. A real organized labor movement which had won armed strikes and put their union into the oilfield on a permanent basis, and 2. Money. This was the first successful organized labor movement in the Russian Empire, and it was Leninist thanks to Koba and his fellow Bolshevik organizers. The Bolshevik Party had also become the first financially independent working-class vanguard party in the world, again thanks to Koba and associates. Lenin recognized all of this and began to put Koba on the top of his list of people to be pushed ahead. Among these principal organizers in Georgia were not only Koba but his closest friends, including Kliment Voroshilov, future head of the entire Red Army, and Michael Kalinin, future president of the Soviet Union. Emerging under them were teenagers like G.K. Sergo, Ordzhonikidze, 1886 to 1937, eventual commander of Transcaucasian Red Army during the Civil War, and the party there, and one of the supreme leaders of the USSR, Commissar for Heavy Industry 1930 to 37, sometimes called the Perfect Bolshevik. Of course, Leonid Krasin, deceased in 1926, continued as the senior advisor of this young communist cadre, taking on Rothschild's 1902 Batum. As we have seen, there were three major international oil concerns operating in Russia at the turn of the century, those owned by the Nobels, the Rothschilds, and the Rockefellers. All three were well represented on the Caspian, especially in the oil cities of Baku, Caspian Sea, and Batum, Black Sea, where Koba had risen to be the de facto chief of Russian Social Democratic Labor Party strike organizing operations by 1901. Having built a union in the oilfields, the following year, 1902, Koba took on what he considered being the weakest of the foreign oil combines, namely, that of the Rothschilds in Batum. As the unfolding began, the strike once again brought out the Tsarist troops and gendarmerie. Koba and his associates, Bolshevik battle groups, jumped into the fight with guns and every other weapon they could get their hands on, and the fighting was underway. Remember, these oilfields were part of a Transcaucasian culture where virtually every person was armed as part of everyday life. Workers had guns available. So as Tsarist troops burned the workers' quarters and shot down men, women and children daring to engage in open protest and refusing to work, they were actively opposed by armed and angry fighters. Koba's teams, called battle groups, of armed workers fought back and forced the cops and troops to retreat or face hundreds of burning wells. The capitalists decided this was a higher price than they were willing to pay and called off their troops. The workers won the strike and went back to work with a union. It was the first social democratic victory in an armed strike, and it electrified the empire. Caucasus burning. Meanwhile, in Switzerland, Lenin was thrilled to learn that his brand new newspaper was considered by the Tsar's secret police, and by his own party, as responsible for the Caucasus being in flames. Lenin had believed from the moment of his arrival in Zurich the previous year that the Tsarist regime was very weak and open to direct attack by workers. Workers could and would engage in massive work stoppages regardless of the sacrifice and wages required to do so. Furthermore, he had proven that workers would take up arms and fight for socialism whether or not Russia was considered by bourgeois intellectuals to be too primitive for socialism. All the workers needed was encouragement, and that came from the underground newspaper Spark, Iskra. The text or copy, to be printed, was smuggled to Baku on the Caspian via ships with friendly sailors landing at Batum on the Black Sea, taken across the Caucasus Mountains and then printed in one of several underground print shops Koba and associates maintained. The best and most elaborate press he kept safely hidden in Tiflis. All the intellectuals needed were some balls. Then they could understand that it did not matter whether the revolution started in Russia or in England. What mattered was that it started, and then got international, as quickly as possible. Workers with advanced industry would come to the aid of workers with backward industry, and would be more than happy to do so, since the latter would have started the conflagration that had led to their own liberation. And that was Lenin's program in short. Action now for proletarian revolution. The Russian workers' revolution would come to power in a period of transition with the state, army and secret police in its hands, and full-scale industrialization would occur as workers in the advanced capitalist countries got their act together and joined in. First in Batum, and now in Baku, Koba and his fellow organizers had implanted the party printing presses. Code-named Nina, the combat-ready Baku Russian printing press operation by 1902 was hidden in a dugout cellar, eventually expanding under several homes and city streets in the mainly Assyrian working-class quarter of Baku. From here, bundles of the paper were printed and smuggled as far as Moscow and St. Petersburg in the north, and then to every working-class quarter in the country, as opportunity provided. The distribution network for petroleum products that flowed northward and eastward from the Black Sea functioned for many years as the backbone of secret Bolshevik newspaper distribution, another gift to Lenin from his devoted Baku Batum Tiflis followers led by Koba. Accordingly, this network became the vertebral cord of secret Bolshevik party cell organizing as well. The working class action committees of Baku and Batum had set the pace and provided the model for what workers could do in other cities. And Lenin knew from his growing network of informers and couriers that workers in every other city of the empire, aware of what was happening in the Caucasus, were seeing in those committees the model for their own organizations. Inside the newly created Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, those who had seen Lenin as just another intellectual in exile now saw him in a quite different way. Unfortunately, some such as the father of Russian Marxism, the philosopher George Plekhanov, were simply jealous of this young upstart's success. Plekhanov chose to see Lenin thrusting ahead of himself, and felt his long-suffering service in presenting Marxism to Russia to begin with was being forgotten. Plekhanov had been one of the translators of Capital Volume 1 into Russian. The other translator had been I. Skvortsov Stepanov. The newcomer Leon Bronstein, Leon Trotsky, initially sided with Lenin but then went over to the other side within the exile RSDLP leadership. Trotsky remained Lenin's enemy until 3 months before the 1917 October Revolution. Perhaps because he too was being sidelined by Lenin's ability to get things done. However, the fact was that what would be, in the Russian Revolutionary Workers' Movement, was being decided on the ground, and Lenin had all the troops. Chronology for J.V. Stalin. 4. Confronting Secret Police 1902 Breaking Rothschilds in Batum. Tsar Alexander II poured national resources into a newly reinvigorated secret police that was called by its initials, the Okhrana, from the full new name Division for Protection of Order and Social Security. The Okhrana had earlier been Tsar Alexander I's third section. However, even this new and supposedly impregnable secret police bastion was infiltrated from day one by agents of the anarchist People's Will. They proved it by killing Alexander II in 1881 in St. Petersburg. The successor Tsar, Alexander III, created a dual secret police system consisting of the Okhrana on the one hand and paramilitary gendarme, police, intelligence on the other hand. It is this souped-up secret police strong-arm approach to handling dissidents that faced Lenin, Stalin and all the Bolsheviks. In fact, that confronted all of the socialists, bourgeois Mensheviks included, and farmer-based, anarcho-syndicalist Social Revolutionary Party members, as well as the national independence and self-defense ethnic parties of Jews, Lithuanians, etc. Devoted to the Marxists exclusively was the Petersburg Central Office of the Okhrana, at 16 Fotanka Street, called the Okhrana Special Section, OSS. The first primary task of the OSS was to open the mail of people on its surveillance list, and by 1882 they were opening nearly 400,000 letters per year. The second task was to pursue the Marxists and sentence them to 1. Death, or 2. Hard labor, or 3. Internal exile. The third task of the OSS was divided into A. The street agents identifying and trailing Marxists, and was a Russian watcher service such as the one that formed, then and now, the major section of MI5 in England. And B. The action arm of this third section of the OSS devoted to the internal penetration of Marxist organizations by agents provocateur. The world Koba encountered became his training ground in Gori, Tbilisi, Baku and Batum. As effective as the Okhrana and the gendarme spies were, they were also venal and corruptible. Stalin grew to become chief of counterintelligence as well as intelligence for the Bolsheviks and their battle groups, which meant he had many of them on his payroll. By 1906 Stalin would be recognized in Georgia as number 2 to Lenin himself, and widely admired and respected among our party members. Meanwhile, in 1902 at Batum, Stalin took on the Rothschilds and burned their refinery within 3 months of his arrival. Number 1 Underboss 4. Stalin in Batum was Konstantin Kandilaki. Together Stalin and Kandilaki were joined by Kumo and Spandarian and along with 30 pistoleros took the oilfield workers at Batum out on strike, organized a mass slaughter of Cossacks, and flooded the city with Marxist propaganda. Batum was an oil city and Black Sea port having 16,000 inhabitants that year. It was the typical Georgian mix of ethnic groups from Mongol Assyrians of Iran and Georgia, Ottoman Turks, Greeks, Russians, Armenians, Azerbaijanis of many types, and of course Georgians. On February 17, 1902, the Rothschilds gave up. One key element in their defeat had been the secret delivery of a party printing press from Tiflis, Tbilisi, organized by Stalin, which printed strike material in both Georgian and Armenian. Stalin's new oilfield workers' union had gotten a 30% pay increase for the workers. And outfoxed and outfought the Okhrana and the gendarmes, gaining a de facto legal status, although the party and its unions were still deep underground and illegal in the rest of Georgia. 10 days later the Rothschilds struck back, firing nearly 400 oilfield workers. The class war was on again. On March 7, 1902, the Tsarist army occupied Batum and announced, "Back to work or we deport you to Siberia." Workers were arrested and sent to the city prison to await deportation. Stalin organized a mass demonstration against these arrests, demanding the release of the workers. A combined push of prisoners inside the jail and the demonstrators outside overcame the resistance of the army and the Cossacks, and they were freed. Then the army regrouped and opened fire on the mass of the people, killing many and wounding many more. Stalin's pistoleros fought back. On March 11, 1902, 7,000 people demonstrated in attendance at the funeral of the martyrs, and again a full-scale armed confrontation broke out. In the end, the workers won their fight with the Rothschilds, but Stalin was again on the run. Empire a tremble 1901 to 1902. Even Lenin was surprised when his as yet unmet leaders in the Caucasus, principal among them being Koba, succeeded in 1901 to 1902 in organizing the most eventful workers' action in the history of Europe since the Paris Commune of 1871. It came in the form of the National General Strike that not only shut down the oilfields of the Caspian Sea and everywhere else but also shut down every industrial city in the Russian Empire. For a moment the empire wobbled. Could it all be over that fast? In theory, yes. Marx had said in the Communist Manifesto it was just a matter of workers changing ownership of the means of production, putting themselves and those in need among the people, at the top of the national priority list, instead of at its bottom, as the capitalists had done, and you would have socialism. Eventually, with the abolition of private property, you would have a paradise on earth where all the advantages of industrial production would be at the service of the working people rather than the other way around as the capitalists had arranged it. And with publicly owned means of scientifically advanced industrial production, making the slogan, "From each according to his ability to each according to his need," a reality, you would have communism. However, what about the resistance of the exploiters? Surely, they would mount powerful counterattacks. The capitalists were already sending the Tsarist secret police, Okhrana, in huge numbers. The army and the Cossacks could not be far behind. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, 5 Prison, Siberia, escape 1902 to 1903. The gendarmes began interrogating Stalin on April 6, 1902. However, they did not really know who he was. When they did find out he was Joseph Dugashvili from Gori, they still knew only that he had been a trouble maker from Tiflis and Baku, and that he had turned Batum into a real mess for them. Yet Stalin had so many aliases they did not connect all the dots. To make a long story short, he was imprisoned. There he made a name for himself among prisoners as a leader of the Marxist variety. But to the cops he was just one more serious troublemaker among the many they had arrested. In July 1903, Stalin was sentenced to Siberia for a term of 2 years. In November 1903, he arrived in Irkutsk and was then sent on to Novaya Yuta, where he took up residence under police supervision. Stalin did as well as could be expected with his time in this tiny Siberian town so far from Georgia and St. Petersburg. In December 1903, Stalin received a letter from Lenin explaining what had happened at the split Congress held by the RSDLP in Brussels and London. The Georgian reality of a split between the militant revolutionaries and the bourgeois socialists was now an all-Russian split, Bolshevik, majoritists, against Menshevik, minoritists, respectively. Number 1 in Georgia 1904 to 1906. In January 1904, inspired by what had happened in the RSDLP and reports of Tsarist military trouble in China against Japan, Stalin made his escape. In 10 days he was back in Tiflis. Stalin learned upon his arrival in Georgia that the Tsar's war against Japan was going very badly and that the entire nation of Georgia was revolting under one or another of the multitude of radical parties. Throughout 1904, Stalin put his old robbing and extortion teams back together and began raising money hand over fist. Simultaneously, he was building Bolshevik action cells among workers in every city. I will not provide a laundry list of bank robberies, steamship piracies, or stagecoach holdups or a list of capitalists extorted. You can get that in Montefiore's book Young Stalin. By December 31, 1904, the Bolshevik battle teams were ready to conduct large-scale raids and did so. On January 9, 1905, the Tsar's troops opened fire on the mass demonstration in St. Petersburg, creating Bloody Sunday. On May 27, 1905, the Japanese Navy sank the Tsar's naval fleet at the Battle of Tsushima in its entirety. The nation rose. On June 14, 1905, the Tsarist Navy's flagship the Prince Potemkin of Taurida mutinied. In Georgia, Stalin's Bolshevik action squads took on the Tsar's state apparatus head-to-head everywhere. No longer just guerrilla units, now they had become the skeleton of a regular army. By the end of the 1905 to 1906 revolutionary period, Bolsheviks throughout Georgia considered Stalin to be number 2 to Lenin himself. A career builder would have seen Stalin as having just one more step to becoming number 2 to Lenin throughout Russia as well, and that was exactly what history had in store. War of 1904, Revolution of 1905, third organizational step. Councils of 1905. Background. The general strike of 1903 left the Tsar's top advisors unanimous in wanting to start a war to refocus national thinking off the internal problems confronting them. Rather than seeking social reform with the liberal capitalists and the new class of petty bourgeois intellectual and educated bureaucrats, so in 1904 the Tsarists preferred to start a war. This time they planned for a successful war. A war that would give them profit centers in Korea and China's province of Manchuria. The problem came when they failed in their elective war. They had chosen the wrong victim: Japan. In this case, the Japanese nation was prepared, although ruled by a small tight-knit coterie of formerly feudal aristocratic and noble families. These were families that had kept the discipline of their rule over chattel slaves and serfs while voluntarily transforming themselves into capitalist ruling families over wage slave workers. As they applied this feudal discipline to their rule over workers, they were able to catapult themselves into the modern industrial world of international capitalism. The Okhrana, focused as it was on internal dissent, had missed all of this. Russia acted as if it had not known of Japan's industrialization and its immediate application to the construction of steel warships with fully modern big guns. James Cavell's novel Gaijin gives a good background to Japanese industrialization. In December 1904, the setting chosen by the Russians was Korea and China. In the event, the Tsar's army and navy proceeded to disgrace themselves in a series of embarrassing military debacles, ending on land in surrender. In April 1905, the war at sea climaxed. The engaged Tsarist fleet was buried at sea. On January 22, 1905, a Sunday in St. Petersburg, hundreds of thousands of people gathered under the banner of a police agent provocateur priest and marched to the Winter Palace. This city was the capital of the entire Russian Empire, protesting high prices, unavailability of food and fuel, and the waste of the war just lost. They had a petition to the Tsar for redress. The Tsar and his cops had used the priest in this way because they wanted to do what they now did. The marchers were fired upon by Tsarist troops loyal to the regime. Hundreds were killed, thousands wounded, and hundreds of thousands ran in fear. Fear always turns to anger, and in response the Russian nation again rose up. Joining the rising were many in the capitalist class hitherto allied seemingly inextricably with the feudal lords. These classes had intermarried and interbred. The burghers wanted West European-style parliamentary democracy. These were the liberal bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, especially the new class of technocrats upon which the Tsarist regime depended. The farmers rose under their Socialist Revolutionary Party leaders demanding redistribution of land along the lines they imagined it had existed before Peter the Great. The workers rose under their political parties, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. As the year progressed, the Bolsheviks began to get the upper hand among them. And along the way individualists rose among them such as Leon Bronstein, Trotsky. These men arose to espouse their own doctrines and acquire in the milieu of revolution their own following. Trotsky cut out his following from the masses gathering around the St. Petersburg City Council. Soviet is the Russian word for council. He was vice chairman of that body and an exciting and effective speaker. In Petersburg itself, the Bolsheviks gained a mass following in the workers' quarters, which was also reflected in the city council. In Moscow, the Bolsheviks prevailed amongst other contenders and were even stronger than in Petersburg. In Russia at large, Bolshevik agents were busy. Throughout the empire, Bolshevik agitators were spreading the disease of socialism, as if they were in fact the proletarian revolutionary bacilli of which Lenin so often spoke. It was not just talk they were spreading around, but a lot of organization as well. Organization for what? For an armed uprising they planned to launch in the near future. In the end, the Tsar outfoxed the revolutionaries and crushed the Petrograd City Council, and along with it the rest of the revolutionary councils that had arisen throughout the nation. Bolsheviks on the move. But the bigger story lay behind the scenes as Lenin rushed from his Swiss HQ in Geneva. Martov and the Mensheviks were headquartered in Zurich, to the safest Finnish border region closest to the Russian frontier and the cities of St. Petersburg and Moscow. Simultaneously, he built a substitute base in Galicia, then a province of Austria-Hungary, positioned as it was on the Tsarist frontier. From these safe areas, the Holy Trinity, now Lenin, Krasin, and Bogdanov, would run agents in and out of the cities of the empire and oversee the shipments of arms and ammunition by sea and by land to the insurrectionary staging locales at Petersburg and Moscow. As they could, they built secondary staging centers scheduled for armed uprising as opportunity arose. Resource. From these locales, Lenin and Krasin also exercised direct control over financial identification and recovery. The X's, or expropriations, bank robberies, steamship and stagecoach holdups, in everyday terminology. Lenin had required in the previous 2 years some 2.5 million rubles per year to run his organization. Now that amount would have to be increased by several orders of magnitude given the outbreak of revolution and hopefully civil war. On January 5, 1905, the news arrived in Geneva, and within a week the Bolsheviks were on the move. What did this mean? Among other things, the time had come to separate the boys from the men, as Litvinov, Kumo, Koba, Stalin, Krasin et al. Stepped up the bank robbing and arms purchasing. The Iskra smuggling networks were switched to the smuggling of arms and ammunition, as well as specialist fighters as trainers for the new working-class Bolshevik soldier recruits. Fighters congregated at Lenin's new front. HQ locations on the Russian frontier when not busy at home in their respective areas of responsibility. Lenin enters 1905 revolution, boss of his own party, end of RSDLP unity in 1904. The year before the uprising, Lenin had decided to ditch Iskra as it was too heavily influenced by Martov and his Zurich-centered Mensheviks. Lenin had published One Step Forward, Two Steps Back as a definitive explanation to Russian workers as to why the Bolshevik-Menshevik split had occurred in 1903 to begin with, and concludes with the ringing conclusion that Mensheviks are traitors. Replacing Iskra for Lenin and the Bolsheviks was a new newspaper they called Forward, appeared. In January 1905, Forward's first issue arrived in the Empire. That turned out to be perfect historical timing as the aftermath of Bloody Sunday was just beginning, and Lenin's new party line, Armed Insurrection as Soon as Possible, was in process and had a perfect substrate upon which to work. As the winter ended and spring began, strikes continued to spread throughout 1905 in all the cities of the empire. Joining in were workers in the oilfields and mining districts, and in the port cities of the Far East. The Tsarist regime closed all universities and high schools and tried to step up the suppression of all open gatherings. The regime outlawed all trade union activity. Lenin and his key men such as Stalin interrupted his chief of operations tasks in Finland and Galicia to attend the 1905 Third Congress of the RSDLP-B in London, April 25 to May 10, which he had organized to be a Rump Congress, all Bolshevik in membership. Simultaneously, another Third RSDLP Rump Congress was held by Martov and was all Menshevik, in Zurich. On May 30, 1905, Lenin returned to continental Europe, visiting his home base in Geneva first. And he returned victorious as the de facto chief of a Marxist pure new party, the Bolshevik Party, now RSDLP-B. He was a member of the RSDLP-B Central Committee as well as editor of the new newspaper Proletarii, which was Forward renamed. From March 1905 through October 1905, Krassin's men, Stalin, Kumo, Litvinov, had been gathering money, excess, making huge arms purchases and arranging for their transport by sea and land to the Bolshevik staging areas inside the empire. In October 1905, Lenin set the date for the uprising. It was to begin in 120 days, i.e., the following March of 1906. 120 days remaining for Tsarist Saddam on October 15, 1905. The revolution began to spiral completely out of Tsarist control as another general strike shut the country down industrially altogether. As commerce broke down, city lights began to go out. Remaining schools closed. Shopkeepers shut their doors. Theaters canceled performances. Water supplies began to fail. Food stocks, including bread supplies, fell to dramatically dangerous lows. Business collapsed in every major city, as did basic infrastructural necessities, like gas, electricity, coal, water, the postal service, and civil police and fire functions disappeared. Now the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie joined in as they too realized the current situation could no longer be tolerated. They chose to try and move the revolution in a direction they could at least tolerate, if not actually support. Chief hope for the progressive elements of the capitalist class was the Mensheviks, and so the original modern Russian new class entered as supporters of Martov's gang. Original Russian Soviets. Meanwhile, the working class was acting on its own and rather spontaneously, which shows the previous 5 years of Iskra propaganda had done its educational job. Workers established a new kind of government by electing a Petersburg City Council. Soviet is the Russian word for council. On October 26, 1905, Leon Trotsky got his 15 minutes of fame when he was elected a vice chair of this city council. Within a week, 57 other cities and towns had followed the Petersburg example, electing city councils, Soviets, as their own representative bodies to take over governmental responsibilities. State power, however, the army, navy and police, still remained in the hands of the Tsarist autocracy and not the people and their elected representative bodies. Panic-stricken, the Tsar and his gang issued a concessionary statement on October 30, 1905, which they labeled the October Manifesto. The tyrant agreed to a parliament, Duma, and to a Bill of Rights, ostensibly respecting freedom of speech and assembly, as well as the abolition of censorship of the printed word, and the regime agreed to allow workers to legally organize trade unions. This was, of course, a lie, a trick to mislead the masses and to split the conservative elements away from Lenin and the radicals. The Tsar and his ministers did not intend to honor their promises. As they propagated this set of lies to the intellectuals and workers in Petersburg, Moscow, and the other industrial centers, the Tsarist regime unleashed the Black Hundreds and pogroms against Jews all over the empire. In the villages, all those known to be disaffected from Tsarism were murdered, along with their families and friends. In November 1905, the Bolsheviks responded with more armed strikes and armed uprisings in Petersburg and Moscow. Lenin arrived secretly in Petersburg in order to command the now raging civil war with hands directly on On his way, Lenin stopped at Tampere, Finland, where the local Reds had established a city government, and welcomed him with a heroic reception. In exchange, they got his promise that when the Bolsheviks seized state power in the empire, the Finns would receive complete national freedom. On December 15, 1905, the Tsar moved against the Petersburg City Council. The Soviet was disbanded and its leaders arrested, including Leon Trotsky, who was held in prison in Petersburg until November of the following year, 1906. On December 16, 1905, Lenin, reacting to the rapidly accelerating historical situation, ordered the beginning of the final armed struggle with Tsarism to begin in Moscow, in 3 months. At the end of December 1905, however, workers armed by Lenin rose prematurely to fight the police and army garrison in Moscow's Presnya district. Lenin had planned the insurrection to begin on April 1, 1906. What he learned was that he had insufficient discipline on the ground to prevent an early, and as it turned out, abortive insurrection. Even so, initially the Moscow Tsarist garrison retreated, being outfought and ideologically subverted. The Tsar reacted by sending the Semensky Guards to suppress the Moscow, Presnya district, revolt. The Semensky Guards had until then been stationed in Petersburg to perform the same function. They began with artillery shelling of the entire working class, Presnya district, which resulted in many thousands of women and children dead along with their fighting men. The Moscow revolt was effectively destroyed. Joint Social Democratic Congress of 1907. As we have seen, Lenin had come to rely upon Stalin as his main in-country organizer and fundraiser by the time of the 1905 revolution. During the 1905 Russian Revolution, Lenin and Krasin came to depend primarily on Stalin to get things done. Stalin had a wide range of working-class political contacts and was developing an even wider range of bourgeois contacts, including those of the underworld, because of his prison experiences that had only begun. Lenin would, in the subsequent years, up to the October Revolution in 1917, rely on Stalin to carry out the most dangerous and sensitive, and the most important secret tasks confronting the party. However, it was at the RSDLP Joint Congress, both Bolshevik and Menshevik factions participating, in London in 1907, that Stalin and Lenin cemented their friendship and collaboration in the great debate over the expropriations. All the bourgeois socialists, including Leon Trotsky, were opposed to Lenin's program of expropriations, bank holdups, and other armed robberies to finance party activities, organs, and the press. This was strong-arm work of which he had placed first Krasin and Kurnatovsky in charge. Then in practice Stalin, Voroshilov, and Kalinin had taken it upon themselves to conduct specific operations. At the 5th, 1907, RSDLP Congress in London, Lenin defended this expropriation policy in open debate against the Mensheviks and Trotsky. After all, Lenin argued the aristocrats and bourgeoisie that had stolen all this money from the people to begin with. It was only right for the people's champions to expropriate it on their behalf. Lenin dismissed his opponents politically, considering them bourgeois sissies, and went on with the business of building his own Bolshevik party. A party which of course did not include Trotsky or any of the other bourgeois socialists, Mensheviks. For Lenin it was politics, not personal. Stalin, however, as we have also seen, pictured himself as a kind of Robin Hood of the revolution. He had, as you will recall, in these early years taken the name of a legendary Georgian Robin Hood, Koba. It was his party name, until he took the name of Stalin, the Man of Steel. Koba remained the name his friends would use for him all of his life. The anger Koba felt toward the haughty Trotsky was not so easily assuaged. However that may have been, at that Congress Lenin also handed Stalin much of the responsibility for organizing the secret financial investments of the party in a variety of Russian banks. This meant arranging transfers of cash and securities to party safe drops in West European banking centers. And this just one example of the important secret work that Lenin entrusted to Stalin from that time forward. Stalin versus Trotsky. Stalin's first conflict with Trotsky occurred as a product of this 1907 RSDLP, 5th, Congress debate in London, and went far to shape his dislike for the man he considered to be an aristocrat bourgeois socialist. In a short time a mutual hatred emerged between these two. Hatred destined to shape so much of the party's future experience. If Trotsky had been less aristocratic in his bearing and less presumptuous toward those doing all the work, and taking all the risks, perhaps even showing appreciation for those such as Stalin, the latter might have been less likely to politicize his personal feelings. I suspect Stalin's feelings were hurt, and he did politicize them. I imagine that the more Stalin thought about Trotsky, the exact kind of privileged person he hated the most, and his absolute failure to understand the dedication and importance of his, Stalin's, work, the more he internalized his hatred of Trotsky, until it was part of the marrow of his bones. Stalin went off on Trotsky within weeks of the beginning of the armed struggle in 1918, and I don't think it was just because of their principled military disagreements. However that may have been, before this was all over Stalin would bury an ice pick in Trotsky's head. albeit via a surrogate and far from home. The Congress. The Fifth Congress, 1907, of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party was the last meeting where the two factions, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, met together as if they were one party. The Fifth Congress was organized entirely by Lenin and his closest European General Staff members. Lenin dominated the Congress from beginning to end. He was always on his feet, arguing, cajoling, ridiculing, explaining, in short, leading. At hand were his most important money men, Leonid Krasin, Koba, and Maxim Litvinov. Nadia Krupskaya, Lenin's wife, stayed behind to oversee business in Finland. This included the forwarding, and housing, and feeding, of delegates sneaking across Russia in order to gain the freedom of European access to London. The Congress had been scheduled for Copenhagen, but Denmark's government had forbidden it at the last moment. Then Sweden fell in line with the demands of the Tsarist regime to deny the RSDLP access to a locale in Stockholm. Lenin had brought about 188 delegates via the Finland route. Now they had to go to London, where the Brit government expressed no concern about their meeting in London, thanks to the intervention of Labour Party leader Ramsay MacDonald on their behalf. Showing up in London were 366 delegates of mixed factional affiliation, and left celebrities Maxim Gorky and George Plekhanov. Beginning May 8, 1907, the Congress lasted 3 long and intense weeks. In the end, Lenin got everything he wanted, including 1. A class war policy of armed uprising against the Tsarist regime. 2. This class war to be led by the party, which he made clear, meant the RSDLP under Bolshevik control or a separate RSDLP, B, altogether. A worker-farmer class alliance under this vanguard to conduct civil war against Tsarism and capitalism in general. 3. The expropriations would continue by the Bolsheviks, and the Mensheviks could do as they wished. 4. Bolshevik deputies would continue to participate in the Duma to achieve what access to the cap press they could and to give their own press issues to take to the workers in their ghettos. Inside snapshot: Stalin reporting to Georgian Bolshevik Party on Congress of 1907. This is going to be a long report, so let me suggest all of you get comfortable. If you don't mind, I will stand and walk around as is my habit, as you know, while I speak. When I am done, you can ask whatever questions you like. All right? I arrived in London after a rather harrowing escape from Tsardom at the Lithuanian border. Eventually I made my way to the sea and a friendly sailor helped me hop aboard a tramp freighter, ending up rather luckily at London port. Stalin continued explaining what had been agreed at the Congress concerning the details of Iskra publication and distribution. That was a little much for this audience. They were all anxious to hear what the Congress had decided on what to them were the key questions of democratic centralist organization of the party, and expropriations, bank robbing and other holdups by the party. Alright, I'll skip over the rest of this for now. As I was saying, after a narrow escape with Tsardom on the Lithuanian border, I gave the Okhrana the slip and managed to get aboard an outbound ship. I got lucky and snared one ride, rather than having to switch transport half a dozen times, landing at London's principal port, after which I reported to the address I had been given. It was the residence of Lenin, and I was immediately welcomed, thanked and treated like visiting royalty. He insisted I live with him while in London. He really appreciates everything we have done, and told me repeatedly to pass this on to each one of you. Lenin himself had tears in his eyes when he said, Koba, I am counting on you and your comrades. Please tell them I said this. Perhaps Koba spent too much time on these details because his colleagues again urged him to get on with it. As usual, all the Mensheviks, and their running dogs like that prick Trotsky, opposed our democratic centralist mode of organization. They spout their usual bullshit about Lenin being a would-be Robespierre. Lenin responded that they were free to do as they wished because we Bolsheviks were building our own party. Then they really went wild when Lenin told them the armed robberies and bank holdups would continue as long as the bourgeoisie and aristocrats exercised unchecked power over the working people. He said it was only right that the exploiters should provide the cash we need, especially since they stole it from the working people to begin with. In effect, he told them to go fuck themselves. Stalin's audience broke into applause at this. Their leader not only stuck with them but had thrown the whole thing in those spoiled rich bourgeois faces in exile. They had stuck with him when it was most dangerous and yet most important, the money, and now they had been vindicated. 10 years later. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, 6. The Wilderness Years 1907 to 1917. These details, as fascinating as they are also beyond the scope of this handbook. I didn't want you to think they were unimportant, so I am making this notation under this heading, but will leave it up to you cadre to do your own research for this decade. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, 7. Stalin in 1917. Revolutions on April 3, 1917. Lenin arrived at the Finland station in Petrograd. He was with Joseph Stalin as he stepped off the train. He had just scolded Kamenev, on the train, for the line he had been writing for Pravda and essentially told him to get the fuck away from me. From that day forward, it was Joseph Stalin who played the leading organizing role among Bolsheviks in the 1. Military preparation for the October seizure of power. 2. 3. 4. The guarding of Lenin personally. Hiding of him in Petrograd and in Finland until the actual day of the seizure. The formation of alliances with Mensheviks, left SRs, and individual Marxists of whatever stripe, and the managing of the party's day-to-day bureaucratic operations, appointments, removals, assignments and reassignments, making payroll, and as chief editor of all the party press. Background: on February 9, 1917, Stalin petitioned the Krasnoyarsk Tsarist police for permission to move further west, now that he had only 4 months remaining in his term of exile. He would not need to complete the process of being freed. On February 23, 1917, the end of the old regime was triggered. At that moment, Stalin was in a Kinsk that was further to the west from his place of exile, and a large town of 6,000 persons. There other Bolsheviks were living and he could stay with them. The Tsar's regime in Petrograd was crumbling under the impact of the biggest mass demonstrations since Bloody Sunday of January 1905, almost exactly 12 years earlier. Sunday, February 26, 1917, the demonstrations went over to armed struggle between the street protesters and the Cossacks and police. Monday, February 27, 1917, the army began to dissolve as soldiers deserted and the mob seized the army arsenal and its 150,000 guns were distributed to the people. Then the police headquarters was burned and the cops lynched, shot, torn apart. It was the end of the Tsarist state. Wednesday, March 1, 1917, the capitalists seized direct power, declared a new, provisional government, to be in power, appointing Prince George Lvov premier. On Thursday, March 2, 1917, Tsar Nicholas II abdicated in favor of his brother who abdicated himself the following day, Friday, March 3, 1917. In the meantime, the provisional government turned police authority over to Alexander Kerensky. Kerensky was the son of Lenin's old school teacher in Simbirsk. Kerensky ordered that all the Duma deputies being held by the Tsarist police in Akinsk, where Stalin had just arrived, be freed. That was also the end of Stalin's last imprisonment. Stalin then got on the train and went to Petrograd. It was then a 4-day rail journey from this far-off locale in Siberia. He was also on his way to his first regular job since his days as a weatherman in the Tiflis, Tbilisi, Meteorological Observatory. Stalin arrived in Petrograd on the morning of the March 12, 1917. A new age was being born and the long-time main organizer of Bolshevism within the Tsarist Empire had arrived at the very beginning of this brave new world. Next to Lenin himself, no one would have a greater role in shaping the future of the world's first working-class government and state than would Joseph V. Stalin for the next 36 years. On October 26, 1917, Stalin's new job would be as the nation's new commissar, minister, for nationalities in Lenin's new Bolshevik government. There the boss, Lenin, would be chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, or in other older words the premier of the new Bolshevik cabinet of Russian ministers. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, 8. Stalin taking command. On the March 12, 1917, in the morning, with snow falling, Stalin, carrying a suitcase and a typewriter, and Vera Schweitzer, detrained at Petrograd's Nicholas Station. They then walked down Nevsky Prospect, making their way to Bolshevik headquarters at the Ksheshinskaya mansion. Along the way, they reached the Taurida Palace, which building was now the headquarters of the Petrograd City Council, Petrograd Soviet, and of the capitalist provisional government. Inside they first encountered the Bolshevik delegation to the Soviet. Here these two met Bolsheviks, 27-year-old Vyacheslav Molotov and Elena Stasova. That afternoon the four of them met with the other members of the Petrograd Bolshevik Bureau. Leader of the Petrograd Bolshevik Bureau was 33-year-old Alexander Shliapnikov. Most of Shliapnikov's Petrograd party was made up of real workers like himself. Shliapnikov and Molotov had managed to get Pravda up and running right after February 26th. It was now exactly 2 weeks since the revolution seized power under the capitalists. At the time, 38-year-old Stalin and 34-year-old Kamenev were the senior Central Committee members in country and in Petrograd. The party had about 25,000 members empire-wide and about 1,000 payroll activists. There was much ado about everything that day at the Taurida with the Bolshevik Petrograd Bureau. Stalin left early for the home of Sergei and Olga Alalieva and their 2 daughters, Anna and Nadia, and 2 sons, Pavel and Fedya, in the Petrograd suburbs. He spent the rest of the day and night there, regaling his overjoyed hosts with stories of Siberian exile. Only Fedya was absent, being in the army at the front. Stalin's second wife-to-be, Nadia, was in high school and had just returned from spring break. The next morning Stalin went to the Bolshevik party headquarters for the city of Petrograd and the empire. That HQ was then at the former mansion of the ballerina and czarist prostitute, the courtesan, kept by the Tsar and his two brothers, her principal noble bedmates, Matilda Kseshinskaya. As I say, this Kseshinskaya mansion doubled as the de facto headquarters for the Bolshevik Petrograd Committee and the Bolshevik National Party organization. Here Stalin took command of the party as the senior member of the Bolshevik Central Committee, and when Kamenev showed up, Stalin brought him on board as the second most senior person and CC member. Stalin also took command of the party daily newspaper Pravda, Truth, which was the central party newspaper organ for Petrograd and doubled as such for the new nation. Stalin kept Kamenev on the Pravda editorial board as second to him. In the process, the two younger party leaders, Molotov and Shliapnikov, were assigned to lesser positions. Stalin then was appointed as chief member for the Bolshevik Party of the Executive Committee of the Petrograd City Council, Soviet. In this way, Stalin became head of the party organization and the chief Bolshevik representative in the leadership of the Petrograd Soviet. Again, Stalin nominated Kamenev to be the other new representative from the Petrograd Bolshevik Party to the Executive Committee of the Petrograd City Council. At the end of the day, the old guard had completely reasserted itself over the Bolsheviks' highest leadership bodies and in the Petrograd Soviet. Now it was a waiting game. That is, waiting for the boss to show up from Switzerland. They had 3 weeks to wait. To Finland Station on the March 27, 1917, Lenin left the Swiss-German border on his sealed train as a first leg in the process of heading for Petrograd's Finland Station, as his ultimate destination. Along the way, the train would stop for hours in Berlin. In Berlin, Lenin arranged to exit the train secretly and meet with the Wehrmacht, German Army, General Staff. The old man is new boss. Imposing authority, clarity. Lenin with his chief-in-exile lieutenants, including Karl Radek and Gregory Zinoviev and of course Nadezhda Krupskaya, arrived with some 53 others at the Russian-Finnish border railroad station at Bilostrov on the morning of April 3, 1917. Coming onto the train was a small Bolshevik delegation from Petrograd led by Joseph Stalin, Lev B. Kamenev and Ludmila Stahl. Kamenev was immediately in the doghouse. Lenin yelled at him about the bad things he had been writing in Pravda, denouncing his whole bullshit attitude and political line in the Petrograd City Council, Soviet, and the Petrograd Bolshevik Party Bureau. Stalin had briefed Lenin on what had been occurring in the previous 48 hours and what to expect when they arrived at Finland Station in Petrograd. Shortly thereafter, the Bolshevik train arrived and the 46-year-old old man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, and accompanying travelers detrained at Petrograd's Finland Station. Lenin left Kamenev behind and detrained with Stalin. A military band played the communist equivalent to "Hail to the Chief." Searchlights went on and focused on the chief as he strode to the waiting honor guard of Revolutionary Red Guard Kronstadt sailors standing at attention to be reviewed. The chief, saluting, took them in stride. He then greeted the assembled 2,000 Putilov plant workers also waiting to be reviewed. He finally reached the bulk of the massive crowd of hundreds of thousands of Petrograd workers, and their families, and just as many fascinated Russian citizens anxious to witness what everyone knew was an historic moment. Russia's new leader bellowed out, "End the imperialist war, overthrow the capitalist government, and all power to the Soviets." The crowd went wild and the Soviet and provisional government leaders assembled went into shock, including those Bolsheviks who had been following the bullshit collaborationist Kamenev line. Inside, snapshots cementing the bond. Loyalty written in stone. Who will kill whom? Speaking quietly to the man lying next to him was Vladimir Lenin, head of the Bolshevik Party. The night was October 26, 1917. The seizure had just been completed. They were on the floor of a room at the Smolny Institute that was Stalin's new office as Commissar, Minister, for Nationalities. Stalin had been in charge of Lenin's personal security and had been hiding him, up and until these 2 days of the seizure, in a secret location, known only to him, in Finland. Then he had hidden him in the working-class Vyborg district of Petrograd, as the movement of armed men, Red Guards and the Petrograd Army detachments, got underway. These two were now lying side by side in sleeping bags, thinking and talking out loud before trying to force themselves, at their comrades' insistence, to get some sleep. They had just seized state power. Victory at last. The first and forever most important step. To paraphrase, "Joseph, I wanted to talk to you here among ourselves, just you and me." You see, Joseph, at this moment Stalin's eyes had begun to tear up. Only his mother had called him Joseph. You and I have a common bond none of these others will understand. I know about your wife. You know about my brother. They will never understand the way we do about why we will never accept anything but the ultimate that we can get. Until we kill each and every one of these parasites, we have not won. Furthermore, until we create the socio-cultural substrate upon which we will build our future, now, not 1,000 years from now, we have done nothing. Killing these individual bastards is something you and I have to do for personal reasons. Killing their system is a concomitant. Our comrades will never understand this. We have to make them feel our pain if we expect our comrades to do the job now at hand. Our comrades must come to understand the capitalists will never give up such a large expanse as this, and it is now who will kill whom. Maxim Gorky in 1912 called Vladimir Lenin a bandit chief now without bandits. He continued to prove the inability of the naive intellectuals of the Russian bourgeoisie to understand the task at hand. Gorky's objectivity implied the caveat that Bolshevism's cash is king policy concerning financial resource identification was a low road. That was the view the Russian bourgeois intellectuals came to have about Lenin. Now, 5 years later, Lenin and his bandit chief Stalin had pulled it off. Shortly thereafter, all of these bourgeois intellectuals were put on ships and deported to Europe. 1917 Revolution. Stalin returns. At any rate, when Stalin returned to Petrograd from his prison sentence exile in Siberia, following the February 1917 overthrow of the Tsar, he immediately began putting his extensive network of party and other contacts back together, creating, as he went along, many new contacts of a variety of kinds throughout the revolutionary milieu of those 6 months from February to October. As for example by structuring a new alliance between the left wing of the farmer-oriented, nevertheless bourgeois, Socialist Revolutionary Party and the Bolshevik Party. These left SRs would join the Bolsheviks in forming a new government when the seizure took place, acting as a de facto willing ally of the Bolsheviks, rather than as members of the SR Party. And this is but one example of what he accomplished in this period. As a Bolshevik Party Central Committee member for many years, Joseph Stalin was the senior Bolshevik Party leader in the revolutionary capital of Petrograd when he arrived in that city, in the early spring of 1917. He had taken the simple expedient of a train ride from his exile in Siberia. Lenin was still in Switzerland. Trotsky, even if he had been there, and he had not yet returned from New York City, was anyway not yet a Bolshevik. Stalin took his seat in the Petrograd Soviet and in the other organs of working-class power in the revolutionary capital, but he was quiet and voted very carefully, if at all. His job was to prepare for the return of the boss. In other words, Stalin was doing what Lenin said the Bolshevik Party should have been doing in his absence. Of course, Lenin understood the importance of the Stalin retreat activity of all of his men on the spot, including those who appeared to have been collaborating. Some would have to participate in the various forums, as dialogue had to go on with full Bolshevik participation as far as the press and the public were concerned. That meant taking whatever positions one had to take to stay to the left but not too far, until the boss got back. It was Stalin who hid Lenin during the July 1917 days when the bourgeois government attempted to smash the Bolsheviks and kill Lenin. Stalin had kept him in a secret location in Finland until the eve of the October Revolution. The incipient, thus the first, Politburo chosen initially as the committee to lead the insurrection. It was the seizure committee in other words. It evolved into the political bureau, Politburo, of the Bolshevik Central Committee. Stalin's role was one of the most important. Because only Stalin knew where the leader was and he had to bring daily reports back and forth from the boss to the insurrectionary headquarters. It was only natural, after the success of the October 1917 seizure, that Lenin would continue to depend on Stalin to keep doing all those things he had been doing all along, for at least 17 years, as we have just reviewed. Stalin was a man proven in his ability, and therefore profoundly capable of handling the great secret tasks waiting. Therefore, it is easy to see why Lenin handed Stalin the formal responsibility of heading up the party's secret department. Stalin had always, from the beginning, and for many years, been the chief of secret operations, at least to the degree that he could be, and during incarcerations, he was often temporarily out of action. Flash forward before I went into the field in Peru, in 1977, see Volume 3 of the Idaho Smith's Search for the Foundation series entitled Shining Path, The Peruvian Revolution, Jason W. Smith, 2003, Kindle Book 2nd edition, www.amazon.com. I was quite naive too. My real-world experiences as described in the above-cited autobiographical series, especially Volumes 4 and 5, Rivers of Blood, and High Finance South American Style, changed all that. These books are self-explanatory in terms of understanding people's fundamental at-bottom ideas, and how they got www.amazon.com. Them, and why they will continue to entertain them, until such time that contemporary society evolves to a much higher level. So it became rather easy for me to understand both Lenin and Stalin because I was there at the same point in life, first, rather naively, with Lenin. Later, more sophisticatedly, with Stalin, figuratively speaking. That is why I have sometimes commented that when my Peruvian sojourn was all said and done I had rehabilitated Comrade Stalin. Go to the website WorldCat, World Catalog. www.worldcat.org. And type in my name, Smith, Jason W., for a complete list of university libraries, and their distance from you, for these Peruvian and other books I have authored. They are also available in second edition ebook form from Kindle Books. www.amazon.com. Named Shining Path, The Peruvian Revolution, Rivers of Blood and High Finance South American Style. Working out the dialectics of history by reading Hegel again in 1914 to 1915, Lenin came to all the right conclusions about what had happened and what to do about it. Actually, he already knew what to do about it, that was to encourage a revolutionary upheaval among the workers and in the army. Now, after studying Hegel again, and this time mastering him, Lenin understood how the labor movement had been dialectically transformed into its opposite. So the Bolsheviks, from the first, 1914, had been busy boring from within the army of the rotten regime of magnate capitalists allied with the dukedoms of feudal capitalist Imperial Russia. The Bolshevik objective became one of turning the struggle of the workers and farmers onto the road that was in their interest, rather than to continue along the road of capitalist and feudal interests, onto which they had been misled. Lenin and the Bolsheviks had the slogan, "Turn the imperialist war into a civil war, soldiers to shoot their officers, workers to seize the factories, farmers to take the land." What to do about agriculture? The Bolsheviks did not propose the immediate collectivization of agriculture. They had only a tiny base among the farming masses and could not do anything in the countryside anyway. Of course, they wanted to end private property everywhere, including in land, but in practice, they decided to pursue a policy of simply letting the farmers take the land as their private property. The farmers were doing it anyway, seizing the vast private estates and dividing it up among themselves. Despite a few government declarations to the contrary, the Bolsheviks accepted what the farmers had done spontaneously and accommodated themselves to it, demanding only the surrender of grain and whatever else might be needed, as needed. This policy was often referred to as war communism. This Bolshevik policy enraged the Socialist Revolutionary Party leaders. They would end up being liquidated after they attempted to assassinate Lenin in 1918. 2 pistol shots entered Lenin's brain. They had their own crackpot pie-in-the-sky formula for agriculture that did not feature small farmers as independent proprietors. The European ultraleft, as represented by such out-of-touch with reality spokespeople as Rosa Luxemburg, criticized the Russian Bolsheviks severely for this attitude to the farmers. She wanted to collectivize immediately in their respective countries. In Germany, she and her followers isolated themselves accordingly from the farming masses. In the end, this would be their undoing. In the middle of the Bolsheviks' toughest year, 1918, the one person you could always count on to draw the completely wrong tactical conclusions from agreed-upon strategic data was Rosa Luxemburg. She had this to say when not wringing her hands. The Leninist agrarian reform has created a new and powerful layer of popular enemies of socialism in the countryside, enemies whose resistance will be much more dangerous and stubborn than that of the noble large landowners. The truth was far different. It was this decision of Lenin's to let the ignorant Russian peasant mass do as they would with the land, as long as they supported our government, that was a stroke of genius. By analogy, Russian peasants were much akin to bison on the U.S. Great Plains before the coming of the white man. They were 100 million illiterate and uneducated Neolithic-level farmers, terribly unproductive. In 1928, Stalin's Great Turn would transform them into a great asset. You could not do anything with these people in 1918 anyway. Not until their level of cultural achievement, in this case culture meaning education, had prepared them to be more than farm animals. And it is exactly as farm animals these Neolithic farmers had been raised by their masters and mistresses under one sadistic dictator, Tsar, after another over the previous several centuries. Had Luxemburg used a little common sense, she would not have found the newly formed, autumn of 1918, German Communist Party isolated from the farming masses and farm-originating workers. All these newly liberated Russian farm animals, come capitalist farmers, cared about, was getting land of their own and raising and selling their crops and animal products on the only kind of market they knew about, the countryside capitalist marketplace. Lenin let that go with the caveat, to paraphrase, that the farmers have to have capitalism to survive and produce for now, but they don't have to have SR and Menshevik propaganda to survive and produce, so we have had to, or soon will have to, liquidate this bourgeois press permanently. Luxemburg failed to realize that the German farmers of middle and lower ranks, as well as her landless farmers and agricultural workers, were not much different from Russian farmers. She should have learned from the Bolshevik experience to handle the farming masses carefully. When bison stampede the race of the humans, white or Indian, the Lone Ranger or Tonto, in front of them is irrelevant. By the way, Tonto is called Indio on Spanish language TV as Tonto. In Spanish means stupid, a comment perhaps on the Lone Ranger author, Fran Stryker's inherent gringo racism. Stryker also authored The Green Hornet and Sergeant Preston of the Yukon. Luxemburg failed to recognize the intense nature of the peasant desire to be a capitalist farmer. For millennia, these oppressed, essentially Neolithic, farmers had believed if they could just own a piece of their own land, then the world would be perfect. It would take time, experience, and education to guide them in a better, collective direction. At any rate, for this failure to understand the real world, Luxembourg paid with her life. Conversely, the Russian Bolsheviks had avoided precisely this conundrum simply by being very non-naive, being real-world cognizant, and doing what common sense dictated, if you wanted the soldiers and the food to fight and win a great civil war. Of the principal Bolshevik leaders, it would be Trotsky who would be the first to recognize that Lenin's decision to let the farmers go ahead and do as they would with the land of the aristocrats, the rich farmers, and their church, had been a nearly fortuitous accident which had made all the difference in the civil war in Russia, a nation that was 90% small farmer. One must assume Lenin saw the same advantage that lay in the motive ascribed to him by the SR leaders. They believed Lenin saw that newly propertied small capitalist farmers would find it absolutely necessary to take up arms and fight to hold on to their newly gained land, and therefore would be obvious recruits for the Bolsheviks' new Red Army. It was that party and its army, after all, which had given them legal title to the land, at least as far as they were concerned. The Bolshevik proclamations supporting their seizures were legal authorization. Lenin saying, to paraphrase, "The farmers are going to do it, take the land, anyway, so we might as well go along with them for now." This decision of Lenin's had given the Bolsheviks the support, the conscript farmer soldiers, they had to win the civil war. And the food to feed them. Trotsky, in the winter of 1919 to 1920, working among farmers of the Urals, went on to advocate the reintroduction of a market economy and the elimination of war communism. That is, eliminating the forced collections of grain and the issuing of IOUs as soon as possible. Otherwise they, the Bolsheviks, were going to lose them, the farmers, 90% of the country. It would take Lenin another full year to agree. For a real flavor for what the Bolsheviks confronted among the farming peoples of Russia and the Empire, I recommend my favorite Soviet author Mikhail A. Sholokhov. His Don novels, and Quiet Flows the Don Flows Home to the Sea, and Harvest on the Don, are some of my favorites. At any rate, the Russians had worked out the mechanics for the seizure of state power in the 1905 revolution. Councils, called Soviets, in Russian, had been established in St. Petersburg in that year, as well as in cities and administrative units throughout the empire. These councils or Soviets were the then contemporary recreation of the Commune of revolutionary Paris and part of the program of the working class government for all of France in 1871. The job, in Russia and its empire in 1917, would be to re-establish these councils or Soviets, and to put armed force, the state, in their hands. It was the job of the Bolshevik Party and its cadre to see that new councils or Soviets were formed as soon as possible everywhere, and to plan to take all power as soon as possible, in their name. The Paris Commune model was about to be replaced by our new, Leninist model. Revolution in Russia. Lenin's German money. In February of 1917, hungry people, led by working women of the city, rose against the Tsar in Petrograd, which was the Tsar's wartime name for St. Petersburg, the city that would eventually to be named after Lenin. The bourgeois leaders, unhappy the Tsar had proven unable to do anything except kill large numbers of workers and farmers through his military incompetence, seized upon the working people's uprising to overthrow the magnate ducal regime and replaced it with a capitalist provisional government. This government made the serious mistake of allowing all political exiles amnesty and the right to return. Perhaps because, given the demand of the masses, it had no choice. After the return of Stalin et al., it was Lenin's return that everyone was waiting for. Lenin made his way back to Petrograd in a sealed train that left Switzerland, passed through Germany and entered northwestern Russia by way of Scandinavia. This sealed part was something Lenin set up so that he could deny he was doing what he was doing. What was that? It was not exactly new. The German rulers had been contributing to the Bolshevik treasury throughout the war years. They knew Lenin and the Bolsheviks. And now the biggest decision of all had to be made about their erstwhile friends. Lenin was pursuing an enormously important financial deal in Berlin with the General Staff of the Wehrmacht, German Army, on this trip. This bunch of parasitical junkers, landed German noblemen, were certainly no Bolsheviks. However, they knew Lenin would take Russia out of the World War if he won the coming struggle for power in Russia. They knew he had a chance, and that was why they had been financing him, and enough reason for them to bankroll him again, this time all the way. Nor was Lenin attending the Wehrmacht General Staff meeting with hat in hand. Lenin had his own sources of money, as the Germans were well aware. What they didn't know was that Leonid Krasin, having worked his way into the Tsarist War Production Ministry, was providing Lenin via the provider teams of expropriators more and more money as he directed these teams to the best pickings for armed robberies. Krasin's number one helper, Joseph Stalin, had been in exile in Siberia, so others were doing the work. Accordingly, the Bolshevik press and payroll was well endowed and growing. At that moment, Lenin had over 1,000 persons on his cadre payroll list in Russia. And that number would be growing exponentially as the revolutionary preparation and fighting intensified. The Germans knew Lenin already had money and that what he needed was even more money. Money he could depend upon on a regularized basis. Money that would be ever present, at hand, to accomplish his forthcoming objectives. Number 1 being to take Russia out of the World War. The Germans had been invited to contribute to the Bolshevik treasury and had done so, hoping they would keep a place for themselves in Lenin's good graces. Lenin gained their enthusiastic support for this the final push. The Germans also agreed that, in addition to their present new funding agreement that, if he were to seize power they would immediately enter into friendly military arrangements to support his regime, including shipping weapons and most importantly modernization equipment for his war industries. Lenin arrived in Petrograd with plenty of cash. More was on the way, being bank-wired from Germany to Sweden to Finland. A small army of financial agents had been left behind to physically handle the transfers. Lenin was ready to kick some ass. Before this was all over, Lenin would get at least 50 million gold rubles from the Germans. Lenin was not naive about money, nor about the class enemies he confronted, nor anything else, except that undiscovered country of selfish and sadistic basal imprinting that was nearly as strong in the oppressed classes, including the working classes, as it was in the masters and mistresses and the boss hierarchy of society. A common defect, if you will, of all Marxists at that time. In Petrograd, Lenin immediately began preaching revolution against the capitalist provisional government first on the platform of the Finland station just after stepping off the train. There, hundreds of thousands of workers and their families, along with deputations of soldiers and sailors, and an honor guard from one of the previously Tsarist ships in port, formed a tumultuous crowd greeting their hero, Lenin. It was the biggest by far reception of any foreign leader coming home, in the months after February and before October of 1917. Suffice it to say that Lenin found his own Bolsheviks collaborating with the enemy provisional government. That was bourgeois to the core, with a smattering of right-wing, respectable, socialists of one stripe or another. What they, the workers, and their party, the Bolshevik Party, should have been doing instead, he said, was to be preparing to strike out and destroy the bourgeois regime. He went directly to the workers of the Petrograd City Council, Soviet, explaining to them their historic task, and with their enthusiastic support he was able to rearm the party. His control over the funds needed to publish all the new Bolshevik newspapers and pay the entire new cadre did not hurt. The party rearmed. The party was rearmed in 1917 by the document we know as the April Thesis. Lenin enumerated 10 principal commandments as the 10 Theses of April. These 10 Theses were popularly referred to as the Bolshevik 10 Commandments. 1. End the imperialist war. 2. All political and governmental power was to be transferred to the councils, Soviets. 3. Overthrow the capitalist provisional government. 4. Use the councils, Soviets, to form the new government. 5. The new government to be a government of working committees, councils, at every level with b. The army disbanded and replaced with a red-armed military force. c. Government official salaries to be no more than those of unionized workers. d. Election and immediate recall of all government officials. 6. All the land to be transferred to those that farmed it. And 7. All the capitalist banks to be seized and made into one people's bank. 8. Establish social justice now but not socialism. 9. Call an immediate Bolshevik Party Congress to a. Bring the party up to date on key issues and b. Change the name to Communist Party. 10. Call a new Third International of Working People. Published in Pravda No. 26, April 7, 1917. Seizing state power. Lenin hammered the party into seizing power in October 1917 through letters and demands. By July, he was again in hiding from the secret police. Only Stalin knew where he was, having been assigned this role of protecting the maximum leader by the seizure committee, i.e., the original Politburo. And rearmed with his book State and Revolution, where Lenin went back to Engels' The Origin of the State, Private Property, and the Family, and made his central point. As Engels said, to paraphrase, the state is the product of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms and arises in the hands of those who can pay their thugs to suppress the masses. This means that the Bolsheviks now have to seize state power from the class enemy, build our own state, and establish a proletarian dictatorship over the enemy. In so doing, we can then proceed to construct the socialist world order. Lenin said, the proletarian state is a machine for the suppression of the bourgeoisie by the proletariat. Such suppression is necessary because of the furious, desperate resistance put up by the landowners and capitalists, by the entire bourgeoisie and all their hangers-on, by all the exploiters, who stop at nothing when their overthrow, when the expropriation of the expropriators, begins. Letter to the Workers of Europe and America, v. I. Lenin, Pravda, January 24, 1919. Understanding this state, Lenin knows what has to be done. I put this in bold for a reason. Because Lenin's correct understanding of the nature of the state, any state, is the key to our understanding Lenin's success in introducing the stage of Stalinist socialism onto the world historical stage. Every state, including the most democratic republic, is nothing but a machine for the suppression of one class by another. V.I. Lenin, Letter to the Workers of Europe and America, Pravda, January 24, 1919, as Lenin put it 15 months later. He knew he had to overthrow the bourgeois government. The time had come to do it. The first reason Lenin had to act was the scientific conclusion mandated by the correct general theory of historical materialism, and he had Engels' summation of Marx's work on state origins to quote directly to prove his point. See The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Frederick Engels, 1888. Now we have this 8-volume study that archaeologically confirms the prehistoric emergence of classes and the state happened exactly as a product of the class division of society where exploiter ranks had become exploiting classes. These classes would have both the need and the financial ability to use thuggery, army/police power, to establish and then to enforce their dictatorship. A summary of that study's conclusions has been incorporated above, in this book, in my discussions of the sequential stages of pre-capitalist socio-cultural evolution. Volumes 2 through 8 in this textbook prove the process and its causes. The second reason Lenin determined to act when he did was a tactical matter that required audacity, balls, to do what theory tells you to do because the time is ripe. The capitalist regime was weak. The Bolsheviks had just won the elections. There was no reason to wait any longer, and every reason to act before the enemy got a chance to put some bullshit parliamentary system into effect. A system the bourgeoisie would, of course, dominate. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, 9 3-month countdown July 3 to October 3, 1917. Sometime in late June of 1917, Trotsky was brought on board the Bolshevik Party and into the leadership. During June he pranced on the stage of the modern circus to the delight of the great unwashed who loved his dancing bear routine and were the rabble, quite willing to be roused, with fiery rhetoric. At his day job in the Petrograd City Council, Soviet, Trotsky did the same thing. His talk combined with the clear Leninist hardline being taken in all of Stalin's press led the mass of Petrograd workers, soldiers and sailors to believe that armed insurrection just as soon as possible was the Bolshevik practical program. On July 3, 1917, the pot boiled over and things got really out of hand. At that moment, the boss was on a medical leave in Finland. Lenin was having one of his early hypertension episodes. In retrospect, it had all of the signs of cerebral arterial sclerosis. Anyway, he had been so sick his colleagues had insisted on this medical leave. Therefore, the only man who could give the order to rise was not in Petrograd. Sailors at Kronstadt asked Stalin on July 3, 1917, if they should bring their weapons to the demonstration beginning that morning, and he said yes. However, he said it in such a way as to avoid the question as to whether there would be a party order to rise against the capitalist provisional government that day. The problem that the boss was in Finland remained. No one else could give the order. Nevertheless, despite this, the Bolshevik military organization, BMO, went ahead and gave the order anyway. This BMO claimed the support of 60,000 armed soldiers. However, in their own actual hands they had only Stalin's Red Guard battle groups. This situation would be changed in a few weeks when Kerensky, the capitalist president of the provisional government, had insufficient loyal troops remaining to stop the advance of military golpista, Kupist, General Kornilov. Kornilov then would be marching from Moscow on Petrograd with the stated objective of slaughtering workers and all the members of the provisional government. President Kerensky would then have to open the military arsenals and arm the Bolsheviks. When he did, the Bolsheviks stopped Kornilov cold, and he went on the run. Kornilov was captured and killed in Siberia. At any rate, this arms distribution gave the BMO what they would need in their second October 1917 uprising, and to avoid the defeat they were about to suffer in early July. By July 4, 1917, in the meantime, perhaps 100,000 soldiers, sailors and workers had surrounded the Taurida Palace that housed both the capitalist provisional government and the Petrograd City Council, Soviet. They were demanding that the Soviet take all power into its own hands. However, the Georgia-originating Menshevik leaders of the Petrograd Soviet refused and dawdled. Lenin arrived in the morning of July 4 mad as hell. "You should be thrashed for this," he said to the leaders of the BMO. It was too late to advance or retreat. It was a fucking mess. Lenin knew the time for a national uprising had not yet come, although it soon would. At this precise moment, the Soviet in Petrograd, and in virtually all the other cities, was comprised of a majority of non-Bolsheviks. None of whom had sufficient confidence to take power on their own, but all of whom were determined to prevent any one of them, especially the Bolsheviks, from doing so. Yet, the Cap government was confronting a series of escalating contradictions, crises, which Lenin knew it could not and would not be able to handle to the satisfaction of a rapidly growing number of pissed-off Russians. Not to mention the other already revolting nationalities in Georgia, the Ukraine, Finland, and so forth. At this point, science told us that revolution was definitely on the agenda and soon. However, the timing required a plan and artistic leadership. This early July mass demonstration of workers, soldiers, and sailors in Petrograd was not the time for a national uprising to overthrow capitalism. Lenin said that at this point, what was going on would best be considered a dress rehearsal. And so it was. In the period of Trotsky's dancing bear routines at the Modern Circus, and in the Taurida Palace Soviet, Stalin had been busy administering the day-to-day affairs of the party with Lenin, or by himself. As when Lenin was on medical leave in Finland. First, he had to meet payroll on a weekly basis that amounted to a great deal indeed. 2.5 rubles million annually had been required before 1917. That for a party with a payroll of only 1,000 in Petrograd and nationwide. You can do the arithmetic to see what would have been required weekly to pay 10,000 cadre nationwide by July 1917. Say roughly 500,000 rubles a week. That could not come from bank robberies and other X's, but would have to come from the Germans as per Lenin's Berlin Agreement, and it was coming. But bank wires of that size, frequency, and number could not help but be detected by the capitalist police who understood everything when it came to money and getting their hands on it. Stalin was the editor, or in charge of all Bolshevik newspapers and magazines. Stalin had to make all the decisions about party cadre assigned to different tasks nationwide. The uprising lost its steam and began to dissipate when the Menshevik-led Soviet refused to take power and the Bolshevik leaders, Lenin and Stalin, refused to give the order for the Bolshevik party to move for all power by itself. On July 6, 1917, Lenin told Stalin to make a deal with the KAP President Kerensky to bring about the surrender of all the Bolshevik armed units and the party headquarters and press, without bloodshed if given the time. Kerensky agreed. Then again, Stalin hid Lenin. During the course of this one day, July 6, 1917, Stalin moved Lenin 5 times. Simultaneously, Stalin asked the workers outside Taurida and their military colleagues to end the demonstration and go home. Then he arranged for the Bolshevik machine gun regiment outside the Taurida to go back to their barracks. And he arranged for the Bolshevik garrison at the Peter and Paul fortress to surrender. Next, he organized the surrender of the Bolshevik HQ at the Kseshinskaya Palace. In addition, he agreed to the surrender of the Bolshevik press building. Finally, as part of the deal, Stalin and other party leaders at Kseshinskaya and elsewhere were allowed to walk away. Stalin walked away as the delegated chief of the Bolsheviks. That is to say, Stalin had been delegated by the party leadership, Lenin, to deal with the capitalist provisional government, and President Kerensky accepted him as the leader in Lenin's absence. Finally, Kerensky had given Stalin and the other Bolshevik leaders at Kseshinskaya safe conduct. Accordingly, the KAP government troops did not vandalize Bolshevik property, and eventually their offices and presses were returned to them. Stalin changed his working residence from the apartment he shared near the office at Kseshinskaya, with Vyacheslav Molotov, to the, as yet unknown to the KAP government, new and stylish address of Comrades Allalieva. It was here, at the Allalievas, where Stalin hid Lenin at the end of the day of July 6. This would be Lenin's final move until he fled to Finland on July 12, 1917. In the meantime, Trotsky and Kamenev had been arrested elsewhere and hauled off to jail. 6th Congress. After his return from depositing Lenin in Finland, Stalin organized the Bolshevik Party's 6th Congress at the end of July 1917. It was held in secret in Petrograd in an old monastery on Samsonevsky Boulevard. Stalin was now the acting party leader for the nation and for Petrograd, and he gave the main report in the place of Lenin. He was followed on the speaker's podium by Yakov M. Sverdlov, who gave the organizational report, and who commented that Stalin had done such a good job, his own report would be very short. The 6th Congress of the Bolshevik Party named Stalin as the chief editor for all of the party press. It also formalized Stalin as head of the Bolshevik delegation at the Petrograd City Council, Soviet. The Congress announced the listing of Central Committee members with Lenin of course number 1, followed by Kamenev, Trotsky and Stalin. In later years, Trotskyists would try to use this listing to prove that Trotsky was already superior in the party to Stalin. The truth is that since Kamenev and Trotsky had gotten themselves arrested when everyone else had been allowed to walk free in the Kerensky-Stalin deal, the party decided it would be just as well to put their names up front and keep Stalin in a less vulnerable position. Kamenev had been in the doghouse from day one of Lenin's return, as you will recall. Trotsky, although a very newcomer to Bolshevism, had been prancing around on stage at the Modern Circus and in the Soviet, and had drawn the ire of the KAP leaders upon himself, putting their names in front of Stalin gave the acting leader a little more flexibility in moving around and getting things ready for the coming seizure. Chronology for J.V. Stalin, 10 seizure. 24 to 26 October 1917, the July 3 to 6 1917, uprising of soldiers, sailors and workers in Petrograd was bungled, largely by the absence of Lenin, who had been in Finland when the Bolshevik Military Organization, BMO, started the process. Lenin returned just in time to see how the lack of leadership, and the lack of a plan, was leading to the dissipation of insurrectional strength and to a counterattack by the capitalist government, which put everyone on the run. Then Stalin kept moving Lenin around Petrograd 5 times, and the one day of July 6 he changed his locale. Then Lenin waited at the Alaliyeva's home for several days until shaved and disguised could be taken to Finland on July 12, 1917. Stalin and Sergei Alaliyeva were his escorts, and they hid him there until October. Kornilov. The capitalist government of Kerensky made every attempt to find Lenin and kill him. Failing that, they launched a campaign to discredit Lenin over his financial ties to the German regime. However, within days the KAP government faced its own potentially life-ending crisis. To save itself, the weak KAP government of President Kerensky had to turn to the Bolsheviks. General Kornilov was the capitalist government military boss located in Moscow. He was marching on Petrograd, with the stated intention of slaughtering the workers and all the social democrats, including Mensheviks like the capitalist President Kerensky himself, not just the Bolsheviks. Confronted with his own imminent collapse, Kerensky turned to Stalin, with whom you will recall he had established a personal working relationship only weeks earlier. Stalin told him the Bolsheviks' military organization, BMO, would save the regime but could not without arms. Kerensky accordingly had no choice but to arm the workers, who were virtually all Bolsheviks. Overnight 60,000 rifles and pistols and ammunition were turned over to the Bolshevik Red Guard battle groups. Eventually 250,000 small arms went to these workers of Petrograd and Moscow. Kornilov was defeated and fled to Siberia. There the Bolsheviks eventually caught and killed him. However, the important thing now was that the Bolsheviks had guns directly in their hands. And the army was coming over to the BMO, at least in the cities, unit by unit, like an avalanche. Stalin takes command Bolshevik Military Organization BMO. Stalin finished the process by physically seizing the BMO newspaper Soldier, where he arrested its leaders, bringing many of them to a party trial. He also seized their money and instituted his own new command structure. There would be no more Julys. The writing was on the wall. Lenin from Finland, as October 1917 began, demanded that the party seize state power now. To make a long story short, he returned to Petrograd long enough to hammer the leadership into agreement. On October 10, 1917, the meeting for a final solution began close to midnight. It had continued until nearly dawn of the 11th. Lenin was joined by 10 top Bolsheviks. Stalin and Trotsky strongly supporting his demand to plan for an immediate military uprising of Red forces to seize state power, with only 2 voting against, you guessed it, the 2 gutless wonders, Kamenev and Zinoviev. The seizure committee was selected and included Stalin and Trotsky, who had joined Lenin and the Bolshevik Party in June, some 3 months earlier. The group then decided to hold a planning meeting in 5 days to review the plans to be drawn up by Stalin and his Central Committee aides in the interim. This seizure committee was the embryo of the concept of leadership by a Central Committee political bureau, known thereafter to the world as the Politburo. Stalin and Pravda. The die is cast. Party press repeats call. The group met as scheduled on October 16, 1917, and approved Stalin's plan. Trotsky was absent, working at the Taurida Soviet, where he was now chairman of the Petrograd City Council's Military Revolutionary Committee, MRC, created on October 9, 1917. Kamenev and Zinoviev again voiced their disagreement but were out-argued and quickly overcome by Lenin and all the others. The date was set for October 24, 1917. Stalin said, "The die is cast." His press, all the Bolshevik press, took up the call. Betrayal. On October 18, 1917, Kamenev and Zinoviev betrayed the plan to the KAP press. They were immediately expelled from the party. Fortunately, the KAP press saw their betrayal as a provocation. The fact that Stalin went ahead and published the Kamenev-Zinoviev letter that explained their opposition ideas, in Raboki I put, he and they saw as a downplaying of the idea the party was preparing a seizure. After all, to the KAPs it did not make sense that the party would publish its antithesis unless Lenin was doing what they thought he had done before in July, i.e., threaten but not seriously, testing the water. Again Stalin says die is cast, be ready. However, confusingly, then Stalin wrote the party's official declaration in Pravda that the Bolsheviks have issued the call, be ready. The KAPs were confused, but anyone who wanted to draw the right conclusion could see that indeed the die was cast. The Bolsheviks were going to go for broke. Red military centers. It was decided that since the Petrograd City Council MRC, Military Revolutionary Committee, was all Bolshevik, the seizure should be undertaken in its name. The party had by October 24, 1917, the loyalty of the Petrograd Army garrison. Specifically, the Petrograd Army garrison had voted to take orders only from the MRC, or to take KAP government orders only when countersigned by the MRC. Stalin and his Red Guard Kseshinskaya Center would guard the party installations themselves from KAP government counterattack, or surprise attack. In the event, the Stalin Center acted first, but in response to the KAP first move. Kerensky moves first. Gunned down at Trud Press on October 24, 1917, Kerensky decided to gamble audaciously and move first. He sent KAP government-loyal troops to seize Stalin's press operations building at dawn. These offices of the Trud Press were then attacked and the machinery vandalized by Kerensky's troops. Stalin immediately retaliated with his Red Guard battle groups. After an OK Corral type of shootout lasting until the afternoon, the building was back in Bolshevik hands. The MRC's Valkynia Army Regiment arrived shortly thereafter to reinforce the Red Guards and prevent a future assault by Kerensky. This may have been the last time that Stalin and Trotsky fought together in a winner-takes-all campaign. Bolsheviks moved next. Meanwhile, recognizing that Kerensky's attack had triggered the revolution, second-string leaders were dispatched with Red Guard troops from Stalin's center to seize the railway depots, the post office and telegraph office, the food warehouses, and all the banks. Representatives of the Bolshevik headquarters were dispatched to establish formal relations with the left social revolutionaries. Another contingent was sent to supervise the assault on the KAP provisional government now entrenched at the Petrograd Winter Palace. Another contingent established constant telephone contact with Bolshevik party battle groups in Moscow. Bolshevik battle groups in Moscow were simultaneously engaging the Tsarist army and police garrisons in that city. Trotsky's MRC mobilized the army units in Petrograd and naval units at Kronstadt to stand by as they would soon be needed. As it turned out in Petrograd, they were only needed to reinforce the Red Guards. However, in Moscow, Kiev, Kharkov, Minsk, and many other cities, the regular army troops now under Trotsky's Bolshevik command would be needed in intense armed conflict with units remaining loyal to the KAP government. The proletarian revolution was now underway and would be extremely violent and hard fought over the next several weeks everywhere except in Petrograd, where the Bolsheviks were moving for state power with relative ease. Stalin left the Kshechinskaya headquarters, canceling his scheduled appearance at the Polytechnical Institute. He wanted to be at the new Smolny headquarters of the Soviet Mr. Committee, where the next step would be to convene the Congress of Soviets with the new all-Bolshevik government a fait accompli. Seizure. Everyone including Lenin made his or her way to Smolny. To make an exciting two-day story too short, by October 26, 1917, the Bolsheviks had completed the seizure. They captured all of the ministers of the KAP government who had been holed up at the Tsar's Winter Palace. Finally, the Bolsheviks had state power. It was the beginning of an entirely new sociocultural evolutionary stage on the planet Earth. Bolsheviks seized state power October 24 to 26, 1917. In summary, knowing what had to be done, Lenin had forced his party's leadership to resolve to seize power by force of arms. The participants and direct observers have told the story of the seizure, including among them Leon Trotsky, the Russian Revolution, John Reed, the North American from Portland, Oregon, who was an observer of these events and who wrote the internationally famous book 10 Days That Shook the World, and Joseph Stalin, the October Revolution. First Petrograd and then Moscow and many other cities came under Bolshevik military control. The question then became, can the Bolsheviks retain state power? This was the title of one of Lenin's books of that time. Off on the wrong foot, Trotsky alienates the old Bolsheviks. Lenin believed it was Oregonian John Reed who was responsible for giving the outside world the idea that the entire Bolshevik revolution had been conceived, carried out, and successful only because of what had happened in Petrograd in the months preceding the seizure October 24 to 26, and by the relatively peaceful October seizure of power in Petrograd when the capitalist provisional government was replaced over a period of 2 days by the Bolshevik Soviet government. Lenin didn't mind Reed's somewhat myopic view of events because what was important was that news of and about the revolution be presented to the world in the best way. After all, with Reed limited in language and access to the rest of the Russian Bolshevik Revolution, what else could he have done? What Reed wrote in 10 Days That Shook the World was so beautiful and indeed archetypical of what a Bolshevik revolution should ideally look like, that Lenin decided to take what they had been so lucky to get, discretion being the better part of valor, and worry about the details of the all-Russian reality later on. The seizure had been hard-fought and violent in Moscow, Kursk, Samara, Minsk, Kharkov, Tiflis, and Kiev, and in many other cities of the empire. Only in Petrograd, St. Petersburg, Leningrad, thanks according to all participants and observers, including Joseph Stalin, due to the excellent work of Leon Trotsky, was the seizure relatively peaceful. Petrograd was the capital of the empire, and thus was one tactical key to success, and therefore, Lenin's decision to bring Trotsky into the party less than 4 months earlier proved its wisdom in the event. The old Bolsheviks, however, who had fought the hard fight in at least 20 cities of the empire, where it had been touch and go in the armed struggle for days and sometimes weeks, became quite angry with the way Trotsky was presenting the October Revolution. Indeed, Trotsky did just what Reed had done except in much more detail, but the old Bolsheviks, who were the new governmental and most importantly army officers, were enraged. Furthermore, they did not care what Reed told the English-speaking world. They cared about what Russians thought. The new officers and noncoms in the Red Army thought Trotsky was involved in a cheap power play. They believed Trotsky's real intent was to deprive them of their just honors and rewards for having fought tooth and nail, killing all opposition, in order to establish the proletarian dictatorship. That dictatorship being the transitional form of power before the abolition of the state, as Marx had declared was necessary. Typical of those who grew to hate Trotsky, for this among other things, was the future war commissar-in-chief of much of the Red Army's armies, colleges, and staff schools, Mikhail Frunze, 1885–1925. Another was the perhaps most colorful general of the Civil War, Semyon Budeny, 1883–1973. And still another, Vasily Konstantinovich Blyker, 1889–1938, who commanded striking victories during the Civil War, and later commanded the Chinese KMT Communist National Revolutionary Army, NRA, as you will see in the chapter. Bolshevism spreads to China. And finally, among the most important of the youngest Trotsky haters was Sergeant, 1920, George Zhukov. Zhukov would go on to be the Soviet's most important military chief as a five-star general, i.e. Marshal, and military chief of the Red Army High Command, Stavka, by 1945. Farmers were strategic key to success. Lenin decided to throw the Bolshevik lot in with the farmers. It was ironic that the chief of the most orthodox workers' party in the world should have had the insight to recruit the mass of the empire's people almost overnight. And that was because of a wise political pronouncement, namely, "Do what you will with the land." Our victory was made easier by the fact that in October 1917 we marched with the farmers, with all the farmers. In that sense, our revolution was a bourgeois revolution. The first step taken by our proletarian government was to embody in a law promulgated on October 26, Old Style, November 7, New Style, 1917, on the next day after the revolution, the old demands of all the farmers which farmer Soviets and village assemblies had put forward under Kerensky, the man Lenin overthrew edition. That is where our strength lay. That is why we were able to win the overwhelming majority so easily. As far as the countryside was concerned, our revolution continued to be a bourgeois revolution, and only later. V.I. Lenin 1919 Address to the First Congress of the Communist International. Time to govern. Campaign promises. Having overthrown the bourgeoisie, the Bolsheviks had now to begin the real job of governing. At first most of this consisted of A. B. C. 1. 2. Cosmetic proclamations, because there wasn't much else one could do overnight. By cosmetic I mean such things as changing the names of ministries to commissariat of this or that. And socialist government model building. For example, during the first weeks of the revolution, Petrograd State Radio and the government and Bolshevik press issued a long series of new laws to show what socialism would have done, in the event they failed to hold on to state power longer than a few months. These radio producers intended to leave a model of what a worker state and government would look like, much as the Paris Commune had earlier left a more primitive model. But the real Bolshevik bosses were much more confident, and as history would soon prove, with good reason. Also the Bolsheviks had campaign promises to keep, such as abolishing ranks in the army and giving the land to the farmers. Socialist proclamations of these sorts demonstrated the government's desire to move in a fully socialist direction even if it did not have the wherewithal now. However, history had outrun the pre-seizure Bolshevik program, by which I mean ideas about abolishing military ranks and farmers seizing land, were ideas which the Bolsheviks were no longer entertaining. Now the army was theirs, and this new Red Army needed officers, NCOs, and absolute discipline. Socialism was their ultimate program for farming, mechanization and collectivization, and the idea of a nation of small capitalist farmers, having divided up the land of the lords for themselves, was no longer something the party was interested in. By not having much they could do overnight, I mean that if this revolution had happened where it was supposed to happen, the next day's business could have been a rather smooth transition to workers' ownership of factories, followed by the bureaucratic introduction of the party's program by the same people doing these things the previous day. In classical Marxist terms, we had expected an advanced capitalist country to take the point. In the event, Russia was where the revolution began because of the peculiar historical circumstance of V.I. Lenin and his ability to create an armed seizure. Therefore, Russia that had become the trigger for world revolution. All Marxists in Russia, including Lenin and his Bolsheviks, agreed that Russia could not be the homeland of world socialism precisely because it had not achieved the minimal necessary industrial or agricultural base. Nevertheless, it could become, and in fact had become, the trigger of the world proletarian revolution. At any rate, it would be in the area of propaganda, education and cosmetics that the Bolsheviks would first make their mark. Then they became equally well known to the world in the arena of military affairs. 6 weeks later, Proletarian State Power Part 1, Police. The All-Russian, Federal, Extraordinary Commission to Suppress Counter Revolution, Sabotage and Speculation, the Chayka. Inside Snapshot RCP Politburo, December 20, 1917. Chairing and speaking in Petrograd was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, Premier of the new government, Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars. His audience this day in Petrograd, St. Petersburg, Leningrad, December 20, 1917 was the Political Bureau, Politburo, of the soon-to-be-named Russian Communist Party, RCP-B. Previously it had been the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Bolsheviks. It was renamed as the RCP-B, March 6, 1918. Comrades, you all know how serious the counter-revolutionary threat is to our government as our enemies, the Mensheviks, SRs, White Guardists and the rest of the aristocratic capitalist scum proceed with the procurement of weapons, explosives and munitions. The same in some of our essential sectors including banking and finance are organizing strikes. So far, we have been able to conduct limited operations against all of these threats using our most loyal followers in the working class and within the army. You all know Felix Dzerzhinsky, who has been at the head of these special operations, especially those designed to protect our leaders from assassination. For manpower, he has been able to rely heavily upon his own Latvian brothers in arms in the Rifle Division, as well as our Red Guards. Comrade Dzerzhinsky will proceed with a detailed report and set of recommendations. The baton passed. Dzerzhinsky, seated, reported. Comrade Politburo members, I am passing to each of you a copy of a top-secret file, numbered 1 of 7, 2 of 7, etc. This file details each conspiracy we have detected. In each case we have sent in penetration agents to provide us with a steady flow of data and to be ready to act in a definitive way upon receiving orders. I will not read it to you. You can do that yourselves. In the meantime, let me say that what I believe must be done, and Comrade Stalin agrees, is that we must create our own Okhrana. Yes, we have no choice. We have to create a secret police force to expand our vigilance and surveillance of all counter-revolutionaries, and it must have action units capable of carrying out orders to liquidate our enemies when so instructed, or when it sees itself the need to do so. For the moment, I have created the name All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution, Sabotage, and Speculation. The initials will inevitably lead to its being called the Chayka for short. So, Comrade Dzerzhinsky, spoke Nikolai Bukharin. Barely 2 months after the workers and soldiers and poor peasants have seized power, we are to recreate the Okhrana? The very organization which created hardship, misery, slave labor camps, torture and death against our class and indeed against us ourselves? Yes, Comrade Bukharin. Well, I agree. We have no choice. But it is somehow very ironic, is it not? Yes. I hope that it will be most ironic for our class enemies. These are, after all, the worst people who have ever lived anywhere on the planet Earth, and it is high time that they face the consequences of millennia of oppression of working people and a multitude of enslaved nationalities. Hear, hear, from everyone at the table. To begin with Comrade Stalin, and I suggest we utilize 8 commissars, 1 for each department we foresee as necessary, and a small but sufficient staff of our most reliable and intelligent comrades. In addition, we need authority to investigate, enter, arrest and execute enemies of the people on our own initiative. Give me this manpower, subject to continual increase as need arises, and this legal authority, and I promise you I will stamp out every vestige of counter-revolution, given sufficient time. How much time will you need to get a grip on this situation? Asked Lenin. We have Petrograd close to being secured from domestic enemies but not from foreign invaders, and they will come, as you know, Comrade Lenin. Yes. In this capacity I have found it necessary for planning to anticipate a civil conflict of several years' duration. Perhaps a full-fledged civil war with the whites and the foreign imperialists on one side and us on the other. So the answer is, it will take years to fully root out all of these enemies. On the other hand, we can secure, often with revolutionary terror, our cities within a matter of a few months. As I was saying, the initial imperialist invasions, other than the German, which it goes without saying is already on our soil and accordingly is our first enemy, will be in the north around Murmansk and Archangel. Accordingly, I am already dispatching agents north of Petrograd, to begin our counter-invasion partisan operations and to establish long-lasting intelligence networks. As the fronts develop during the coming year, we will be able to switch some of these individuals and perhaps entire partisan units to these new fronts to do the same thing. I have been able to find soldiers in the old army who have experience in counter-invasion partisan operations behind German lines, and I am using some of them. All of them are under close supervision of loyal party comrades. What we will need soon, and I have already begun the planning, is a Chayka school so we can mass-produce field agents. We will need thousands of these agents immediately and tens of thousands by the end of the first year. 1. 2. the areas under foreign occupation. Probably these domestic tasks will spontaneously evolve into the principal directorates of our extraordinary commission, the other sections being largely supportive in one fashion or another. There is the additional recommendation that the Sovnarkom, Premier Lenin and his cabinet, be moved to Moscow from here in Petrograd. The Brits and the Americans are already making for Murmansk and Archangel. The French and Germans could invade Petrograd directly and of course would have help from the Finnish reactionaries as well. Not to mention all that scum standing by in Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia. We will end up tying up our best agents and our largest manpower reserves securing Petrograd if we do not move the Sovnarkom to Moscow. In short, we can and are securing our major cities as I speak, but we need full police and judicial authority to do so with maximum speed. And this situation will go on for the duration of the civil conflict, however long that may turn out to be. After that, well, we will have to look at where we are then. That is it. Thank you, comrades.